Now, boys, that's what you call a fucking intro. Welcome, everyone, to the newest series where your boy Donald Trump the Pro will be showing Obama how it's done. Remember to like and subscribe and join our channel as a member if you want early access to the new series.
All right, so before anyone asks, this is a ROM hack for Pokemon Brilliant Diamond, and it's basically reworked all of it into Platinum. But this is actually Pokemon Renegade Platinum on the Switch, if any of you ever played that ROM hack of the original Pokemon Platinum. If that made sense to any of you.
That was the most convoluted way of saying this is basically Pokemon Renegade Platinum on the Switch Joe. It is actually a really difficult game, and I want to see if Donald has what it takes to beat it. Also, this will be a normal playthrough because Donald insisted on it being that way.
This will be a normal playthrough because it is actually really difficult, and I don't think I can beat it right now as a Nuzlocke. Those of you who've played Renegade Platinum should know, but then this one is even more difficult as there's Pokemon from more regions. So it'll definitely be an exciting series for you all.
And there is even a Distortion World of sorts in this game, plus new battles too, and every single trainer in the game has cracked teams. We can't wait for you all to join us for this new series. This first episode will probably be released for everyone, but after that, we'll release every other episode a day or two early for members.
Right, so we're back in the Sinnoh Region, boys. This has to be the best region in the series, in my opinion. I just love everything about it, plus the legendary Pokemon here are all basically gods too, which is the main reason Donald is playing this. Although getting to Arceus is not going to be easy.
This game isn't about Arceus though, Joe, so I'm probably going to focus more on him for now, and then when we play Legends Arceus, that's when I'll be in full God mode. Anyway, Barry is here, and in a rush as always. And this guy is always trying to find me. Well, luckily for me, I have managed to avoid a ton of those LMAO.
Of course, the most important thing to do in any new playthrough is set the text speed to fast and then set the perfect frame type too. I like the one you have, Donald, so with that aside, it's time for this new adventure to begin for real.
Yup, here we go. And I actually already have the perfect team in mind. It's a team I've wanted to use for a very long time, so this will be the best chance for that. And you all know I gotta do it in style as well, so those regular colored peasant Pokemon won't be on my team if you get my drift.
Oh boy, here we go with Donald's Russian contacts again. Anyway, our mom gave us the running shoes and the bicycle right off the bat, which is great. And probably the best feature of this game is our Pokemon follow us from the get-go, and the sizes are all correct too, unlike the regular Brilliant Diamond. Boy, did that piss a lot of people off.
There are some glitches in this though I've noticed, but nothing really game-breaking. The running animation sometimes is a bit weird, and in battles, the background sometimes looks like an acid trip.
I don't mind those, to be honest, Obama. Also, some other features in this game include an unlimited repel, which we can use from the key items pocket. And there's some kid in the Jubilife City Trainer School who can give us an unlimited rare candy, which never runs out. Now that is my kind of item.
Hey, check it out, it's Palmer. Barry's frontier brain dad, who we barely ever see. He's as strong as Cynthia, apparently, but we won't be battling him for a very long time. And Donald, the infinite repel is fine, but no way are you using that rare candy. That's not going to be any fun if you do.
Yeah, don't do that, Donald. We actually want you to win this properly. And remember who the champion is in this game too. Our Wonder Woman Cynthia. The original demon of the Pokemon world with her absolutely cracked Garchomp, who, by the way, is way higher leveled in this game.
All the Pokemon in this game are way higher level than normal Obama, so what difference does it make to me? The only thing is, I think all the Pokemon have max IV and EVs, so that will make things even more difficult. But there is one lady in Jubilife or Hearthome City who can boost our entire party to max IVs if I give her a golden bottle cap.
The key thing there is finding a golden bottle cap Donald, which is already a pain in the ass normally. But anyway, look, we're about to get the starter Pokemon who will carry us throughout this game, so who are you going to pick?
I am going to be picking Chimchar because he's my favorite starter out of them all, Joe. But in this game, you can actually get all three of them, and that's what I plan on doing, since when do you ever get to use all the starter Pokemon at once in a playthrough? It's a win-win-win situation.
A triple win situation. All right, if that's the plan, then go for it, Donald. That's half the team already decided, and we haven't even made it to Sandgem Town, so who are the other three going to be then? Since you're the one playing, I bet one of them will be a dragon type.
You always need a dragon type in a playthrough of Pokemon, but this game actually has fairy types in it, so I gotta be careful about those. And actually the 3 Sinnoh Region starter Pokemon won't be permanent. At least Piplup and Turtwig. Because you can actually get the starter Pokemon from every other region in this game too, so I'll use one starter from each region.
Interesting strategy, Donald. So are you going to tell us which other starters you're going to use, or are they going to be a surprise? You could let some of the viewers choose too, if you like, or just pick them yourself.
Barry wants to battle you right now, though. And of course, he picks the Pokemon that's super effective against us, which in normal situations would be a pain, but any of the grass-type starters are really strong, so his Piplup won't be an issue.
Barry here can actually be quite the formidable trainer later on. Plus, I have no idea what team he plans on using in this game since fairy types have been included which aren't in the normal Renegade Platinum ROM. Either way, he won't ever beat me. I am just too good, and being Donald Trump means I automatically get a stat boost.
So you're saying your name means you get a stat boost? How the hell does that work, Donald? If that's some ploy to use that unlimited rare candy, then I'm going to be watching you like a hawk in this playthrough. Obama may be a piece of shit Pokemon trainer, but at least he is a piece of shit with dignity.
I can't tell if that was supposed to be a compliment or not, Joe, but all right, I'll pretend I never heard any of that. It looks like our boy has this first battle of the series under control. We even had Ember to begin with, which means Barry had Bubble on his Piplup, but he never bothered to use it.
To be fair, I'd have lost this battle if he had used Bubble Obama. And we even had an Oreburgh on Chimchar too, which I never put there, so it looks like the game is trying to help me out. What a nice developer for giving me that berry. Maybe this is the game you should have played Obama.
Yeah, it's holding your hand quite a lot so far. I wonder what else they've added to make things easier or at least improve the quality of life. I bet there's an EXP share and affection toggle too. We definitely need affection turned off though, because I don't want Cynthia's Garchomp surviving with 1 health point left so she wouldn't be upset.
Oh man, that would be a problem. But I actually have a brilliant big brain strat for dealing with the Elite Four. I have one move in mind which I saw Obama use in the last playthrough, which can basically carry me through this whole game once I get it.
I already know what move you're thinking of. That will all be revealed later, though. Barry here wants us to investigate Lake Verity with him to find the mystery legendary Pokemon which lives there. And boy, does this music hit me in the feels. It's like I'm on a nostalgia trip right now.
Yo, those water graphics put Scarlet, Violet, Sword, and Shield to shame, though. Just look at that. I think the graphics for this game have definitely been upscaled, but it also helps we have an NVIDIA 490 for this too.
Yeah, well, the 5090 comes out in a few days. Joe and I will be getting my hands on that. Being a billionaire has its perks, you know, so there's no way those scalpers will get the best of me. Also, this is our first introduction to Cyrus too. What a madman he is.
Cyrus is more like Giovanni in that he barely shows emotion and is quite level-headed for a supervillain. The others are way more emotional, like Archie and Maxie, always making noise and screaming. And the funny thing is, they're both older than Cyrus too.
Hey guys, look. This shaman just appeared and gave us this incense burner so we can encounter Pokemon from other regions, although it's not functioning right now, so I guess the devs are still working on this feature. But we put flowers in it from different regions and burn them to get the Pokemon from that corresponding region.
If it's not working right now, then why give it to us? I guess to show what features they'll be adding soon, but anyway, with all this Lake Verity crap aside, it's time we headed back out to Sandgem Town to meet up with the Professor and Dawn again, who's smoking hot, by the way.
Donald, please keep this PG rated. We're only 10 minutes into the new series and I don't want you getting the channel banned again. Plus, we still have to see if you're actually going to be good as a Pokemon trainer, or if you're just all talk.
And here's good old Sandgem Town. Nothing really special about this place, except it's where the tutorial is and where the professor's lab is too. We only visit him like 3 times throughout the whole game, but maybe he has more of a prominent role in this one.
His lab looks exactly the same as usual, though. And of course, we get the same spiel about going on a journey with the Pokedex and visiting each gym. The funny thing is how comes we're the only person in the whole of Sinnoh who does this, whilst everyone just can't be bothered.
All right, Donald, to the right there is his briefcase, and you know what's going to be in there, don't you? As soon as this old fart has stopped talking, you're going to head over there and steal the other 2 Pokemon for our team.
What's even funnier is Professor Rowan here is only 60 years old, whilst Donald and I are like 20 years older than him and going out on a Pokemon journey. Goes to show he's just lazy if 2 80-year-olds are able to still go on adventures like we are.
You have a good point there, buddy. And now this fool is looking through our bag and found the incense burner. Not that it means anything right now anyway. But with all this aside, we won't be seeing him again for quite a while.
He honestly just doesn't stop talking, and it's so annoying. He's an alright professor, though, but my favorite definitely has to be Professor Juniper. She is hot and pretty and clever and my type of woman. Also, she was the first female professor, too.
There was actually that other female professor on the 3DS who was in that one stupid app thing from the eShop who we've never seen again. So yeah, apart from them, there hasn't been any others. And now we finally get the other starter Pokemon too.
If you don't plan on using these two for the full game, Donald, then at least use them for Rourke's gym. He uses Rock-type Pokemon, and trust me, he's not a pushover in this game. His team actually can change too every time we battle him, so if you lose, don't expect to fight the same team again.
Wow, Obama, you honestly expect someone like me to lose to a peasant like Rourke and his silly rocks? Did you forget who you're talking to? There's no way I'm losing to him in this game, and as a matter of fact, I won't be losing to anyone at all. I'm not, you remember.
Okay, and with that, we've got 3 members now and haven't even walked into tall grass or used Pokeballs yet. LMAO. Awesome start to the series, in my opinion, and let's see what other Pokemon you have in mind for the series, Donald. Are you going to give us a clue?
I can tell you the next Pokemon for our team can actually be received from Jubilife City and the one after that from Oreburgh City. Basically, we will have a full team by the time we get to Hearthome City. That's my plan anyway.
And Dawn is giving us the lowdown on how this game works, even though we already know all this shit. I feel like they could have cut this part out since they cut the catching tutorial out. It's not like it's going to be difficult to work out what these buildings are for new players anyway.
Well, yeah, but something could have changed. Dawn, however, told us to go home to say goodbye to our mom, who we will probably never ever see again until Donald becomes champion anyway. And hey, look, she has an Eevee in here too.
And gave us a guidebook, which I'll definitely check out to see what's going to be new in this ROM hack. I'm sure there's other things we've missed out on. But yeah, she has an Eevee here, and I never planned on using one of these for our team since we've used it a lot before. I'll take it and just leave it in the PC box, though.
And of course, Barry's mom shows up here too, since he left without saying bye to her or even taking his town map, so we have to play courier driver for this part of the game and deliver it to him. But I agree on you not using that Eevee. Saying that though, we haven't used a Leafeon or Glaceon yet, Donald.
I think that's because those 2 evolutions are garbage, Obama. Why would you ever use a Pokemon that's one type only, especially ice type at that? It has the most weaknesses out of any Pokemon, and grass type follows up as a close second regarding that too.
At least we can access our PC bots from anywhere in the world, so we don't have to always run back to a Pokemon Center. That has to be one of the best features in this game and the newer games as well. Along with asking if we want to use another repel or not too.
And boom, we get to choose our drips right here as well. So many clothes to choose from, Donald, but since we're playing Platinum, you know there's only one type of outfit we'll need for this playthrough. The Platinum outfit has to be one of the best in the series.
Definitely one of the best. And we can even change our gender from this menu too, which I'm sure will make Donald very happy. At least all the beginning tutorial stuff is done now, so we can leave Twinleaf Town for good.
Oh, our mom just can't let us go, can she? Here she is again telling us we can walk with our Pokemon right from the get-go, though. Only if the original Platinum had this feature, then I'd say it would be the best game ever. Along with Black and White, too.
Yo man, that little Chimchar is adorable. And I'm surprised there hasn't been any monkey jokes from either of you yet, by the way. What's up with that, Ben?
Oh, don't worry, we're just getting started here, Obama. But hey, how about we end this first episode, boys? This is going to be a wonderful new series for you all.
Yeah, good idea, Joey. This will definitely be a great series of how a pro likes me schools Obama in Pokemon battles. But that's all that comes, so remember to like and subscribe and become a member of the channel if you want early access to the new series.
I bet you'll lose against Rourke Donnie. He is actually really tough. I lost to him a few times when I played through Renegade Platinum during your inauguration back in 2016.
Yeah, that's because you were the one playing, and ignoring my speech too. But with that, we will see you all in episode 2 very soon. We hope you all have a lovely rest of your week.
I'll make sure Bush is in the next one so he can witness your battle against Rourke Donald. That should be one for the books if you actually go and lose LMAO.
Maybe Shaman Jizzy Joe Biden should come back and start making predictions about Donald's playthrough now, instead of abusing me all the time.
Yo everyone, welcome to part 2 of Pokemon Luminescent Platinum. In this episode, I'll be making my way to Oreburgh City, and we shall see if we have time to take on Rourke or not. But we'll definitely make it there. We also have a crap ton of battle in between getting to Oreburgh anyway, so make sure to hit that like and subscribe button.
Yo-Yo Jizzy Joe Biden is back at it again too. Let's see how this playthrough goes now someone as incompetent or stupid as Obama isn't playing. Donald, I expect straight W's in this series with absolutely no losses whatsoever.
And hot damn Dawn wants to straight up battle here, Donnie. No catching tutorial or anything in this game, boys. This is what will separate the peasants from the men. Let's see how strong she is too.
I am back, everyone, for this new playthrough. I hope you're all happy to see me. I left the other one Obama was playing because it was just tragic to watch. But I know he somehow beat the Nuzlocke and won the battle against Red too. Let's hope Donald does a much better job here though.
And of course, when Donald plays, every Pokemon has to be a shiny because his ego is just so big. It can't even be contained on planet Earth. Donald, is this really necessary, bro? Normal colored Pokemon are still awesome, you know.
This was absolutely necessary because I hate the normal colored Pokemon Obama, and this is also my game, so I'll play it how I like. And talking of which, I'll be asking the viewers the question for this video, which is, which city in Sinnoh would you guys love to live in if you could, and why? Personally, I like Jubilife City since the background theme for it is without a doubt the best.
I'd live in Canalave City because I could go fishing there every day, Donald. But you do realize the music isn't actually there in real life, right? This is just a game at the end of the day. But boy, is this music in the route we're in right now really hitting me in the feels.
This guidebook will be really useful for us boys. Look at everything new in this game. Also, we saw lots of suggestions for Pokemon we should use in the comments for episode 1, but we just want to say a lot of them aren't in this game, such as Gumi. But I'm sure Donald will be open to suggestions.
So apparently we can adjust a lot of settings in the Pokemon Center when we use the PC box, so whilst we go heal, you should do that, Donald.
Nothing else to really see in there, but here goes our first battle of the game, other than Dawn, guys. This lass here thinks she's going to take down our boy, but she's going to in for a world of hurt. And the Pokemon are already different right off the bat, and each trainer also has double the amount of Pokemon they normally would have too.
This fat furball won't be taking down my shiny overpowered Chimchar. I also need to make sure I give each Pokemon those items that boost their respective typings, so I need to find a charcoal for Chimchar. You can actually find every item in the game in this ROM hack, so that will be really useful.
Those will be really easy to find, Donald, because I can whip out the guidebook for you if you like. We can use that to find items off screen and then tell the viewers where they are if they want to play along with us.
Don't tell Donald though, dude. Let him find the items himself since there's so many around anyway as it is. You can even find every TM on the ground too, all the way up to like TM 102 or something. So Donald doesn't really have an excuse to lose battles in this playthrough.
So far he's done well against a Sandrit and a Bidoof. And I guess you can count Dawn and her Turtwig in that as well. This is a better start than Obama has ever had, that's for sure. I have a feeling everyone will be less stressed in this run.
He was so mean and abusive to me though when I played through Storm Silver, so I still think he deserves some of that back, Jizzy Joe. You can't deny me that, and neither can you, Bush.
Yeah, keep talking, Barry. Anyway, here we are in Jubilife City, guys. This theme is an absolute banger, too. It just makes me feel so happy and like I'm a 10-year-old again spending time in one of my summer estates playing Pokemon Diamond.
Bet I have more summer estates than you do now, Donald. Just because you live in the White House now doesn't make you some big Don you know. Anyway, we need to head right to the trainer school to give that map to Barry.
Hey, before that though, it's our man Looker. Probably my favorite character from the Pokemon series, and they modeled him so well in this game. He even runs about hiding behind stuff again, which is really cute.
You all heard it here, everyone. Obama called Looker cute. I didn't know you swang that way, man, but I guess you were married to a Michael. Anyway, he goes and spills his secret identity to us, which is quite weird if you think about it. Imagine telling some random 10-year-old kids you're an international spy. James Bond would be very different.
I think James Bond would have got canceled if that happened, Donald. But off he goes running around. He's actually on the prowl right now for Team Galactic, but we're not supposed to know about them at this point.
We'll be seeing more of him later on, though. He's a key part of Pokemon Platinum, so I hope they kept him the exact same in this ROM hack. The graphics definitely look way better, though, especially in this city. The lighting effects are really good, and the bloom, too.
We basically have ray tracing in Pokemon as far as I'm concerned now, guys. And I also see you've managed to contact your buddies and get the other 2 starter Pokemon in their shiny forms as well. You said you weren't even going to use them for the whole playthrough, so what's the point?
Because you fool, I will need those 2 to beat Rourke. He uses a full team of 6 Pokemon, all being rock types with the most busted moves ever. And I saw some guy comment in the last video that you played a harder game, Obama, and that I can't grill you. Well, that person never played this game. It is actually really difficult.
Donald is coping right now. But that aside, there's nothing else for us to do here, bro, so how about we head off in the east direction and make our way to a town where there is actually things to do. You may want to live here, but it's a super boring city, Donald.
At least this bozo just gives us the Apple Watch in this game, and I don't have to go around chasing those clowns and answering their stupid questions for a cookie or whatever it was. But yeah, time to head east. We have an important battle, boys.
Wow, you're recording this quite late at night, Donnie. As president, shouldn't you be getting your 8 hours of sleep so you're all energized for a day's work at running our country? You'd never have caught me playing Pokemon at 1 in the morning during my term.
That's the difference between me and you, though. You're a little simp from Michael, and that's all you have going for you. Meanwhile, I can run an entire country and pump out these videos for our viewers like I'm a one-man factory. I even edit these after you all go to bed, too.
Time to focus now, though, Donald. Barry has patiently been waiting here for you to arrive, which is actually the most ironic thing ever. He always ends up waiting for us to battle him when he has patience issues. And on top of all that, he has a Munchlax.
Well, right now he has a Pidgey, which is definitely a new Pokemon. We have to work out what Pokemon are actually in this game, and aren't so time to check the guide out, I think, boys. I believe you can actually find Tinkaton in this game, which would make a fun team member.
We can't get Tinkaton, yet Jizzy Joe. That incense burner needs a Paldea flower in it for that, but they haven't programmed it at the time of this recording yet, so we will have to make do with the team Donald has concocted using that tiny brain of his.
Man is about to hit 5 times with Bullet Seed, though, all to take out this Pidgey, which is a big W for us. Although you're using Turtwig against a Pokemon, which could probably one-shot it with Air Cutter or Wing Attack Donald.
Damn, our boy Barry here is sending out a Ralts now, too. He probably saw Wally and thought he could be like him and eventually use a Galad. I don't know if Barry will change his team throughout this game or not, but seeing a Ralts this early is quite ominous.
And using Turtwig again is probably not the best move, but let's see what happens. And on the point of teams changing, he definitely does change his team, like every trainer in this game can. The gym leaders in Elite Four can for sure.
Damn, that Ralts was a quite pushover for Turtwig. Good going, bro. I remember using Turtwig the first time I played through Pokemon Diamond back in the day. It carried me throughout most of the game because the starter always ended up being the highest level Pokemon when you're a kid.
Oh, and I forgot the trainers we battle against in this ROM hack have some fetish for using items constantly in battles. Even normal trainers have things like Citrus Berries or Focus Sash. It just makes this game all the more difficult. And you said Storm Silver was such a hard game, Obama.
True, I have to be on Donnie's side for this argument, Obama. Storm Silver was only difficult because you had Kanto to deal with and mainly because it was you playing. Donald would have sweeped that game. He's not playing this one as a Nuzlocke to show you up.
Right, of course, because that's definitely the reason why. But hey, at least he beat Barry here in his team of like 4 Pokemon compared to the usual 2. In the normal games, he'd have a Starly at this point.
Right, so with that out the way, keep making your way to Oreburgh, Donald, and we actually have a few extra battles in this route and 2 double battles even. These battles could end up being an absolute pain in the ass for the videos, so we won't ever get anywhere if all we do is keep battling.
I can cut some out, Joe, if it takes too long. I don't particularly want to sit through a full 6-on-6 battle against every other trainer because there are so many that have full teams. Even these ones right now have like 3 or 4 Pokemon, but at least they're low level.
This kid has 2, but he has Pokemon from the Hoenn region now, it seems. I gotta say, though, I think generally speaking, Pokemon from Sinnoh could be considered the overall strongest, mainly because Arceus carries the whole region by himself.
Joe has some solid Pokemon too, though, like Tyranitar, Lugia, and Ho-Oh. But yeah, I think you're right in that Sinnoh has the most overpowered ones. I mean, Giratina could nuke Pokemon from basically every other region by himself.
You say that, but you always got that one person who comments how strong Ultra Necrozma is just because it has the light that burns the sky, which is a stupid name to begin with and a mouthful too. And Arceus can just change its type to whatever that move is weak against, and then it has no effect. So Ultra Necrozma can suck an egg.
I agree with that. I don't even like Ultra Necrozma. All it has going for it is being a Nuzlocke killer. In the anime, it does absolutely nothing, and we barely see it. It just has big wings and a stupid rainbow face going for it.
You guys are high in the sky saying Ultra Necrozma is bad. It is super powerful and could give the Creation Trio a run for their money, I'm sure. I'm sure it would eventually lose because Dialga and Palkia can just stop time and space around it, and Giratina would probably eat it or whatever it does. But Necrozma would hold up better than other legends.
Mewtwo would destroy Ultra Necrozma. It could switch to Mega Form Y and then obliterate it. I'm sorry, but I just don't like Ultra Necrozma at all, Bush. And that's my opinion, and the opinion of the other 2 as well. Surprisingly, we all agree on something for once.
Hey, check it out, guys. Donald has got our Chimchar up to level 15, and that means it's going to evolve. We're going to get Monferno now, and that will be useful for taking on Rourke since we should get some fighting-type moves as well.
Here he is. The shiny monkey has become much stronger. And the best move we'll ever get on it is probably Close Combat and Flare Blitz. But we won't be getting those for quite a while anyway. For now, though, I need to find some strong fighting type moves to teach to this monkey.
Mach Punch here will do for now. Although it's actually not very strong, to be honest. We also get Low Sweep soon, so if you get that before Rourke 2, then we should be Gucci for his battle.
Right, this playthrough is already going so well, and I am so happy to be a part of it. And now we have our first double battle of the game, too, so let's see what these lasses have in store for us. Probably some broken Pokemon with stupid items on them is my guess.
Oh boy, here we go. They have 5 Pokemon in total, which means this battle could drag on. You better one-shot these peasants, Donald. We don't have time to be sitting around battling noobs like this who won't ever get anywhere.
They have a stupid Psyduck and a Spearow, so this battle will last about the same as you do with Jill Jizzy Joe. These two little punks are about to get schooled by a real champion, just watch.
Hot damn, didn't expect that kind of slander to start appearing in episode 2, but fair play, Donald, you had an open goal there, you took the shot and scored. And that Psyduck got clapped big time as well.
Shut your trap, Barry. He didn't fucking score anything. Donald is on his high horse right now and thinks he's some big shot because he hasn't lost a battle so far, when we've only gone against a total of like 5 trainers. One of them was basically a tutorial to battling 2.
Now look who's coping, but sure believe whatever you want, my guy. This battle is going on longer than I thought it would, though. Somehow I haven't been able to one-shot a stupid Fearow, which, by the way, I think is one of the worst bird Pokemon out of them all.
They also have a Sunkern, which is probably the worst Pokemon in existence. I mean, why would anyone want to use that piece of garbage, saying that it did survive our hits, which is quite sad, to be honest, Donald.
And now it thinks it's going to start healing itself up. And their second Pokemon is a Cobone, talking about Sad Bush, that Pokemon probably has the saddest backstory ever. And then Team Rocket goes and kills one in Kanto.
They go and do that to a lot more Pokemon than just Cubone and Marowak, though. No other team in the history of Pokemon has ever done that, so I'd say Team Rocket are the most brutal and evil. They have no filter, pretty much kind of like Donald.
He has taken these 2 girls down to their last Pokemon, though, and it's a Marill. This Pokemon reminds me of Lyra from Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and all that does is make me feel really angry because we all hate Lyra.
Technically speaking, it's an Azurill Obama, but yeah, it still reminds me of Lyra too, and she is such a piece of trash trainer. She does nothing for us, and I am so glad we don't have to visit Johto again anytime soon.
Okay, boys, Donald finally made it to Oreburgh. Nothing of interest happened between the last battle and getting here except trainers with like 4 Pokemon each, which was so annoying. But hey, at least we can take on the gym now.
Actually, I won't be doing that now, Joe, because we need to get the next member for our team, which a very special someone gives us here. Everyone will be happy to see who it is and which Pokemon it is, too. We also need to go find Rourke as well.
He's hiding in his mind looking for fossils, Donald. And damn Steven is the special someone you were talking about then. And of course he's going to give us a Beldum, which will be very useful for taking on Rourke too, since Steel is super effective against rock types.
Exactly, my dude. I'm playing 5D chess now, boys, whilst Rourke and his silly rocks are still playing jump rope or whatever it is he does in his spare time. Anyway, this Beldum will be very useful for my team. And now it's time to head into the mines.
I assume you'll be keeping everyone in suspense, then Donald and Battle Rourke in Part 3, which is such a tease. But if that's the case, then how about we wrap this episode up and thank everyone for watching. You guys also got to make sure you hit the like and subscribe button and join our channel if you want early access to videos.
Yeah, you guys all got to make sure you do that. And Donald, are you going to name any of our Pokemon? Or are you going to be boring and pretend to be like Ash and not name anything? At least I would have done that by now.
You'll have to wait and see, but I do like sometimes playing without naming the Pokemon too. Maybe some will be named and maybe others won't. But anyway, Rourke is done here smashing rocks, and I also found some cool items too.
We can sell them to make bank, and then you can buy some healing items which we'll need for the battle. Right now we can only use peasant items though, so don't even think about using full restores.
Yo, Rourke, let us choose a stone. I guess this would be to evolve that Eevee we got earlier, but as we're not using one, I guess I can sell this thing too.
So you chose the shiny stone then. I have no idea what that does, but I guess we won't be finding out if you're going to sell it, Donald.
Okay, well I'm out. See you all soon in Part 3, guys, and have a great week in whatever you get up to. See you all very soon.
Welcome to Part 3, everyone. Jumping right into the gym battle with Rourke so as to not waste anyone's time, especially mine. I am a very busy man, so hit that like and subscribe button. Donald, will you also give us your plan for the battle too, bro?
The plan for this battle is to take him down, Joe. His stupid rock types won't get in my way. Even if he has max IV and EV Pokemon, it won't matter to me. My team is full of shiny Pokemon, and that's all I need to win.
Time to see if you're all talk or you actually are half decent at Pokemon battles. If you lose this Donald, then you may as well go switch to Yu-Gi-Oh or something. Anyway, here we go, boys, the battle for our first gym badge of the Sinnoh Region.
And he's leading off with a Shieldon, a super rare fossil Pokemon from way back when. This guy has mad defense stats, so you're going to have to hit him really hard if you want a chance to nuke this guy.
And oh my God, this guy is kicking off the battle by eating a goddamn berry. I mean, seriously? This is what I'm talking about with how hard this game is going to be, Obama, and you think Storm Silver is so much more difficult? None of the gym leaders in that game ever used berries like this.
Oh man, and he's going to chip away at our health with Stealth Rock every time you switch out too, bro. This guy isn't playing around. It's like he's using a full-on competitive team to play a normal playthrough of Pokemon Platinum.
This will be interesting for sure. But hey, 1 down and 5 to go. And his next Pokemon is a Rhyhorn here. He thinks he's acting like Giovanni now using that Pokemon. You better win this, Donald.
I mean, using Monferno probably isn't the best idea, to be honest, even if the fighting type moves are strong against these rocks. But Bulldoze, which he just used, is probably Rourke's most powerful move, so maybe I should have trained up some more.
At least with Power Up Punch, which is a new move, we learn our attack stat gets boosted each time we use it. With that one move, you could potentially win the whole battle by just spamming it. And our attack is already really high too.
That Beldum is only level 10, though, which probably wasn't the best level to keep it at for this battle, Donald. Does it even have Steel types moves? If it does, I bet it's like Metal Claw, which is just garbage anyway, but at least we have a Grass type and Water type.
Talking of which, there goes Monferno thanks to Anorith, which I bet you weren't expecting him to have, and now either Turtwig or Piplup will be the one to come and save you. I didn't even know that Pokemon could learn Aqua Jet either.
I think Anorith is also part bug type, so Monferno probably was the best option, but now it's gone Turtwig might just about clutch this. The main issue we have is we can't even buy revives at this point in the game, so this makes it all the more difficult.
My little shiny Turtwig did, in fact, clutch this round, though, Joe, so take whatever it was you said back. Now, I think I'm definitely in control of the battle for the time being, but yeah, that is a bummer we can't buy revives. I really need some of those right about now.
Rourke has every fossil Pokemon there is for this battle by the looks of it. Now he's sent out many, but since this is a water type, hopefully Bullet Seed can one-shot this, or at least get a lot of damage in.
Or Turtwig can get one tap by Aurora Beam. Of course, we should have expected that. That was his counter against Grass-type Pokemon. Rourke has thought of every counter, and you went into this battle all cocky Donald. And we can't even resurrect anyone.
And our man here is Knockoff 2, which does more damage if we're holding an item. Of course, you gave Piplup the Mystic Water, which has backfired against you as big-time Donald. So now what's the plan going to be?
He's just going to brute force his way to victory by the looks of it, Joe. I mean, what else can he really do at this point in the battle? We can't heal or revive or do anything except hope for the best. I bet Donald is on the edge of his seat now, though.
This nose pass is sure going to be annoying because it'll have Sturdy for sure. They always have that stupid ability which I demand to be banned, and as president, I'm sure I can make that happen. Either that or he will have a focus sash on his Pokemon too.
Oh my God, now he has Thunder Shock to counter water types as well. Yeah, this playthrough is going to be super rough for you, Donald. I take back what I said about me having a more difficult time.
This is going to be such a close battle, though. Donald has got Rourke down to 2 Pokemon left, including this nose pass, so it's anyone's guess on who's going to win this thing. I do hope you actually come through victorious, though, bro.
And boom, there goes his stupid nose pass. And the Sandstorm shouldn't affect us either, since Beldum should be immune to that move, or at least I hope so. Either way, it's not that important, but now, Donald, you got to win this thing, bro.
Yup, and we all know who his last Pokemon is going to be. I guess I got to be happy he isn't using a Rampardos with Head Smash and the Rock Head ability. That would make this an even more miserable battle than it has been so far.
Damn Iron Head did a lot of damage. Just another one of those to win this whole thing, buddy. I'm sure you can win this and prove to Obama you're the GOAT at Pokemon battles.
I think you spoke too soon there, Joe. Of course, the Cranidos would have a citrus berry on it, which basically healed up all of its health, and we have absolutely no healing items to use in this battle. Oh boy, are we in for a rough ride, guys?
Wow, all we have is a gosh darn antidote in our bag. Donald, you severely fucked up here, bro. I know we can't buy revives, but you could have at least bought some potions. Surely they're being sold in the Pokemarts, right?
Okay, well, Rourke is a little rock-type bitch, and I hate him with all my guts and soul. He deserves to be banished to the Distortion World forever and ever, where Garatina can feed upon him and his silly team.
Okay, we're back, everyone, and this time Donald has done some training with our team, and I think we have some new evolutions too, isn't that right? Also, this time I think we have a better strat too.
Hang on, guys. I know you and Bush went for a very long McDonald's lunch break, but you missed what happened in between Donald healing up and this battle starting. So are you going to tell them what happened, Donald, or will I have to?
Everything Joe is about to say is fake news, and you shouldn't listen to him and instead focus on how I'm going to actually crush Rourke this time. Just you wait and watch.
Looks like I'm going to have to tell everyone. So basically, Donald battled Rourke another 3 times before this battle and lost all of them. And now he's going into this one pretending it's his second time battling Rourke just for the video.
Oh, did he now, Joe? So you lost to Rourke a total 4 times, Donald? And you've been going on about how great you are? At least I managed to beat all the gym leaders and Elite 4 members in red and blue in one go. But you took 4 tries to beat this fool.
Listen, did you not hear anything I just said, you donkey? Everything Joe said is fake news, and all that didn't happen at all, and there is no video evidence of it happening either. I made sure to delete all that LMAO.
Okay, losing to Rourke 4 times in a row is quite bad for you, Donald. I mean, Obama has a point. He never actually lost a battle, but only the Pokemon within the battle. If this was a Nuzlocke, he would have lost it 4 times over.
I got to say, I'm on the Big Don's side for this one. This game is just 10 billion times more what Obama Trauma played. I could have ultra-hardcore Nuzlocke Storm Silver with my eyes closed and being asleep at the same time. This game, however, is a whole other ball game.
And here we go. I got our Turtwig evolved into Grottle. I love this Pokemon, actually, and it's going to slam its way through Rourke's team. Also, thanks for taking my side, Joey boy. I still think you're a little shit, though.
Oh, we are so not glossing over the fact that you lost 4 times, Donald, but whatever. The truth is out there now for everyone to make a judgment on. In other news, Rourke's team seems to be stronger this time around. He didn't have this thing before.
Yeah, and each member of his team has a counter for rock-type weaknesses. Lunatone is also part Psychic type, which is not very helpful against our team, especially Monferno, since fighting is weak against Psychic types.
Alrighty, well, it's gone now, but I suspect if he had Lunatone, then he may also have a Cell Rock on his team, too. Those two are always together in one form or another. And personally, those are 2 Pokemon which I think should have got Mega Evolutions as well.
He has a Lileep now, though, which is another fossil Pokemon, but none of them are in their final forms. Actually, after beating the Elite 4 and Cynthia, all the gym leaders will challenge us again to battles. Donald and their teams will be even more broken.
I think their teams will be in the level 70 and maybe even level 80 range, which should be interesting to watch how he deals with those. Knowing him, though, the whole team will be level 100 by then, and each one will be Arceus with a different plate.
We only have 2 Pokemon left to deal with, though. And now he's going to be sending out another fossil Pokemon, of course, and it's Kabuto. This little thing wrecked Donald in the other 3 battles. I thought you'd all like to know.
Joe, can you please stop outing me like that, man? What did I ever do to you? Plus, it's like you have bipolar as well, because one minute you're on my side, and the next you're nuking my Pokemon skills in front of everyone.
I mean, he is pushing like 85 years old, so what do you expect? And by the way, so are you. Imagine the 2 last people we have in charge were 80 plus years old, and apparently I'm the bad one at Pokemon games.
Oh my God, Rourke is loading his whole team up with berries, I swear. This thing just ate some random one I've never heard to try survive, when in reality all it's doing is wasting its time against me. He knows he can't win 5 times in a row, surely.
Yeah, that berry was called the Rindo Berry. Now that has to be made up because none of us have ever used or heard of it before. To be honest, we probably take berries for granted, as some of them are really useful for getting rid of confusion and the like without wasting a turn using a full restore.
The only berry I ever remember is the Oran Berry, because everyone uses those. But even then, they don't heal us up much, so using a full restore is usually always the better option. Even if it wastes a turn, it also removes status effects too.
Okay, boys, as you can see, we have a Prinplup now as well. Personally, I think this is probably the worst middle stage evolution of a starter Pokemon there is, because it looks so boring to me. Like it's just a normal penguin, to be honest. Nothing special about that.
Agreed, this one is dull as hell, and they could have made it look more interesting. My favorite middle stage evolution of a starter is probably Grovyle or Monferno, though. Marshtomp is funny too, and Wartortle is awesome as well.
Everyone loves Wartortle Obama. But hey, talking about love, I love you more than I did before Donald for finally beating this noob Rourke. I love you as a friend, though, okay, before that gets taken out of context.
And after what felt like a million years, our boy has finally got the first gym badge of the Sinnoh Region. This is sure going to be a long series if every battle ends up being like this one. And worst of all, they probably will be, because it's only going to get harder from here on out.
Rourke gave us stickers too, which I guess we can attach to our balls, so when the Pokemon comes out, it looks all pretty and nice instead of the standard entrance. There is even an option for that in the settings menu as well. But anyway, yeah, well done, Donnie.
You sound so happy I won Obama, but why should I care what you think? Now, though we got to heal, and then I shall be battling these reporters here to gain the next member for our team, actually who'll end up being a permanent member.
This is kind of like what Obama had to do in Storm Silver to get the starter Pokemon, but at least he got the questions right more than you have Buddy. These aren't even difficult to begin with, and yet you still messed them up.
It's been a while since we visited the Hoenn region, and all these questions based off that, so I can't remember them off the top of my head, Joe. I got them right now, though, which means it's battle time.
And if these are Hoenn Region questions, then I guess we all know what Pokemon they'll be using to battle us. Which means I also know what Pokemon you'll be choosing from them too, Donald. The most broken and overpowered starter Pokemon you can get.
Don't spoil it, though, right now, Bush. Some of the viewers might not have an idea on who the next permanent member will be, and I've been so angry we never got to use this one since Obama got it killed in his Storm Silver Nuzlocke.
Oh boy, I know who you're going to pick then. And speaking on that, I saw some comments from people saying you should use a Speon in this series too, because I also lost that one in Storm Silver as well. What do you think about that idea, dude?
We use evolutions so much already, and I find them boring now, to be honest. I also saw some people say Leafeon is actually really strong, which is fair enough, but I hate using single-type Pokemon in a playthrough, especially a game as difficult as this one.
You say that, but I bet you'd have won against Rourke on your first try if you had a Leafeon, but instead you lost to him using starter Pokemon, which is just embarrassing, by the way. I sure won't be letting you live that one down.
The next gym leader is Gardenia, and she's also known to be quite the tough cookie, so we'll see how Donald does against her and her cracked Roserade. Personally, I always had trouble with her because she'll have counters for fire-type Pokemon.
Yeah, she can be pretty tough. Although Volkner arguably is one of the strongest gym leaders you can find in the series, so I'm looking forward to that battle. Also, Maylene in Veilstone City can also be really tough too. Her team counters flying-type Pokemon hard.
None of them will give me a challenge like Rourke has. By the time we get to Gardenia, the team will be stronger, and Monferno will basically be carrying the whole team with his huge balls and fists. He is the most OP starter fire type you can get and should have got a mega evolution.
Agreed on that take, bro. And now these reporters have been beaten, which means you get to choose the Pokemon you want. And the good thing about this game, unlike Storm Silver, is that you can get all three of them at once. The Storm Silver was being stupid about not letting us do that, to be honest.
And of course, Donald chose Mudkip as our next permanent member, which means Printblup is getting smacked right into the PC box, I assume. Along with Grovel now as well.
That is right, and with that, we're going to be ending this episode now, guys, so thanks so much for watching. Please hit the like and subscribe button, as it really helps the channel out, and share the video with everyone you know who loves Pokemon.
And don't forget, Donald lost to Rourke 4 times in a row, but yeah, thanks guys, and stay tuned for part 4 coming out very soon. Have a lovely weekend with whatever you're up to.
Hey, I just realized Bush despawned and we haven't heard from him for a while. I wonder what happened to that guy.
Oh, I silently kicked him because he was annoying me, Obama.
Donald, where did this little guy come from? I don't remember you having a Larvitar in the last few episodes, but I must say you have chosen a solid Pokemon for the team, and this guy needs more love than it already gets.
You can find Larvitar in this area north of Oreburgh City for those interested in playing this game and using one yourselves. And by the way, just because you're Jizzy Joe doesn't mean you can't do a proper intro for the video.
Yeah, hi everyone, welcome to part 4. The most sane one amongst us shall do the intro today, so hit that like and subscribe button. Share the video and consider becoming a member of the channel if you want early access to videos. Now, today Donald should be making his way to Eterna City where the next gym is.
That's before I get interrupted by these two fools. Of course, Team Galactic are going to show up now, and this is our first encounter with them. And the Grunts actually have decent Pokemon with good moves compared to the standard game, which makes me wonder how broken the admins are going to be.
Well, the first admin battle is coming up soon against Commander Mars. And she has a Purr Ugly, which is a super annoying Pokemon and kind of looks like my wife when she's mad at me. And then you have Commander Jupiter with probably the worst Pokemon out of the 3 admins being Skuntank, and finally there is Commander Saturn with a Toxicroak.
Hang on, where did this Bulbasaur come from, Donald? Is that little guy going to be the 4th member of our team then? The grass-type starter from Kanto. Which, to be honest, makes sense because we've never used a Venusaur before, And now we have starter Pokemon from 3 regions too.
Yeah, personally, I like Sceptile the best as my favorite grass-type starter Pokemon, but we can't have 2 Pokemon from Hoenn, and there might be another Pokemon appearing in the next few episodes, which will be from the Hoenn region too, so I want to keep everything as balanced as possible.
All right, fair enough if that's the way you want to go about this whole thing. Doesn't change the fact that I saw you lose against Rourke and then another 4 times off screen, Donald. Maybe if you had that Bulbasaur, you'd have won. You could have trained up a bit more too.
He should have done that for this battle because it's still going on for some reason. I thought Donald was meant to be some sort of pro. All he's doing is battling some peasant grunts as well, which we'll never see again anyway.
This is their last Pokemon anyway, so who cares, Barry? Also, I'd like to ask the question for this video since I think Bush hijacked that from me in the last one. So the question I want everyone to answer in the comments below is what 1 starter Pokemon would you choose to take on every region in Pokemon, and you're not allowed to change that starter. Personally, I'd probably choose Mudkip because Swampert is busted.
A lot of people will answer that with Mudkip for sure. I'd probably choose it too, but just for fun, I think I'd choose that new blue duck Pokemon from Paldea because he's so cute. His final evolution, however, is an abomination, and I really don't like its design.
Why on earth would you choose that thing? At least go for that cute little Firecroc guy. And talking of Paldea, we will be returning there very soon, maybe after this game, but you guys keep commenting so many games and ROM hacks for us to play that our list is constantly growing.
Which isn't a bad thing, by the way, but we had an ordered list to get through, and now that list is a complete mess because we can't make our minds up on what to play next. I think the best thing to do after this series is make a poll in the YouTube community section and see what the viewers want by voting.
Good idea, Obama, and in other news, we've made it to Floroma Town. Probably the most boring route in this game is the one between Jubilife and this town because it's a tiny cave which you can walk through in 10 steps and then an annoying path of grass.
And the reason we're here other than because we don't actually have a choice is because that little girl's father has been kidnapped by Team Galactic to help them with some research or something. Now, something that's always bothered me about Sinnoh and Gen 4 is we never go to the Fuego Ironworks.
Yeah, good point bringing that up, Donald, because in the Diamond and Pearl anime, that is a major part of the Team Galactic arc where they go to the Ironworks and make the red chain out of the Veilstone meteorite. And even in the ROM hacks like this game, they never bother adding that area as a required place to go.
For those of you who have no idea what we're talking about, there is an area north of Floroma, actually where we are right now, where a huge factory is. And in the normal games, you'd go there to find the TM for Flamethrower, I think. But now it's just a pointless area which does nothing for the story.
It's a shame the ROM hack developers completely rejected to do anything with the Ironworks in Sinnoh, but we could always go pay a visit there later, Donald. I think you'll need Surf, though, which we won't get for quite a while anyway.
Back to this part, though, and this Team Galactic grunt seems to be giving you a tough time, bro. Our man here has 3 Pokemon on his team as well, and they seem to have combined all the Pokemon each evil team has from each region, all into this game.
I'm just trying to give Larvitar here some experience because being a pseudo-legend means it'll take forever to evolve into its final form. Like Metang, we have 2. Getting Metagross will take a while, and there's going to be another pseudo-legend we'll be adding to the team, which you'll all see very soon.
Hey, our little Mudkip here is almost level 16, though, and you all know what happens when it hits that level. Our little purple boy here will be a Marshtomp, and I'm so glad we finally don't have to worry about losing it like Obama did in Storm Silver.
Wow, so switching to Mudkip was a complete waste of time since that Houndour has Roar, which forces our Pokemon to switch out with another one. And of course, Larvitar is back, but at least it is super effective against fire types.
This battle is seriously dragging on, though, and now his final Pokemon is a Gulpin. In my experience, this Pokemon is either really easy to deal with, or it'll end up being a total pain in the ass and it'll drag the battle on even longer.
Donald, you stupid gimp, why did you kick me out the last video with no warning whatsoever? You know, if I had been in part 3 till the end, I wasn't actually going to show up in this episode because I had other stuff to do, but now you've pissed me off big time.
Bush, I'll happily kick you from this video too if you don't pipe down. Your voice really annoys me and I had enough of hearing it in the last episode, but lots of the viewers seem to like you being here for some reason, so to make them happy, I won't kick you in this episode.
Oh yes, the people have spoken, and there's nothing you can do about it, Donnie old boy. Now what's been happening in this episode then? Have I missed anything? Also, Joe, I saw a lot of people saying they want to live with you in Canalave City.
Joe isn't here today, and it's me, Jizzy Joe. And the best thing that's happened in this episode is this evolution right now. This is what Obama killed, remember, in the Storm Silver Nuzlocke, and everyone I know is so excited to see a shiny Swampert.
My one wasn't shiny first of all, and this one is better anyway because it's a 3D animation compared to the 8-bit one. Although I do still like the style of the old Pokemon games too. Either way, well done for this evolution, bro. Swampert will definitely be a big carry in this playthrough.
So we're at this point in the game where Team Galactic take over the Valley Windworks. By the way, did you talk about how shit it is that no one ever does anything with the Fuego Iron Works? I love that place so much, and you can get the TM for Flamethrower there.
Oh my God, this is why I find you so annoying, bro. You come in and start talking about things we already mentioned like 1,000 hours ago. Yes, we know about the Ironworks, and yes, we are annoyed, so shut your mouth.
Yeah, Bush, you're old and a bit slow now. You're only here because of the viewers, so don't forget it. Now, Donald here has to take on more Galactic grunts than back in the day. This was a single battle, but I guess it became an annoying double battle in this game.
Yeah, Bush, you're old and a bit slow now. You're only here because of the viewers, so don't forget it. Now, Donald here has to take on more Galactic grunts, and back in the day, this was a single battle, but I guess it became an annoying double battle in this game.
Wow, and these guys pretty much fill their teams with annoying poison-type Pokemon. My view is poison types are actually the strongest type in the game, mainly due to the fact that it can cause damage to an opponent's Pokemon without needing to attack. And Toxic is just such a toxic move.
Toxic is probably my favorite move out of all the Pokemon moves, actually. Before I'd have said Draco Meteor, but that move reduces the user's special attack, which isn't very helpful. And Roar of Time is also absolutely cracked, but Toxic is such a sly, stealthy move, and it definitely suits me.
I'm sorry to say this, bro, but you're the exact opposite of stealthy. Sly, sure, I'll give you that, but you're more like a Hippowdon than something like a Greninja. Hippowdon as a Pokemon suits you the best in my opinion, Donald.
Yeah, well, I'll let the viewers comment what type of Pokemon you are, Jizzy Joe, and wrong answers only, please. I'm sure they'll make you out to be some really stupid Pokemon, because that's what you deserve for bullying me.
Donald crying about getting bullied is the most ironic thing here. And you're struggling to battle the weakest Pokemon too, dude. You have a Metang and Larvitar, but yet here we are still battling the most peasant Pokemon there is.
And now they have a Ladyball on the field, which is about as garbage as you can get. If we ever do a super hard Pokemon playthrough, then we need to use that Pokemon along with a Lady Ann or Volbeat. Basically any bug-type Pokemon.
One day we should use a monotype team, which means only one type of Pokemon throughout the whole game. Personally, I'd choose Poison or Dragon types. Joe would probably choose Ghost types for obvious reasons, and Obama would choose Normal types or Fighting types.
Hey, what type would I get to choose then, Donald? I am still here, you know. I think the best type for me would actually be Dragon, and you can choose Fairy types, Donald. They suit you, and you had a Sylveon named after you in Colossus, remember?
This is exactly why you don't get involved in our things, Bush. You weren't one of the founding fathers of our channel. Joe, Obama, and myself were the three who started it all. Hell, even Hillary and Bernie have been around longer than you have.
And finally, these two bozos have been beaten. Now imagine basically every trainer battle in this game, Galactic grunts included, have teams as annoying as this. That's another reason why this game is worse than Storm Silver.
At least we can progress now, though, Barry. We got the Works key, which for some reason those two grunts had. And now we can storm the Valley Windworks and get that little girl's father back and take on the commander who uses my wife on her team, apparently.
We also got a jar of honey, too, which is used to catch the hardest Pokemon ever, which I won't be doing because I have the patience for that shit. And hey, Shaman has come to pay us a visit again, probably to give us more flowers or something.
Actually, this little shaman wanted the honey that man just gave us. Which is just great because now we can't catch that Munchlax even if we wanted to. Saying that though, I think the rarity of Munchlax has been reduced quite significantly in this ROM hack, Donald.
Okay, well, that aside, I made it to the Valley Windworks and it's time to take on Commander Mars. I'm trying to avoid some of these battles where I can because they're just the most annoying things ever. Anyway, here we go. This battle is going to be tough.
Yo, and that scientist person called Charon is standing there at the back, looking absolutely bewildered with whatever is going on here. I remember in the anime he had the most annoying laugh, and he wasn't even that good of a scientist either.
That guy was hella annoying for sure. Each evil team has their own scientists, but I agree Charon is probably the worst amongst them when arguably Team Galactic is the most organized evil team who actually succeeded in their plan to create a new world.
Alrighty, so Mars's first Pokemon was a stupid Zubat, but she has 4 Pokemon for this battle. Pretty big jump from the original games where I think she had 2. Either way, she's going to get her butt clapped by my crack team, just you watch.
Okay, and her next Pokemon is Bronzer. This guy can be super annoying because of Confusion or Confuse Ray, but against Monferno, he should be one-shotted. And what's interesting is this guy was actually on Saturn's team before.
One thing we should talk about is how the legendary Pokemon encounters in this game have changed a lot, actually. I think in the original Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, the legendaries were caught in the Pal Park Place south of Sandgem Town, but now they're in the world hiding.
I read that on the guide Jizzy Joe. After Donald becomes champion, if he's able to beat Cynthia, which I bet he won't, but anyway, we can find Pokemon like Zapdos hiding behind the Valley Windworks, which is where we are right now. There's a small island behind this building where the legendary Lightning Bird can be found. And Rayquaza can be found in the Pokemon lead behind the waterfall.
You're such a little Pokemon nerd, Bush. And you guys aren't even paying attention to this battle where I am destroying her whole team. And now she's on to her last one, which will feel the wrath of my Monferno.
All right, that was some major bullshit right there. That low sweep was super effective, but somehow this fat cat survived, all because of a stupid berry it was holding. I bet Mars planned for this eventuality, Donald.
And there goes Monferno getting clapped by the cat. I guess we should have seen that one coming. So Donald, what's the plan going to be now then? How do you plan to take the cat on?
Knowing him, he'll just brute force his way through the battle when he has no strategy. Of course, it somehow usually works out for him, which still blows my mind, but whatever it takes to win, I guess so, who cares?
You're finally learning to be a good little simp, Bush, and bow down before your ruler, Donald J. Trump. And hey, would you look at that? I beat with brute force using Metang's awesome attack stats. Metang is a Pokemon no one will ever beat, and when it's a Metagross, it'll be GG to all those who face it.
You still lost Monferno though, Donald, which is technically your ace Pokemon. But well done for beating Mars. She'll be tougher the next time you battle though, so bear that in mind. Anyway, with this all concluded, we can finally head to Eterna City.
And Bulbasaur is evolving into Ivysaur too, which is just great. We got to teach this fella all the poison type moves, my Lord Donald. We can turn this guy into a toxic Staller Pokemon and it'll slay everything. Except steel types, but we'll have Infernape for them.
You just called him Lord Donald. You seriously are simping out for him now, aren't you? And all for what? To just stay in this videos without getting kicked out, LMAO.
He is my little bitch now forever and ever. And with that positive news, I think I'm going to wrap this episode up, boys and girls. So thanks so much for watching. Hit the like and subscribe button and join our channel as a member if you want to support our work. We're pumping these out for you as fast as we can.
Yeah, we seriously are working hard to get these videos out for you all, so we hope you appreciate it. We love playing this game too, which definitely helps us stay motivated to keep making videos. Either way, Part 5 will be out soon.
Hang On Looker is here checking out what happened in the Windworks, boys, and you want to end the videos right now? How stupid, seriously.
One more smart-ass comment from you, Bushy, and you'll be banned from being my loyal servant and also banned from this YouTube channel. I'll send you over to another universe where some presidents are playing Hello Kitty. All right, guys and gals, hit that like and subscribe button. We're back for Part 5 of Pokemon Luminescent Platinum. This series has been going well so far without many losses, so remember to share the video too with all your friends so more people can watch a pro in action.
Right, well, I saw the last video, Donald, and you lost Monferno to that cat which Commander Mars uses. That Purugly is quite a broken Pokemon, and if hadn't eaten that berry, then you'd have for sure one-shot it, but anyway. Yeah, welcome everyone. What's the plan for this episode going to be?
Hopefully we're going to make it to Eterna City. But first we have to make our way through Eterna Forest, which probably has some of the best music in all the series. The music in there has an old ancient vibe to it, which really reflects how the Sinnoh Region is as a place. It is, of course, where my boy Arceus lives too.
We're not even going to get a chance to listen to the music though, Donald. Cheryl here, who is lost by the way, is testing your strength to see if you're worthy if taking her through this place, which to be honest, is quite insulting.
I agree this is complete bullshit right now. Why do I have to battle her when she's the one who's lost? I'm not some tour guide helping this lost puppy find her way. I literally have to save the world from Team Galactic and become the champion too and take Cynthia on a date as well.
Hey, right, because she's definitely going to let you take her out on a date, Donald. In the anime, Alder tried asking her out and he got flat out rejected big time. And he's the champion of Unova, which makes it even more sad. She rejected him in the region he's champion of.
All right, yeah, when you put it like that, Joe, it's quite sad and I feel bad for Alder, but hey, you never know, Donald might get lucky, so to speak, LMAO.
I'm not getting lucky in this battle right now, though. Cheryl is playing super cheap here and her team is also really annoying too. I hate stalling type teams unless I'm the one using them, It's small things like this that also make the game harder. If we hadn't played Renegade Platinum, I wouldn't have been ready for this battle.
God damn, and she has a Wailmer now as well. How does this Pokemon even battle in the middle of a forest? Does it like just bounce about the place or what? Either way, Ivysaur will clap this fat blue ball.
Apparently it floats, which is how it battles on land, Joe. In the anime, though, I never remember a situation where a water-type fish Pokemon with no legs ever battles in a land terrain. Although saying that we have seen Magikarp battle without water.
Yeah, but everyone thinks Magikarp is useless when it's not. It's a super tough Pokemon that can survive in the most polluted waters, which means it could probably live in an ocean filled with literal poop. Imagine that, though, seriously.
I don't particularly want to imagine that, my dude. How about you slap Cheryl back to the Dark Ages, though, before this battle drags on for longer than it should? And by the way, many of the viewers are starting to call you out on your pro Pokemon player status, Donald. After I told them you lost to Rourke 4 times, especially.
Everyone was actually really happy to see the fossil Pokemon show their true strength as well as humble Donald. Those types of Pokemon never get the love they deserve, and in the last episode, they finally got all the love in the world.
Okay, we're basically 3 minutes into the video and halfway through Cheryl's Pokemon team. I thought she'd be a pushover, but she just has the most annoying Pokemon. And I bet the next person we run into like her is going to battle us with more annoying Pokemon.
The next NPC like her is probably going to be Riley, Donald. Although there is Mira 2 in the Wayward Cave, who has the most frustrating side quest in the game, being to look for her stupid ribbon. I would even cut that whole part out because she is a whiny little bee who talks in the third person.
Oh man, I forgot about her. Yup, she is definitely getting the ban hammer. And this green-haired freak is almost beat now too. But the worst part is not even this battle, boys. It's every single double battle in this godforsaken place with every member having full teams of 6 Pokemon.
So I think there's a total of 48 Pokemon in the Eterna Forest alone that you might have to battle, although there are paths we can take around to skip them. Personally, I don't want to watch you take on trainers with full teams of bug-type Pokemon.
That is a big agree from me too. But hey, the Chansey got smacked, so well done, bro. I think Chanseys also give a lot of experience when we beat them too. They're like the Audino of the Sinnoh region. I remember taking a ton of them out back in the day to evolve Zweilous into Hydreigon.
Yo, Hydreigon needing to be like level 65 for it to evolve is such a joke, to be honest, though. I mean, sure, it's a cool Pokemon and its shiny form is pretty awesome too, but no way on earth does a Pokemon need to be that high for a stupid evolution.
I don't think we've ever used one in a playthrough unless I forgot about it, which is also possible. But yeah, being that high for it to evolve is probably why we've never used one. Imagine all the rare candies we'd go through for that.
You dumbass Joe, we'd go through 65 of them. It's not that much compared to the amount Donald happily juices our Pokemon up with no remorse whatsoever. And by the way, it is true that if you use too many, the Pokemon won't be as strong as if you naturally train it up.
Oh boy, and here we go. We avoided some trainers in here, but now we're battling these 2 Psychic-type users. I forgot they had these in the Eterna Forest as well. And talking of Psychic types, we also have that haunted Ghost-type mansion place here too, where you used to be able to find Rotom back in the day.
Maybe Cheryl is actually a ghost and she lives in there. That's my theory anyway, as we never see her again after this. But yeah, that mansion place is super cool, and that leads me on to the question for this video, which is, what ghost-type Pokemon do you think is the overall best and why? Obviously, I'm choosing Arceus with a spooky plate.
Giratina is who you should have chosen, buddy. Especially since we're playing Platinum. But if you can't choose a legendary or mythical Pokemon, then which ghost type is the best?
If legendaries and mythicals are off the table, then I'd probably pick Dusknoir, actually. It's a solid Pokemon. Dusclops was already awesome, and then they went and gave him a solid evolution, too. That's how it should be done.
My choice would probably be Sableye, boys. You can't beat a Pokemon that has no weaknesses, and with that one, I'd also choose Spiritomb. We used that guy before Obama got it killed as well in Storm Silver, in case everyone forgot.
Listen here, buddy. You can't keep using this series as an excuse to bring up every wrongdoing that I made in Storm Silver. Plus, as many people have pointed out, Donald lost way more Pokemon in his Black 2 Nuzlocke.
That is all fake news, and there's no proof or evidence of that happening, either, Obama, so shut your pie hole. I need to focus anyway, because these 2 psychics are really getting on my nerves. Like this whole forest is full of double battles constantly, too. It's so annoying.
Okay, we made a cut here because the battles in that fucking forest were taking way too long, but anyway, here we are in Eterna City finally. Now, the issue we have with this game is there's a crap ton of running about we constantly have to keep doing.
Oh my God, tell me about it. Like usually we'd just be able to head right into the gym, but apparently Gardenia has decided to head up north, basically half up to where Snowpoint City is for some random training.
Honestly, I might just get one of you two to do all the boring parts for me like this shit, and then when there's important battles I can take over, because I seriously haven't got the time or patience. And speaking of patience, look, who's decided to show up.
Barry has barged into us here. He's probably annoyed about Gardenia taking a spontaneous trip to Route 213 or whatever the one up north is. And Hey Cyrus is there too, checking out the statue of Palkia and Dialga sort of fused together.
I gotta say, since you mentioned them both, Joe, that the origin forms, or whatever they're called, of Dialga and Palkia and Legends Arceus are the most ridiculous looking things I've ever seen. It's like they've been turned into some My Little Pony shit.
Yeah, I agree, I hate them so much. And the writing on the statue has been wiped out on it too. I guess Cyrus probably did that.
Alrighty, after about 30 minutes, Donald's made it to this random house in the middle of the snowstorm. You guys didn't miss much except Donald running into wild Pokemon every 10 seconds. Because our repels won't work on the wild Pokemon when they're higher level than us.
At least Gardenia is actually doing her job and has decided to leave and go back to her gym. And right about now, I wish we had the HM for Fly so bad. Because you have to walk all the way back now, Donald.
And the stupid snow is so thick too, kind of like Jill was last night, that I keep getting stuck in it. It's like falling into a pitfall seat in Animal Crossing, the most annoying thing ever.
Whoa, and check it out, boys. It's our all-time favorite girl, Cynthia. The strongest champion, without a doubt. And she'd slap Leon back into the Dark Ages if they ever got to battle each other. She is our queen, and we shall bow down to her greatness.
Yeah, except the fact that she was completely oblivious to that Team Galactic grunt standing in front of the door right there. She may be champion, but she's not ever aware of what's going on in the world as she.
Joe, don't even insult our beautiful Cynthia again. If you do, I'll drop the banhammer on your head like I did to Bush. Which, by the way, haven't you both realized how peaceful it is without him here right now?
Yeah, that aside, you're in the gym now, bro, which means it's focus time again. Gardenia has a busted team like Rourke did, so make sure you don't lose to her another 4 times, please. Your street cred drops with every loss.
Okay, so we're in a grass-type gym, but this stupid little girl decides to use a water type. What the hell is about? Didn't she get the memo about where the hell she is?
Okay, yeah, I didn't expect this. Either way, we have Ivysaur who's going to clap this little lily pad frog thing to the Distortion World. If this is the first Pokemon in here, though, I bet we can expect the others to be equally surprising.
I think this is just plain cheating, to be honest, boys. How dare she use a water-type Pokemon in here? I bet then in Crasher Wake's gym we'll find trainers using dragon or grass-type Pokemon.
Brock had one of these in the anime, though, and he's one of the best of Ash's friends ever, so I might give this one a free pass. And also, this Pokemon eventually evolves into Donald's favorite as well, which makes me chuckle.
Try chucking when my fist is halfway down your small intestine, Joey boy. We won't be talking about Ludicolo, especially in today's climate. Anyway, I want to point out how this thing somehow survived a direct attack from a seed bomb attack.
Well, you still beat it, dude, but I bet that Lotad had max IVs and EVs like everything else does, which is why it took you 2 turns to take it out. But hey, at least this peasant is actually using a proper grass-type Pokemon now instead of a cheap water type.
What I want to know is why this random gym trainer is using this specific Pokemon when Gardenia should be the one to have it. In the anime, James gave his Cacnea to Gardenia because she has some fetish for grass types and it became really powerful.
Oh no, since you feel so bad about this situation, Barry, how about you file a complaint to someone who actually gives a damn?
Not enough with the sass, Donald. Just get this gym done with already. And the annoying thing is we can't skip any of the trainer battles in here, otherwise those clock hands won't move about.
At least Donald can one-shot everything now, though. That Lotad in the beginning was probably only there to try psych us out and make us feel intimidated, but it will never work. This little peasant girl got clapped big time.
Okay, boys, can one of you or someone with a higher power explain what the hell is going on here? This is bugged to shit.
Excuse me, Donald, but did you turn on the walk-through walls cheat or something? What the hell are you doing glitching into walls in the flower clock? You're crushing all the plants.
Listen, I'm not doing this on purpose. This whole clock is bugged, and I can't even walk to that trainer to battle her. What am I supposed to do now, boys?
Well, this ROM hack still isn't fully finished, but if they allow us to beat the game, then why is this happening? We may need to end this episode here and figure out how to fix this mess, guys.
Yeah, right. Well, thanks for watching, everyone. Sorry this episode was a little shorter and ended fast. We didn't anticipate this happening, so we're going to have to now spend some time working out how to get around this situation. Remember to hit the like and subscribe button.
I bet Gardenia is doing this because she knows she's going to get obliterated when she fights my team, the little grass-type peasant.
I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation. We can't progress unless this is fixed, Donald.
All right, and what do you expect me to do about it right now, you dumbass? I'm just going to leave now and do some Googling.
Everyone, I am back for part 6 here thanks to all of your comments. Now I see Donald has made his way to the Gardenia and fixed that wall glitch from the last time too, so make sure to hit the like and subscribe button for us as we're pumping these out for you all.
And I'm back 2 boys and the girls. Jizzy Joe Biden, the Redeemer, is here to watch Donald get pummeled by yet another gym leader. So buddy, how many times has it taken you to beat this one then, off screen before deciding to hit the record button?
All right, you two, first off, stop trying to dethrone me. And also, I haven't battled Gardenia yet. What you're all seeing right now is my first try, and this is the truth. I know she'll be tough, though, considering how brutal Rourke was, but at least she won't have cheap fossil Pokemon with the most busted moves.
This battle is already off to a great start, though. Saying that, this is how Rourke started, and then it was all downhill from there, but regardless, I believe in you, bro. She set up the spikes, though, which will be annoying every time we have to switch out. I think that's a move we honestly got to teach every Pokemon.
And of course this worm madam has some random busted ass berry that makes it somehow survive a flame wheel attack, which usually would be super effective. See, this is what I really don't like about this game. The gym leaders all have the most broken teams and items on those teams just to drag out battles longer than they should be.
That's what makes it very difficult, as I've explained to you many times, you dumbass. And also, whilst this is all going on, we have received a few comments from viewers asking us how we play this and how to get it working. To be honest, we can't really explain that in detail due to various reasons. So instead, we ask you to just Google this game yourself and you'll find all the info you need.
Yeah, it's quite easy to set up, but as Donald said, due to certain reasons, and we say reasons in apostrophes, we can't say much about it mainly because we like our channel and don't want it gone again. Now with that all aside, boys, who's going to ask them the community question for this video?
The guys asked everyone what their favorite or strongest ghost-type Pokemon was, and pretty much everyone said either Garatina, Spiritomb, or Gengar. Obviously those would be picked, but this time I want to ask everyone what the strongest legendary is.
I know we've asked that question before, but it's funny because each time the answers always change and then people start debating it all in the comments section, which makes it hilarious for us to watch. But yeah, go comment what the strongest legendary Pokemon is in the games and the anime, so give us 2 answers.
And whilst we were discussing all that, Donald has slowly been making his way through Gardenia's team, and he's been very quiet as well, so how's it going, buddy? Are you confident you can win this entire ordeal?
Calling it an ordeal is stretching it, I think. But yeah, I so got this in the bag. That Bayleaf was quite annoying, though, for some reason, and its energy ball did more damage to Monferno than I expected. But either way, I am gonna clap her.
Oh man, and now her next Pokemon is a gosh darn Alolan Executor. The thing is so big it's not even fitting on the damn screen. And on top of that, this thing is part Dragon type too, boys.
Yeah, being Dragon type will make things difficult. Usually we don't encounter that type for a very long time in the normal games. Hopefully this thing won't whip out the Dragon Pulse or Draco Meteor on us though. Otherwise we're gonna be absolutely ruined.
And as some of you may have noticed, our voices might sound a little different from a few minutes ago. We're currently experimenting with things, so please let us know how these sound going forward.
Personally, I feel like a new light has been breathed into me. And now to deal with this long-necked demon. Monferno already got wiped out somehow, so I guess this is her ultimate counter to fire types, guys.
Yeah, I didn't expect her to have something like this. She's whipping out all the stops right now to put an end to Donald's rampage. Each gym leader is just getting stronger, so the next one is going to be even more hell.
I think the next leader is Fantina. But hold your horses on that battle, Jizzy Joe. Donald hasn't beaten this one yet, and she's properly making his life miserable right now with these grass-type strats.
Oh my God, and of course she has bulldoze on this thing too. I bet she hacked this guy in from Alola because there's no way she caught it here first of all. I mean, she always loves leaving her gym randomly. So I bet she took a spontaneous trip to the Alola region just for this Pokemon.
She is so cheap. She has the harvest ability, which means her berry, which heals up her health, never runs out. And on top of that, she has synthesis as well, which heals up even more of her health. This battle is going to be one infinite loop if you don't smack this thing back to where it belongs, Donnie.
I'm trying to find a positive spin on this whole situation, but I'm really struggling to find one. How does she come out with a strat like this and call herself a gym leader when this is just so cheap and a waste of everyone's time?
She is literally playing like how a bot would play. No real strategies, just spamming the full restore and banking on us running out of power points. I think Synthesis only has 10 of those though, so we could stall her too.
This is the type of scenario where we really need a move like Toxic that would slowly eat away at her health, and as each turn goes by, it does more damage, which means her stupid harvest ability will be pointless.
Yeah, well, we won't be able to get Toxic until we reach Hearthome City. I think the TM for that is in one of the routes down south from that city. But I'll definitely be grabbing that as soon as we can.
I guess for now, you just gotta try get lucky with a critical hit or something then, dude. Not much advice we can give you when she decides to pull a stunt like this one.
All she does is spam Bulldoze, which for some reason is super effective against all our Pokemon. Having no flying types on the team was probably a mistake for this battle, Donald. You could have at least caught a Starly or something.
Why would I take advice from you of all people, first of all? And anyway, flying types would have been pointless against this thing anyway, since I bet one dragon-type move like Dragon Tail would one-shot a Starly. And there's no way I'd have a Staraptor at this point in the game either.
But there it goes, boys. Larvitar came in clutch right at the end there and took it out with a crunch. To be honest, I'm surprised we managed to knock this giraffe out with Larvitar of all Pokemon. He's not at his full potential yet, but still got us the W.
Yeah, well done, Donald. Although I still stand by my point of using a flying type in here. It would have at least helped us deal with bullshit moves like Bulldoze, and you know I'm not wrong about that.
And she gave her favorite move too, being Grass Knot. And apparently that move does more damage depending on the weight of the opponent, which makes no sense to be honest. How does two silly little vines hurt a Pokemon more if it's fatter?
How about we ask the fattest one amongst us, being Donald? He's usually got an opinion about everything, so I'm sure he has something to say about your point, Jizzy Joe.
Ask him later because we have Team Galactic to deal with now, guys. And they've taken over this random building in Eterna City, and no one has bothered to stop them or realize. At least in the anime, Officer Jenny and her crew are always there, but in the games, all they got is some 10-year-old and looker who's not even here right now.
I'm gonna smoke this little punk though, Bush. His team is complete garbage like his pathetic little self, so I'll easily win. But you have a point. No one bothers to stop them from taking over this place and scheming their evil schemes.
That guy had an area dose, which as we know is probably up there as one of the worst bug-type Pokemon. Actually, it's probably up there as one of the worst Pokemon ever, along with Phione.
Okay, Donald made it to the top floor after battling double battles of trainers who all decided to use full teams of 6 bug types for some reason. Like, I get this game is supposed to be challenging, but why waste everyone's time with that shit?
Who cares about that Obama? Because right now, we're about to battle the second commander of Team Galactic. This one is Jupiter. And personally, I think she's the hottest one out of the 3. Although I won't include Saturn in that, since I don't swing that way. Jupiter is also arguable the strongest out of the 3 as well.
Okay, so of course she's gonna lead off with a Golbot. And her game plan is most likely gonna be the confusion route with a bit of toxic stalling, since her ace Pokemon is Skuntank. I mean, if I was her, I'd do that. But let's see.
I mean, you are battling a fighting type against a flying type Donald, which is your first mistake. I'd swap Monferno out right now while you still had the chance, but of course you're gonna waste a super potion on it instead.
Wow. And of course it got a critical hit on us firstly, and then outsped us for a wing attack too. And there goes Monferno, so yeah. Maybe you should have listened to Jizzy Joe there, bro.
It's fine we have Metang, remember, with his overpowered defense stats. And did you want to know an interesting fact about Metang, boys? Steven's one in the anime knows 0 physical attacking moves for some reason. And Cynthia's Garchomp doesn't know any ground-type moves either.
Steven can get away with that, I guess. And you could argue Cynthia can too because of who she is. But yeah, if I was her, I'd so teach Garchomp a move like Earthquake. The moves I remember it having were Draco Meteor, Dragon Rush, or Tail and Gaiga Impact. I can't remember the last one though.
Cynthia can do whatever she wants, and she'll still always win unless she's battling Ash with plot armor. But anyway, let's get back to this battle where Donald is taking on one of Joe's favorite ghost types.
I don't remember saying that this was one of my favorite ghost-type Pokemon Obama, unless it was the other Joe, which would make sense. Sableye is an awesome Pokemon though, and it just proved it by taking out Matang.
Yeah, you gotta love Sableye for sure. It's one of the rare few Pokemon that doesn't have any weaknesses because of its dual dark and ghost typing. Its megaform is a bit strange though, and I never liked it. It hides behind its giant red jewel for some reason, like it's a shield or something.
Instead of praising it, how about you take it out? It's now wiped out 2 of our Pokemon, Donald, and you're the pro, remember. What happens if we lose this whole battle now, thanks to this thing, and we still don't even have revives yet, which is insane.
Listen, buddy, it's not my fault we can't buy stupid revives from the Pokemart yet. I don't know whose big brain idea that was not allowing us to get one of the most important items after the second gym still, but here we are. Maybe when we reach Hearthome City, we'll be able to pick some up.
Fantina is sure to be annoying, but not as annoying as Jupiter is being right now. I told you she was going to be a tough battle, and normally her team consists of 2, but of course in this ROM hack, she's going to use 4 of them all being cracked as well.
She has a Tangela now, and to be honest, I've had enough of grass-type Pokemon after that battle with Gardenia. And only if you had switched out Monferno like I said, we could have one-shot this thing with Flame Wheel.
I still got rid of it though, didn't I, dude? So how about you keep quiet? Her ace is about to come out now, and I'm down to my last 2 Pokemon with no plan of action except faith that I will win.
Hey, using Sleep Powder, though, was a solid W move, actually, Donnie. I'll give you credit where credit is due on this one because of how Battle Skuntank can ruin a team. Especially this one, which probably has even more cursed moves than normal.
The problem now is how long will it stay asleep for? I mean, it's good Ivysaur can probably resist Skuntank's poison moves since it's also poison type, but this thing can learn Flamethrower, which will absolutely ruin our day.
To be honest, I feel I should have done more training before I took Jupiter on. I'm only 1 level higher than her ace here, and she is still giving me a tough time. But for some reason, it just keeps using Defog, which has to be up there as one of the most pointless moves in the entire series. I mean, it's good for us, but still.
It seems to cause us to flinch though, which could be really annoying in the long term. At least Aquatail hits it hard, so we gotta just spam that, I guess, at this point.
Oh my god, of course it has a citrus berry on it as well. I mean, why not just use a fucking full restore too at this point, the stupid little peasant? This battle is so dumb, and she is definitely a lot worse than Commander Mars.
Well, now she's actually going to attack for the first time with Night Slash, and that move slammed my poor Marsh Stomp.
Yep, congrats you fool, Donald. Now Marshtomp is gone, and we only have Ivysaur left to deal with this brute of a Pokemon. I bet the Skuntank lovers are creaming right now seeing all this go on.
The only way to win this battle against Jupiter is spam the Sleepy Joe move and then use Seed Bomb. I have no other advice for you in this cursed situation.
And now it's using Defog again. I don't understand its strategy in this battle at all. But hey, as long as Flamethrower doesn't come out, then we're gonna be fine.
She has like 5 health points left though, boys, so we got this one in the bag. Now Donald, next time we battle her, for the love of God, make sure you train up more and bring better healing items. She wiped our entire team out.
Even in defeat, she do be looking quite fine though still. I'd say she's a solid 8 out of 10. She'd be a 10 if she was a brunette because the purple is a bit strange.
And hey, look, we could add this Porygon to the team if we wanted, but I hate them. And they're also garbage Pokemon too. Not my type, but I'm sure I'll get someone berating me in the comments for saying that. Anyway, though, we're gonna wrap this episode up now, everyone.
That's right, so thank you all for watching, and remember to like and subscribe. We're still fine-tuning our new voices, so bear with us on that too, but you can expect Part 7 out soon as well.
Usually at this point we'd get the bicycle, but we already have it, so I guess we can finally leave this boring-ass city and head to the best one ever, being Hearthome. I love that place.
The bike guy gave me a Dawnstone, though. A solid stone and a solid way to end the episode, too.
Alrighty everyone, welcome to Part 7 of Donald's Pokemon Platinum playthrough, even though this is a ROM hack of Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. Now today it looks like we're jumping right into a battle with Dawn again, and her team is actually really strong, so remember to like and subscribe and join our channel as a member if you want early access to videos.
Yeah, and it looks like her Swinub has now evolved into Piloswine. And I also have some new things to share with you all. First of all, the Ivysaur has now become a Venusaur, and I also have caught a new member for our team as well, which I know everyone will love.
I think I know who it is since you kinda hinted it when we went to look for Gardenia Donald. Now in this episode, we're probably going through what I consider the second shortest route in this game, which is between the one we're in now and Hearthome City. There's one tiny cave we have to get through, and then some mountain pass.
Oh boy, guys, look who Don has sent out now. Donald, don't make any snide remarks, please. We want to keep the channel alive. But did you know the Pokemon Center is releasing a 5-foot plushie of Gardevoir for people to buy?
Wow, and Lopunny just nuked my fire monkey. And yeah, I heard about that Gardevoir plushie. And I feel very sorry for it too, because it's absolutely not going to be used for what Nintendo probably intends people to use it for, but each to their own, I guess.
I am so buying one to share with Michelle boys. She loves Pokemon plushies, and I know a 5-foot Gardevoir one is going to make her day. I might get 2 actually, so I can have one for my own.
Yeah, I'm not even going to respond to what you just said, Obama. Some things are best kept quiet, just so you know. And now look, Dawn has a goddamn Clefable on her team with cute charm too.
And of course, a move to restore her health on it as well, because why fucking not at this point? This is what makes this game difficult, boys. It's the fact that every trainer has some form of health restoration move, and they have no issues with spamming the shit out of it.
Actually, Donald, she has a leftovers on Clefable here, which is arguably worse because it always heals up her Pokemon after every turn. Basically, you just have to one-shot this thing to get rid of it.
And she's really not playing nice with you, is she, bro? Not even 3 minutes into this episode, and you've already gone and lost 2 Pokemon to Dawn. You're either actually just terrible, or Dawn is the real MVP here right now. To be honest, I think both are true.
Hey, you never told us you got Pupitar as well, Donald. I guess this was part of the training you did between this episode and the last one. This guy take a very long time until it's fully evolved. And at the rate you're going, we'll never get it to be a Tyranitar if you never do any extra training.
I just saw that new Pokemon you were talking about when you switched out to Matang, dude. I didn't expect you to use Bagon on the team, to be honest. It's an awesome Pokemon, though, and of course it has to be shiny, too. I think the last time we saw that Pokemon was when Obama played through Ultra Sun and Moon.
Yeah, it was, but he used it like the little gimp he is, Joe. Trust me, when I have that guy evolved into Salamence, I'll show you how a real champion uses Dragon-type Pokemon. They're the hardest Pokemon type to train, and only I'm capable of doing it.
We'll see about that, and I bet you forgot that this game has fairy types in it too, like the one we're battling right now. In fact. So yeah, your strat is going to have to change instead of just slamming everything you come across with Dragon Pulse or Draco Meteor, dude. You need some trap moves more than all-out attacking moves.
Steel types are super effective against Fairy, though, and lucky we had Metang with Iron Head. That move already does so much damage, and our base attack stat on Metang is cracked. So I don't think no Fairies will be giving us any trouble.
Oh, but here comes that Bulldoze move again, which literally every Pokemon up to this point seems to have for some reason. I swear they must have all gone to see Rourke and kissed his ass for that annoying move just to make our life miserable.
See, now we have Dawn using the most random item ever, being that white herb. I mean, who the hell has ever used that in a proper playthrough, because we sure as hell haven't. I don't even know what it does.
The cool thing about this playthrough is we're learning about obscure items we'd never normally see or use ourselves whenever we play through a game. And I bet some of the viewers are also learning new stuff too. I think there's lots of different colored herbs as well, Joe, like a black herb or a green herb.
I bet I know what that green herb is if you get my drift. But I agree with Donald, we're sure learning a lot about new items. I think some of my favorite items are the light orb for boosting Pikachu and the assault vest.
Finally, we beat Dawn after another annoying battle. And by the way, dude, do you even know what the assault vest does? It's not a very common item you'd use, so why do you like it?
Donald, go heal our team up first of all. And the reason I like the assault vest is because it has a cool name, Obama. I can like things for simple reasons as that, you know. Leave me alone.
I'm not putting you down, you fool. It was just a simple question. And talking of fools, look, who's decided to show up again with another lecture for us? He always just appears in the most random locations for some reason, spewing the most bullshit nonsense ever.
At least we got a close-up of my beautiful face there. I look awesome in my high-resolution 0-pixel drips, and we're on another side of Mount Coronet now, and this particular area is probably the most important one, as we can access Spear Pillar from here.
You avoided one hiker but missed this one, Donnie L. Mayo. And since you mentioned Mount Coronet and Spear Pillar, there's more than one way to get to it, but I think this way is the most simple. There is definitely another route we could take, I think, from the Snow Point City side.
Bad idea using Monferno against these ground and rock types, Donnie. This is where Marshtomp can clean up, though, and he'll be especially useful against Bertha when we get to her battle much later on. Although her ace Pokemon is that annoying Wishcash, which is also part water type too.
No way the most annoying Pokemon is Quagsire, since it always has the water absorb ability and basically nothing can affect it. I always hated battling against those.
Yeah, Quagsire can be difficult if you're not prepared, but I don't think Bertha has one in this game, Bush. All the Elite Four member teams have had major changes. The best one being Flint actually have fire types now instead of him having rock and fighting types like in the standard game.
That was really strange when I battled Flint for the first time, and aside from Infernape, he had like a Hitmontop, and then an Onix or something stupid. Sure, there aren't many fire types introduced in this game, but they could have given him Magmortar, and they didn't even do that.
That was the biggest L in the Gen 4 remakes. They didn't give Flint a Magmortar, which was the newest evolution in the original Gen 4 game. And I'm pretty sure Volkner got Electivire at 1.2. He's definitely got one in this game, though, and that's one of my favorites.
Hey, look, boys, we're battling a Shuckle right now. This thing can be super toxic if you have Trick Room on it, which switches its attack and defense stats around. It becomes busted as hell, but then it also becomes easy to one-shot, so it's a risky move to use.
Yo, our Bagon is actually evolving too, which is funny because we haven't even seen you use it yet, Donald. I mean, it knows shit. Terrible moves right off the bat. And I know you just let the experience share do all the work because you're lazy. But it would have been cool to see it in action before it evolved.
I wanted to try get that fella up to a Shelgon because very soon, in like 10 seconds actually, we're gonna get ambushed by someone really strong and I need to be ready for them.
Oh boy, yeah, I know who you mean. And it's gonna be even worse in this ROM hack compared to Renegade Platinum. For those of you who want to play this game though, we recommend installing the normal Renegade Platinum first, which you can easily find online and try that out.
Oh, hot damn. So this is who you were talking about then, huh? It's Elite Four Aaron with his team of pathetic bugs. I don't know why you're making such a fuss about him, Donald. He is the weakest Elite Four member ever.
He did give us a choice to battle him, and normally I'd agree with you, Joe. But in this game, he has the most busted team ever. And I'd say he is actually the strongest member of the Elite Four in this ROM hack, solely based upon his team's build. He also has a Drapion, so enough said.
His first Pokemon, though, is trash, as we have already mentioned before. There's no love for Ariados around here, even if Aaron is the one using it. That Drapion is going to be an issue for sure, however, and he also has a Dustox, which is cracked too.
Even worse than all that he already has a full team of 6 Pokemon. They may be lower leveled than his standard Elite Four team, which in this game will be in the level 70s anyway, but still this could ruin us if you're not careful, Donnie.
You guys were all shitting on Ariados, but look how much damage Aaron's one did to me. I swear we battled one of these in the last video, which that Galactic grunt had, but this Elite Four one is so broken.
Our man here keeps using that bite move which heals itself up and takes us out. So Shelgon's first battle ended up being terrible. So much for your dragon type being awesome here, Donald.
Why don't you just send out Monferno now, bro? He'll clean up in here and maybe even evolve by the time this battle finishes. Although what happens if we lose this one? Does it affect anything, or can we just rebattle him again or something?
Okay, I forgot bug types are super effective against psychic, so Metang was a bad move. And my plan was to save Monferno Bush for when I needed him most, but apparently that time is gonna be now. Aaron's new team is so cracked.
Wow, so it took you 3 Pokemon to basically take out one of his, and that first Pokemon was the weakest one in his team. This battle is not going to end well for you, Donald. And now imagine if this was a Nuzlocke. It would have ended with Rourke, actually.
Good plan on switching now, though. And Aaron is sending out Pinsir next, which is an awesome bug type and needs more love for sure. It's actually really strong, but I prefer Heracross if given the choice. Ash had one, so it's automatically goated.
Damn Brick Break did a lot of damage to us, but you managed to one-shot it. I bet you could have one-shot Ariados and kept Shelgon alive if you had used Monferno first, Donald, and you call yourself a pro. I mean, seriously, that was a bad move.
I will put my ego aside on that one and agree with you there. I should have used Monferno since the beginning of this battle, but I thought this could be Shelgon's debut battle, and it backfired big time. I mean, who would have thought a stupid Ariados would have taken out a Shelgon?
Okay, wow, and there goes Monferno now too, thanks to this busted-ass Mothim. Aaron has planned his team and the moves so well that he knew we'd have a Monferno, and he used Air Cutter to deal with it.
Oh my god, Donald, get in the game, man. You just lost 2 Pokemon to one-shots to this fucking moth. Seriously, get a grip, would you? This is why a move like Toxic is so important, especially when you can't do anything.
Exactly, Obama, I can't do anything, you stupid pineapple. I keep getting outsped thanks to that spiderweb move that immediately slows down whoever I send out before I even do anything, and then I get hit by a broken move.
I never ever knew Mothim could be this strong, though. I think we're all about to get humbled. You're definitely getting humbled, Donald, because now I have no hope for you winning this battle. And this isn't even the real Elite Four either.
And of course, our man has a Sizer too. One of the best and most iconic bug types you can get. Hey, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised if Aaron had a Genesect either. He is so strong, guys.
Well, that was a waste of a super potion, wasn't it, Donald? So now what's the plan gonna be? We have no fire types to deal with this guy, and half our team has been sent to the Distortion World too. We have no hope.
You all may have lost hope, but I still have lots left within me to beat this punk-ass bitch, Obama. I've decided to switch to positive vibes only and clutch this battle for you all.
If you had evolved Monferno into Infernape and had a better physical fire-type move like Flare Blitz, then I bet you'd have won this battle much easier. Monferno just wasn't strong enough to get us through this battle, honestly.
Hey, at least Pupitar here is actually doing quite a lot of damage to Sizer, though. I thought this guy would be one-shotting the rest of our team, but apparently not. We just have to hold on for as long as we can.
This battle would have been going a whole lot different if we had revives, which, by the way, we still can't buy for some dumb reason. The fact that they left those out up to this point is pure insanity and makes no sense. Especially when we'd be battling someone like Aaron only after the 2nd gym.
Okay, boys, this is it. All I have left is Metang, who's also steel type, so I assume he should be able to survive Bullet Punch, but Sizer is part bug type, remember, which could spell my demise. My positive vibes have also gone too because there's just no way I can win this now.
At least this Zen Headbutt should be able to nuke the Sizer, but he still has 2 Pokemon left, and those are his strongest too. The good thing is his Drapion won't be able to affect us with any poison-type moves, since Steel is resistant to that. But it's still gonna be close.
And his next Pokemon was the one I was worrying about too. This Dustox is like no other bug type we've ever encountered. It makes Jesse's one from the anime look like a Magikarp too.
I just need like a critical hit on it or something though, since it's actually quite weak on the defense side. But of course he'd have a leftovers on it like every other trainer. They must be mass producing those in the Sinnoh region or something.
And now he's gonna restore his health even more with this crap move. Like seriously, what even is the point of battling when they spend more time healing than attacking? This is the only reason why this game is difficult.
And he has Protect too. This is just ridiculous. Donald, even if you lose this battle now, you have my permission to bring a level 100 Arceus to our battle with Aaron and give him the Flame Plate so when he uses Judgment, it'll be the last thing he'll ever see.
He is pushing me to that point now for real. I take back everything I said about Aaron being strong too. He's just a little gimp who heals more than battles, and if it wasn't for that, I'd have destroyed him. The only mistake I made was not using Monferno in the beginning.
Agreed, he is the biggest gimp ever. And there he goes using Protect again with the leftovers activating right after. I want all the viewers watching this to comment on what they think about this battle with Aaron, and how Donald could have beaten him with these stupid strats of his.
Yep, this is the end, so we may as well tell everyone to like and subscribe now and stay tuned for Part 8 if Donald ever actually recovers from this atrocious battle.
Well, since this is the end of this battle, how about we talk about the plan for Part 8 and what everyone can expect, so we can end this episode on a more positive side.
Yep, I am so done with this game at this moment in time. I just want him to hurry up and beat me because there's literally nothing I can do. Anyway, for Part 8, I hope to take on Fantina right away, and I'll make sure no battle ever ends up like this one has again.
You also have my permission to use Arceus just to nuke Aaron of the face of the earth, and over level too, because there are no words to describe what I've witnessed here.
We could also visit Amity Square to find more cool items, since that might make you happy, Donald. I don't blame you for feeling depressed after this. Also, you can get a Pokemon egg from that hiker to the east of Hearthome City, too.
Yeah, I could do that, but I think I need to go to therapy after this. The fact that this happened to me of all people too is just wonderful, isn't it? That was sarcasm too before you say anything, Joe.
Holy hell, Donald, you actually finally managed to beat this little punk-ass bitch. It only took like 10 turns, and it wasn't even a critical hit.
I don't even care. I am just done with a capital D, and I still have to deal with this purple thing too, so yeah, I have clocked out. I want him to win at this point.
I'm still very impressed you got Aaron all the way to his last Pokemon, even after dealing with the most cheap, dirty strats. So I think this was an honorable defeat.
And look, he's rubbing it in my face even more now. Going on about how it's okay to lose to Elite Four member. Well, he can go suck an egg and I am out of here.
Welcome to Part 8, everyone. Remember to like the video and subscribe if you want to support us, and join our channel as a member if you want. Early access to new videos. Now, Donald has made it to Hearthome City finally, and the first thing he should do if he's smart is stock up on revives before taking on Aaron.
You mean Fantina, dude? Aaron's still giving you PTSD as much as he gave me that from the last episode. I'm going into this battle as a sort of therapy as well, since I'm quite confident I can beat Fantina. There's not actually much going on in Hearthome City, though, so I thought we'd jump right in and take on the gym.
Yeah, well, let's hope you don't get creamed, Donald. And this gym was always super odd to me with the whole math questions deal they throw at us when we enter this place. If you get the answer wrong, you have some trainers to battle, but it still doesn't make any sense.
Luckily, my old brain still have enough cognitive capabilities to answer these third-grade math questions, boys. And Fantina is usually quite a challenge with her Miss Magus, but she's going to have 6 Pokemon like every other gym leader does. So let's see what we're going to be up against. I bet she'll have a Gengar too.
It would be a bit foolish of her not to use a Gengar, to be honest, but here we go. The first 2 gym battles were kind of rough, but I'm expecting Pupitar to actually carry us in this one, guys. It is dark type, so the ghosts in here shouldn't do that much damage to us, I hope.
Well, we're about to find out, boys. I think Pupitar will actually do pretty well in here. And I also see you've done quite a bit of training to Donald off-screen. Any new members we should know about?
There might be a couple you'll get to see later on, but the main thing is some new moves I taught the team after Aaron destroyed me. I taught Dragon Dance to Pupitar, though, which should really help in this battle boost. It's already high attack stats.
I swear every trainer we've battled has that knockoff move. Maybe because the game knows we can get every move boosting item in the game, so the devs just gave every trainer that bullshit move to make it balanced. Which makes no sense in of itself, because then why give us the item in the first place?
The good things is we can tank all the ghost-type moves Fantina will throw at us. But we're still really far from getting this guy fully evolved, which is going to be a pain. That Shelgon is going to be the same ordeal as well.
Okay, first one down, and now she's indeed sending out Gengar like I predicted. I wonder if this is her ace or if she'll have another one. Maybe she'll have a Dusk Noir as well, which is one of my top ghost-type Pokemon that was introduced in this generation.
Clearly that wasn't her ace, since Crunch obliterated it, Donald. And now Banette is out. And since this battle is going so well, I will be the one to ask the viewers the question for this video, which is, what Pokemon ability do you think is the overall best one in the game? and why?
Damn, our boy is cleaning up in here. Dragon Dance was a W move to teach Donnie. And I think the best Pokemon ability is Harvest, especially when you pair it with a really good berry. Like a citrus berry, it'll just be free heals then.
Harvest is a solid ability which we saw Gardenia spam back in the second gym. It's not very fun when you're on the receiving end of it though. My favorite is probably Pressure, however.
I know nothing about Pokemon abilities, so I'll just say Harvest is the best, like Bush said, only because I saw it in action a few episodes ago. Hello, by the way. It's me, David Attenborough, the oldest man here.
What in the actual fuck? Who invited this fossil to join us? Donald, it was you, wasn't it?
To be honest, I'm more annoyed about how the badge order is being shown in this game than David showing up in the video out of the blue. Why couldn't Fantina's badge just go next to Gardenia like normal, but instead it goes all the way to the bottom, which is messing my OCD up now?
Oh, I can tell you the reason for that, Donald. It's because this is a ROM hack, and normally you wouldn't battle Fantina right after Gardenia. But since they changed it, that's why her badge goes there.
I don't even know what to think right now. But hey, it's always good to have a new person join our videos. So welcome, David. I loved your latest Netflix series, by the way. Now, could you do some commentaries on Donald's Pokemon battles like you did with those snakes chasing the lizards?
I don't like this guy being here, though, guys. I feel like he has some agenda or something, and he might end up replacing one of us. What if it's me?
Oh, trust me, Joey boy, if I was going to replace you, you'd be gone already. I'm just here because Bush invited me, and I bet he was banking on me not remembering that because of my age. But trust me, I'm more cognitive than Joe Biden.
Right. Well, yeah, so I did invite him. Now anyway, with the pleasantries over, how about we watch Donald battle Barry here for the third time or something? He ambushed us in the gate leading out of Hearthome City.
Yes, and as you can see, he has caught himself a fortress. Now this is a very interesting Pokemon in that no one ever uses it except Brock from the anime. But he gets a free pass because it's Brock.
Damn, and David watches anime too, which I never thought I'd hear. Anyway, he does indeed have Fortress, who's spamming spikes, which means every time I switch out, it's gonna really hurt. But my plan is to nuke his team with Pupitar so we can get it closer to evolving.
Well, it does have good defense stats. But of course, Dragon Dance comes in clutch yet again. Interesting to see Barry's team much different from normal, though. I don't remember his team from Renegade Platinum, which was different anyway. But I think it's further refined in this one.
Oh, and like Dawn, he has a low punny too. Now we all know how everyone feels about that Pokemon. So I shan't say more, but well done for one-shotting it, Donnie. Barry isn't proving to be a very good Pokemon trainer, is he?
Since you keep chiming in, how about you prove to us one day how good of a Pokemon trainer you are, bro? I bet you're the worst out of all of us. Even worse than Obama, which is saying something.
Now, Joe, it's his first time here, so give him a break. Plus, he's considered much more loved than you ever will be too, so there's that. But I would like to see David play a game one day.
The only game I'll play is something like Legends Arceus, where I can go out into the world and watch how the Pokemon interact and live from afar, hiding in the tall grass. I am totally against catching them, though.
Okay, well, if you're against catching them, dude, then this isn't the game for you. Go back to planet Earth or whatever it is you like doing then, buddy.
I think David could end up being an integral member of our group over time, though, Donald. He doesn't have to play, but he can give commentaries in his British accent, which we all love. Plus, I'd love to hear some slander from him against you or Joe.
Talking of slander, Barry has been beaten yet again. And his steam is slowly getting stronger, you know? Weird to see him with something like Fortress again. But I'm pretty sure he had that in the original Platinum game, and they gave it back to him in this one.
And we get ambushed by another random person who says some shit is going down in the route south of Hearthome City at the Pokemon Mansion. We never usually go here in the normal games, so it's cool they added this place as an event area in this one.
Oh boy, and this part is an absolute pain in the ass. You have to beat these grunts in exactly 6 turns, Donald. No more and no less. Exactly 6, so you really have to lock in here. Doing it on your first try would be sheer luck, but hey, it could happen.
I remember this in Renegade Platinum. It made me almost want to quit the game with how hard it can be. Mainly because these guys use the Ninkata line and they're so fast. Also, Donald, when the hell did this evolve?
During my off-screen training, I got Monferno to evolve. If I didn't, then it would have taken ages whilst recording, and I don't have time for that. I have other things to do in life, you know, dude. But hey, with Infernape now our team is cracked. And if Aaron ever wants to battle again before the Elite Four won, then he's going to get obliterated.
Oh, now here we have a very interesting Pokemon. I believe this one has a speed boost ability which increases its base speed after every turn. So you have to get in there quick to nuke this guy.
And it has Aerial Ace too, which is one busted flying type move for this point in the game. It never misses and does about 6 damage. It's a really good move to have when you have an absolute bot of a Pokemon trainer who loves spamming double team and the like.
Yeah, and now we're on to about 4 turns, I think. That stupid bug hang on with 1 health point left due to a focus sash or something, of course. So we basically have to knock the last Pokemon out in one go.
Don't worry, our Fire Monkey here is going to win this whole thing for us. It's like I'm playing Black Myth Wukong right now, boys, but in Pokemon, isn't it? Infernape looks very similar to that Monkey King.
Maybe that's what Infernape is based off, Donald, who knows? A viewer can probably leave a comment regarding that. And hey, this is Shed Ninja Now. It's basically a shell of a cicada like you'd find in real life, and I'm sure David can fill us in on them.
Yes, these are cicada shells. And that's all about I can be bothered to say about them right now. I'm more interested in seeing if Donald can take this thing out in one go.
David, my friend, you're such a G. And now watch as I use the Scorched Earth tactic to win this battle challenge by these grunts. I think using that super potion was actually my 5th turn.
All right, now I'm confused because that Shed Ninja used a focus sash too, so that must count as an extra turn, which means you failed this challenge, right? Or is that focus sash a part of the turn itself, maybe?
We're about to find out if Donald beat the challenge or not in 6 turns. And wow, it seems Arceus do be shining on him today, because he somehow did it on his first try, which is a miracle to be honest. That challenge can be so difficult sometimes.
Okay, so all the baby Pokemon in the mansion here were getting trapped by Team Galactic and we freed them all. There was also like 6 other battles in here with Galactic grunts, but watching Donald battle full teams of 6 shitty bug types was not a fun time for us to watch.
Wow, and that Happiny seems to be the commander-in-chief of all these Clefairy too. It's so happy that I, Donald J. Trump, the biggest G on the planet, saved them all.
And that was kind of it. It gave us the lucky egg, which gives Pokemon more experience after every battle, which we probably don't need, really, since this game provides us with that anyway, because there's just more battles for us to take on, like this double one now with Commander Saturn. And he's roped the owner of this mansion into being his battle partner, too.
Hey, he looks like me. Mr. Backlot is his name, and boy does he dress like a fine young man. I'm very impressed. But let's see now if he has good battle skills or not.
I was gonna say that he's old like you too, David, but then again, you're probably older than everyone in the Sinnoh region. You're like 30 years older than Professor Rowan, and the only other old person I can think of is Cynthia's grandmother in Celestic Town, who we've yet to see anyway.
The only person older than David in the entire Pokemon series is probably AZ, since he's like 3,000 years old. Somehow he's managed to live for that long, so who knows? Maybe David can beat that. I sure as hope he does live forever, David the G.
You keep referring to me as a G, but I have no idea what that means or what I should be doing about it.
I think it's his way of complimenting you while still trying to sound like a roadman cool guy or something. But what he should really be doing is winning this battle, because Barry, he is going to be no help by the looks of it.
He's evolved his Munchlax into Snorlax, though amazingly. And that thing was so strong in the original ROM hack, so I wonder if it'll be the same in this game. Plus, Saturn's team so far is exactly the same as before.
At least I one-shot that damn Wigglytuff. That thing is part fairy type in this game, but those Pokemon and its other evolutions can be so annoying to beat sometimes. In my experience, they either make your life feel like hell, or they are just the easiest things to battle.
Yeah, during your Wigglytuff monologue, you got Infernape taken out because of Octillery Donald. See, if you were paying attention instead of ranting, then that wouldn't have happened.
Joe, I shall politely ask you to shut the fuck up because it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Octillery is super effective against Infernape, and he did what he had to regardless, so I don't care that we lost him for the time being. Plus, this battle is going to be my W anyway.
Damn, and with Petal Blizzard, you took out both of them at once. Now that's what I'm talking about, Donald. That move is already super strong, and then it goes and does that, which is just wonderful. It's like the move Heat Wave, but for grass-type Pokemon.
Our Venusaur also has crazy high special attack stats too, so moves like Petal Blizzard will hit even harder. But I think you should also teach it Sunny Day and Solar Beam for that extra power, Donnie bro. It'll be useful against Crash or Wake too, since he'll spam Rain Dance.
Rain Dance will be annoying in that battle because his float cell is so strong, and he'll have Gyarados too, plus a bunch of other busted water types that will have many counters to electric and grass types.
So much for that special attack helping us boost our power of Petal Blizzard Obama. And he sent out his ace Pokemon being that Toxicroak. He even had that in the anime, and I think it can be the worst out of the three, even worse than Skuntank.
I think we'll be okay though because Venusaur is part poison type too, so we should be able to resist most of Toxicroak's attacks. I can't say the same for Berries though because his useless team is getting absolutely destroyed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's on to his last Pokemon now, which is his crappy little Prinplup. There's no way he'd have won this battle by himself. No wonder he loses to Jupiter when he races off to Snow Point City the Goon.
Donald has actually done really well in this battle, even though I'm upset about him losing Infernape so quickly. But hey, we do get a very special surprise for winning this battle at the end though.
I wouldn't call it a very special surprise to be honest, but I won't spoil it for those who don't know. Let's just say it's a Pokemon which no one would ever use. And yeah, that's all there's really to say about that.
And you won the battle, Donnie, well done. But none of you three have realized that David has just despawned or something. Did you kick him, Joe, without telling any of us?
To be fair, he is like 9 billion years old, so he probably fell asleep on his microphone. But hey, I loved having him here, and I hope he comes back to join us again soon.
Me too, he's great. And talking of great, so was this episode, boys. And with that, I'm going to call it a wrap. So thanks so much for watching, my beautiful people. Remember to like the video and subscribe, as it really helps our channel grow and motivates us to make more of these videos for you.
Oh wow, so the surprise was a Manaphy egg. I see why you don't want to use it though. I would never.
You couldn't pay me to use one bush. I hate that thing so much. The only good thing about Manaphy is its movie was half decent, but that's all it has going for it.
Okay, before Donald keeps ranting, it's time to say bye, so see you all in part 9, guys.
All right, boys and girls, we're on the best route in the game because it has the best music ever as well. Route 209 is just my most favorite place and makes me feel super nostalgic. Also, remember to hit that like and subscribe button too.
Yeah, it was nice for about 5 seconds until Donald here decided to jump right into a battle against this ranch person who clearly belongs in Texas and not in a Pokemon game.
Sorry about that, boys, but I had to use the bicycle to climb up that annoying mudslide, and there's nothing I could do to avoid this battle. She only has 2 Pokemon, though, and then we'll be in Solaceon Town where the daycare center is.
And I see we now have the ultimate fighting type move on Infernape Donnie, thanks to your training. Close combat is one of the best moves you can get, but it does lower our defense stats by a lot, which is kinda annoying. You gotta use that move when you know you'll get the one shot, basically.
Yeah, that's the way to use it, or you can pair it with moves like Reflect and Light Screen, which you should teach to Metang too. It'll definitely help us in the next set of gym battles we'll do, and the Elite Four as well.
When Jizzy Joe Biden arrives on the scene, we actually get useful information from him compared when to Joe is here, and all he does is bitch about any guests I invite. I miss David, and he was a gentleman to us all.
Yeah, and in this episode, I think we'll be able to make it all the way to Veilstone City and take on Maylene. And for those wondering, the next series will be Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. We need to finish those games because it just has to be done even if they're gonna be glitched to shit.
Obama over here spoiling shit, but there we have it, I guess. He's leaked it now, so yeah, we'll be heading back to Paldea, and I guess Bush can actually be the one to play that messed up game because I definitely won't be.
I have played them both before, Donald, and it's much improved from when you played it last. Just trust me, it'll be really fun for the viewers and everyone else to watch. I can't wait to play those games either. But we're still in the Sinnoh region right now, so we should be focusing on this game.
Donald, why are you just barging into these random houses? This city or town, I should say. is one of the most pointless places in Sinnoh, unless you're into breeding Pokemon. Other than that, there's nothing for us here, saying that you could go catch every letter of the unknown Pokemon if you want.
Absolutely not, Jizzy Joe. We don't have time for that shit and whoever uses them anyway. I doubt none of viewers have but talking of them. I'll be asking the community question for part 9 here of this series, so I want everyone to go comment which Pokemon type you think is the best.
Boys, I just realized I had the infinite repel turned off all this time. Well, now we can spend our money on useful items like fucking revives, which I still barely have any of. This game is a joke when it comes to healing items, you know. In any other game, I'd have full restores by now, too.
Veilstone City has that big department store, though, so we can go splash our cash there and pick up cool items. Everything in there has been switched about, too, so you can actually buy pretty much everything in the game except super rare items, which we'll still have to find lying on the ground in the world.
Yeah, but who cares about those right now? And currently, we're here battling a ruined maniac who actually has decent Pokemon, even if they're about to get clobbered when they meet Infernape's fists.
Marowak is a solid Pokemon for sure, but I prefer the Alolan one more. Its Ghost and Fire typing is really unique and reminds me a lot of Chandelure. And on top of that, the Alolan version looks way better too.
Yeah, agreed. The Alolan one looks better. Actually, I think all the Alolan versions of the original Pokemon look better regardless of who it is. Like Vulpix, for example, going from fire to ice and turning white just looks so much more cool, don't you think?
All right, I don't think you can say those kind of things anymore, Bush. But hey, it's not stopped Kanye from going on a Twitter rampage. Although I don't think I should talk more about that either. He could end my rap career even though he hates rappers now.
Yeah, let's change the topic, my guys. Donald made it through that route with the most annoying battles we've had to deal with so far, and now we're in one of the biggest cities in the Sinnoh region, Veilstone City.
Yeah, lots to do here. We can blow all our money in the department store like Bush said, or blow it all in the game corner, which is more my kind of thing. We could also pay a visit to Deoxys since it's living in the meteorites that have fallen here.
And this random Girafarig, which is standing all by itself, possibly guarding the rocks. And Deoxys is indeed here, but we can't encounter it for a very long time to come, so for now we'll head to the gym, Donnie.
Maylene is one tough cookie, so get ready for this battle. I know you've done quite a bit more training, but that doesn't mean she'll be a pushover, and her ace is of course Lucario, which everyone knows and loves.
Hey, check it out, Crasher. Wake has showed up. Must have been busy training with Maylene. I bet she was having an identity crisis again, like she did in the anime. I honestly think she needs to get a grip.
Yeah, she's a little B-word, to be honest. Her Lucario is more of a trainer than she is. And I'm about to make her question her life duties now as well once I beat her. Lucario should just replace her in all honesty.
Well, we're about to find out how strong she is now. You guys can't deny that she was actually really strong in Renegade Platinum, so I hope she won't be a total pushover in this one. We deserve to have someone give Donald a real challenge.
Bro, you be gaslighting yourself right now. I got totally schooled by Rourke and almost by Gardenia. Only since Fantina have I been on a gym battle roll, and it's not even a roll, to be honest, because that was only in the last episode.
Okay, she's bloody strong. How did that brick break hit Shelgon so hard and the critical hit didn't help us much either?
I mean, come on, it's a pathetic little far-fetched. It's not like it's the one Ash had in the Ultimate Journeys anime, which was actually a strong Pokemon. This little celery-holding bird brain won't get in our way, boys.
You say all that, but it got another critical hit in a row. That's 2 now, and there it goes again, getting another. 3 gosh darn critical hits in a row. Maylene has to be cheating because there's just no way.
Wow. So it took out Shelgon with critical hits, and 3 of them to boot. Well, this is just wonderful, isn't it, guys? We shit-talked Maylene, and then she goes and pulls a busted stunt like that. This battle could be the end of me now.
Oh my God. And there's another crit too. How the hell is she getting them one after the other? Unless she has that item which boosts the chances of having one, but still even with that, this should be impossible. I want whatever she smoked before challenging us to a battle.
And she took out Pupitat with another crit. She got 5 of them in a row, which is insane. Donald, you might actually end up losing this to foul play because there's just no way that this all should be possible. The chances of this happening must be like 0.01% or something.
Infernape will be able to sort this stupid bird out, just watch. But yeah, I have never seen anything like this in my life. The odds of getting continuous crits like that in this ROM hack is the same as in the base game, so yeah, this is just madness.
Okay, it's gone now, but what if all her Pokemon are as broken as that bird was Donald? There's no way we can win this gym battle if every Pokemon in Maylene's team just spams the critical hit action replay code on us.
We just have to hope that Donald can one-shot the rest of her team and not get outsped. Otherwise, yeah, I can't see this going well for him. Maylene went from the worst to the best in about 1 minute.
He's taken out 3 of her Pokemon now, though, so it's going well. We're about even so far. But I'm amazed Flamethrower is actually this strong because Infernape has way higher physical attack stats than special attack. Unless Maylene's Pokemon just have the worst special defense, which is probably the case.
Flamethrower's cleaning up in here big time. I don't have to worry about my team dying to any more critical hits either, which is the best thing about this. And her last 2 Pokemon here are weak to fire as well, which is a bigger bonus.
All right, so apart from the beginning, Maylene got slammed, which is a big W for us. I think this momentum needs to be kept up now for the rest of the gym battles we're going to partake in, boys. And Donald, what's your view on Lucario, and do you think you'd ever use one for the team? It's a very famous Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it's a little too famous. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a great Pokemon and a solid team member, but everyone always uses one. And then they gave it an awesome mega evolution, which made it even stronger. And of course, that led to more people wanting to add it to their teams. Personally, I find it overrated, but that's just me.
That's a fair take on Lucario, I think. I'd agree with that. And hey, we now have 4 gym badges, guys, so we're halfway through our Sinnoh Region escapades. Things will really be ramping up now, though, with regards to Team Galactic.
And speak of the devil, here they are. They stole Dawn's silly little Pokedex for some reason. Maybe she shouldn't have been flaunting it about in the first place, though. I mean, how does she even lose it?
The good thing is her Kadabra is on our side for once, though. That thing can hit so hard and it's not even fully evolved yet. Either way, I'm confident she'll be a better partner for us than Barry, who was absolutely useless and got his whole team wiped out in the last episode.
And there it goes, already getting knocked out to Skuntank. At least it one-shot that Weezing, but as we all know, Kadabra has very bad defense stats. Even worse than Magikarp, I'm pretty sure, which is saying something.
Seeing Dawn with anything but a Piplup is really strange to me, though. I mean, she's known to be the Piplup girl, but here she is using Torterra, which is still an awesome, strong Pokemon, but it doesn't suit her at all. She needs that cutie pie Piplup back.
She's brought out the wrong Pokemon, though. Golbat there will take her Torterra out soon unless we deal with it Donnie. Maybe she isn't as smart as we thought. And also, I thought it would have been cool for Dawn to focus on contests in this ROM hack like in the anime. It would have been a cool story arc for her.
And now she's decided to attack us with Earthquake even. And her attack didn't even affect Golbat, so what even was the point in her using Earthquake like that?
Yeah, currently her strats are room temperature, IQ ones, and I'm not very impressed to say the least. Skuntank is also a big threat to her with Flamethrower too, so I think Dawn is better off at Pokemon contests than battles if she even attacks me.
She's certainly doing better than Barry, either way you look at it. I think she's the superior trainer out of them both, but she just got unlucky in this situation. I bet she'll do better next time she battles with us.
Oh God, and the bug types are back. Normally I wouldn't care because they're so weak. But after Aaron's battle a few episodes ago, I really don't like coming up against them in battles, and I'll have to deal with them myself in Paldea.
You'll be fine in that game, Bush. This one is made to be difficult like this. There's no way you'll ever encounter a battle like Aaron's in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. The games made by Game Freak themselves these days are so easy, and it'll be your first Pokemon game as well, so we won't want to throw you in the deep end.
Yeah, we only throw Obama into the deep end because watching him fail is so funny. One day, though, I will have my own playthrough, and only I, Jizzy Joe Biden, shall play and not the other moron.
These bozos got slammed, and at level 48, it's time for our boy Matang to hit its ultimate form Mega Evolution aside. Metagross is one of my all-time favorite Pokemon to ever exist. And if you don't like it, then you're no longer my friend and I will disown you.
You can't disown something that doesn't belong to you, Donald, you fool. We're your friends, and you're lucky you even have any, to be honest. As acting president as well, we're the best you're gonna get. Without us, you'd be lost, to be honest.
Damn straight Obama do be speaking facts. And yeah, we could have made a joke about what Donald said, but we won't because we're mature adults who take things seriously now, isn't that right?
The real reason is we don't want to get in trouble, but anyway, let's celebrate this moment right now. We learned Hammer Arm 2, which is an awesome fighting type attack for Meta Gross.
That move will come in handy for sure since our base attack is so high. Plus, that move itself does a lot of damage too. And hey, with that all wrapped up, how about we start ending this episode, boys, and tell the viewers to hit that like and subscribe button too. We also release videos early for channel members, so join if you'd like early access.
Hang on, our man looker has showed up late again after we just beat the grunts, and he's looking around their base for anything suspicious. Now, if you ask me, owning the biggest building in Sinnoh and being the evil team running the place sure is more suspicious than this random warehouse.
At least we picked up the move for Fly, which is no longer a HM in this game, since we can actually use the Poketch Watch thingy to summon a Pokemon to carry us to cities and towns we visited already. Pretty sad it took them this long to get rid of HMs, but I guess it's progress.
And none of you have even noticed we have another new member on the team as well, kinda.
Because we don't care now, thanks for watching everyone, and see you all in part 10, where Donald will be making his way to Pastoria City and taking on Crasher Wake for the 5th Sinnoh Gym badge.
We have a long-ass route to get through before reaching Pastoria, though, and we still need the TM for Toxic, which Donald keeps forgetting about, too.
There's a time and a place for everything bushy-wushy, and this isn't it, so there.
Alrighty, welcome to part 10, everyone. We hit the double digits for this series already, so remember to like and subscribe. We are still pumping these videos out for you all, and we hope you really appreciate that. Anyway, Donald is on Route 214, I think, with a more rock theme going on in the background and many trainers to battle.
Yep, and we're jumping right into another battle here. I scouted out the route too, and there's honestly not much going on here. One place I do want to visit, which we will have to anyway, is the resort area. I'd definitely like to buy a villa there like Cynthia does in Undella Town.
Solid place with prime real estate, Donnie. Of course, you'd know all about that. And hey, this psychic thinks she can crush us. But with our new Metagross, we're gonna be the ones sending her back to the Distortion World. Let's see what Giratina thinks about psychic types.
I see you finally have been able to purchase revives, though. Only took getting to the 4th fucking gym for that to happen, holy hell. But anyway, at least we have them now. No gym leader can stand in our way.
Yeah, managed to pick up a few revives, Joe. The items are still trash, though, and this game is doing everything in its power to make our lives difficult, but it won't affect someone like yours truly. Also, we see more comments about people asking how we play this game. Well, the best thing I can tell you is to Google Pokemon Luminescent Platinum yourselves and figure it out.
Wow, imagine using a Chimecho on your team and thinking you can win with that. No chance in history. They even made this Pokemon James's partner in the Ruby and Sapphire anime days where all it did was make bell sounds, and that's about it.
Yeah, a pretty useless Pokemon for sure. And now we've made it to the resort area place with our purple Swampert, which we still haven't seen in battle, by the way. And to the east of here is Sunyshore City, where my boy Volkner lives.
Hey, and talking about him, these two guys give us the evolution items to get a Magmortar and Electivire. Solid team members, but personally, we presidents love Electivire more.
In this game, we can't obviously trade either, thank God. So all you have to do is use these items like you would an evolution stone on Eevee. Simple stuff. And it's about time trade evolutions were gone. No one likes them, especially people with no friends.
Like Joe Biden. Now, hey, speaking of friends, one of mine has rocked up, and the last time we saw him was in Solaceon Town. And now he wants to challenge us to a battle to see who's superior. Obviously, it's going to be me, but I bet his team is much stronger now.
And of course, he's going to send out Lopunny first. And this thing can be quite nasty when it uses high jump kick, which never misses in this game, apparently. If it somehow does miss, though, it inflicts quite a lot of damage to the user.
That's why I am switching out to Infernape, bro. Fighting types are super effective against normal types, And here's a fun fact about me. I bet none of you will see coming. I actually hate normal type Pokemon. I think they're so boring. But of course, Arceus is the exception to that.
Yeah, we know Arceus is the love of you life, Donnie. But I can see what you mean regarding normal types. I mean, some great ones are Pidgeot, Arceus, of course, Watchog, and Stoutland. Watchog especially was a pain in the ass when Lenora used it.
I had bad memories from battling that Watchog. Leave a comment if you also struggled against Lenora in Pokemon Black and White back in the day.
Hang on, boys. Sorry to interrupt, but where in the hell did Barry get a Nidoking from? This Pokemon doesn't come from here, and he didn't even have a Nidoran back when we last battled him. So where did this come from? He must be using hacks.
Well, this is where my new Swampert will make his debut. This Pokemon right here is the strongest of all starter Pokemon, and this one especially is so cracked. It'll never ever fail me, just you guys watch.
I bet he's going to change his team about again the next time we come across him, Donald. So get ready for whatever he's going to use next time. It seems Barry is very unpredictable in this game. He wasn't like this in Renegade Platinum, which makes things more difficult for us.
My man here can throw everything he wants at us, but he'll never win. Although Rourke actually changed his team out twice on us until Donald beat him, so you're right in saying Barry could also do the same. It seems the randomness in these games are turned up to the max.
I couldn't care less because I will always win. I feel like Emperor Palpatine in this game right now, to be honest, boys. I am the puppet master here, and these little peasants think they're in control when they're just my pawns. A means to an end, so to say.
Oh yeah, then what happened with Rourke's battle? Losing to him 4 times sure doesn't sound like Emperor Palpatine. He only lost once.
Joe, shut up, that's all besides the point. And technically he lost twice if you include that excuse of a battle with Ray, which by the way doesn't even count in my view, but I digress.
Okay, we're on to his second to last Pokemon now, and it's a Dusknoir. I can't remember if he has this before either, but it's an awesome Pokemon regardless. How comes Barry didn't whip these Pokemon out when we had to partner with him against Commander Saturn? It would have been a big help.
This thing has crazy high defense stats too. I remember that one Diamond and Pearl anime episode in which Dusknoir saved everyone from that ghost girl who tried taking everyone into the spirit world. Pretty scary stuff if you think about it. Also, I think Dusknoir eats food from its stomach mouth.
Well, it just took out Infernape with Shadow Punch. That was pretty insane. I thought Ghost-type moves wouldn't affect Infernape since it's Fighting type. Or maybe it's only the other way around, but anyway, I told you this Pokemon was strong, Donald.
Not stronger than my Shelgon, though. I can't wait for this guy to evolve, too. When you play the next game, Bush, you better have a solid Dragon-type Pokemon on your team, bro. I can do the honors of choosing the one best for you, and it definitely won't be that ridiculous apple one.
That apple one is so cute, though. It's said that children accidentally take bites out of it because they can't tell it's a Pokemon. That's basically them eating a Pokemon alive, which is crazy if you think about it.
I still find it strange that Pokemon get eaten by humans. Like, I'm pretty sure Miltank gets turned into steak. But that Pokemon deserves that sort of treatment. I hope they do that to Whitney's one when it's too old to battle. They eat dogs in some Asian countries too, so you can add Lenora's Watchog to that list too.
Hey, he finally evolved his Prinplup into Empoleon, though. Sinnoh has to be the best region for all its starters, because all of them are just great. I've yet to see another region with that going for it. Maybe in Generation 10, though, we'll see something like that. Although Legends Arceus also had a great lineup, too, even though that's also basically Sinnoh as well.
And boom, he lost again, the moron. When will he learn that he'll never ever beat us or be good at Pokemon battles? And now the only thing left to do around here is taking on Crasher Wake Donald.
Yep, time to smoke this guy in his float cell, which is the complete wrong size, by the way. I hope you all saw it there standing next to him. Float cell has to be bigger than that, surely.
It definitely is bigger in the anime, that's for sure. But playtime's over, boys. Crasher Wake is actually quite tough in these ROM hacks, and his first Pokemon is Gyarados too.
To be honest, I have no clue on how he's going to approach this battle. He might set up spikes like every other gym leader, or just stall us, or go all out on the attack. Who knows? But I think I'll still win this on my first try. I'm banking on Venusaur clutching this thing for us.
Seems he's going with one of our strats, which is boosting up our stats with Dragon Dance. You better take Gyarados out before he hits us with a flying type move like Bounce or something, bro. That will one-shot us if it hits for sure.
And of course he has a leftovers. I was waiting to see what ridiculous item Crasher Wake would have equipped on his Pokemon, and this will just be the start of it as well. I bet he'll have more stupid items on his other members, especially his ace.
And our grass-type moves are barely doing any damage to this thing. How comes our Gyarados in Pokemon Storm Silver wasn't as good as this one? And the one we had in that game was a shiny too, which automatically makes it stronger.
Joe, you dumbass. I'm pretty sure we've explained this to you before, but having shiny Pokemon doesn't make the team stronger. I mean, look at Donald's right now as an example. He's doing nothing to this Gyarados, and he's lost so many Pokemon in this playthrough as well.
Gosh, this thing really is tanking our hits. He must have very high special defense stats if it can withstand all those seep bombs and petal blizzards. At least when it's asleep, though, it makes our life a lot easier.
Not really Obama, because that leftover still activates even when Gyarados is asleep, which absolutely should not be a thing. How can it restore its health when it can't even move or attack? That feature should be banned, and the leftovers should be banned too. I should write an executive order about this bullshit.
You should write an executive order about how Rourke should be barred from being a gym leader since he creamed you 4 times, dude. If it was me, I'd strip him of his gym leader license and make him work in the mines full time.
Can't have child labor anymore, Bushy. It's not the Victorian era. And I'm pretty sure Rourke is in his 20s at least. The oldest gym leader in the Sinnoh region is probably Byron or this fool we're battling right now. Then I'd say Fantina is next. Volkner is probably in his late 20s, early 30s.
Flint is also in his 20s as said in the anime. Something I'd like to see is a battle with Volkner versus Byron. They say Volkner is the strongest gym leader, strong enough to take on the Elite Four. So I wonder how he'd do against steel types.
Well, Bertha is a ground-type elite 4-member Joe, and Volkner uses pure electric types pretty much, so I'm sure he'd lose to her. As strong as he is, you can't get over a type weakness like that one. It's just such a big deal.
Okay, so Crasher Wake cornered me just now, boys, and I had to use my one and only Hyper Potion to restore Venusaur's health. Lapras, being an ice type, also was going to be a challenge. I'm just glad Gyarados didn't hit us with any flying type moves, though.
You put it to sleep and took it out, though, Donald, which was smart. Sleep Powder's turning out to be such a great move, even though you still haven't got the TM for Toxic yet, which isn't so great. That's 2 Pokemon down, though, and 4 more still to go.
Oh god, Azumarill is either going to be easy or an absolute demon to deal with. I really don't like them, and remember it's Fairy type in this game, too.
Donald won't be stupid enough to send out Shelgon for this battle. But you were right about this Azumarill, dude. We're gonna take it out, but it still did hit us really hard.
Okay, we're slowly getting through his team, and now he has a Sharpedo. Didn't expect him to have this Pokemon, but I guess he does also for the dark typing combo. Plus it has rough skin, which is always annoying to deal with.
Wow, it used Destiny Bond. And if it didn't have the Focus Sash, it would have died and taken Venusaur out with it. So he basically made a mess of his own strat by having that item. Although I don't know if Destiny Bond also works beyond the turn it's used.
It doesn't, Donald, so yeah, he properly messed himself up there. I've never seen a gym leader more stupid than Crasher Wake here. And I think we also may have found a bug, sort of, so if any of the devs of this ROM hack are watching, you might want to sort out this Sharpedo.
That definitely wasn't supposed to happen, but hey, it's gone. And now he has a Lantern, which is an awesome Pokemon that's also part electric type. A very interesting combination which we need to see more of.
The sleep strat strikes again, though. Not that this thing could have really done much damage to us anyway. A part of me, though, Venusaur would have been a ground type, but I guess the flower on its back is how it makes poison.
Yo, and Swampert is learning Mirror Coat. That's the same move that took out Obama's Lugia in Pokemon Storm Silver. Sabrina and her goddamn Wobbuffet, if any of you remember.
I think that move was Mirror Shot, but it definitely had the word mirror in it. And I was trying to forget that whole ordeal too, Joe, so thanks for bringing it up again for no reason whatsoever. I now need to book another appointment with my therapist.
We're on to Wake's final Pokemon, though, and of course it's the Floatzel. This thing is a little orange demon too, if not dealt with properly. And I still stand by the fact that Ash should have used one in the anime and evolved his Buizel, but he never did for some reason.
It took out Venusaur, and now you send out a fire type to deal with it, Donald. Are you sure you want to be doing that, dude?
I have a secret weapon, and that weapon is called Thunder Punch, boys. I went and bought the TM for it at the Veilstone department store, just in case Venusaur somehow died during this battle before the end, and now it's going to be the savior of this battle. This is my ultimate counter to water-type moves.
That certainly worked out in your favor, so well done. And with that, we now have 5 gym badges to our name, guys. This battle was a little less annoying than the others we've encountered, apart from Gyarados in the beginning.
I just want to comment on how much I really like the water physics in this game. They just look so much more cleaner.
Literally no one cares, Joe. And with that, boys, I'm going to start ending this. So thanks so much for watching, everyone. Hit that like and subscribe button and join our channel if you want early access to videos.
Yeah, part 11 will be out soon, everyone, and that's when things really start kicking off with regards to Team Galactic. I can't wait to rebattle the commanders and one-shot them all with my cracked, overpowered team.
Well, things will definitely start off with a bang in the next episode because Team Galactic are going to bomb the Safari Zone and the lakes with a special red chain bomb that can open up portals into time and space.
I mean, if I was Arceus and I saw all this going on, I'd come down and sort them out because what Team Galactic are essentially doing is playing God.
I agree with that sentiment, but of course the 10-year-old is the real hero here, and I'm going to be the one doing Arceus's job for him.
Alrighty, look who's here, guys. It's your boy Ben Shapiro, and I've been invited to this series by Discoml. I am actually quite knowledgeable in Pokemon, so remember to hit the like and subscribe button if you enjoy the content. This episode is going to be awesome.
Always good to have you here, Ben. We haven't seen you in a very long time. Listen, Donald has been struggling quite a lot, and he lost the first gym battle 4 times in a row. I think you need to give him a helping hand.
You're one to talk, Donkey Kong, but yeah, welcome, Ben. And as you can see, we're currently in Celestic Town. This place is boring as hell, and the route before it is just the worst with all that fucking fog. Seriously, what even is the point? But all that aside, Cynthia's grandmother has me saving the town from Team Galactic.
And I see Shelgon is now a fully grown Salamence. Nice job getting this thing fully evolved, Donald. With this guy, our team is almost complete, isn't it? Or have you got any more surprises for us?
Nah, nothing really special at the moment, Joe. We just be chilling here, and I have been training really hard off screen, as well as recording and editing, trying to get these videos out for everyone as fast as possible. And on top of all that, I'm running the country too. So yeah, you could say I have my hands full.
Well, I see we're already on part 11 of this series. You guys have been making great progress throughout this game. And by the way, I saw Obama's Storm Silver Nuzlocke, and boy, you should have called me. I'd have given you a lot of help with no abuse, my guy.
It's fine, Ben. That game was really hard anyway. There's probably not much you could have done. I mean, the other 3 were giving me hints now and then, but I had to do it all by myself. And I did, in fact, beat Red in the end and still had 2 Pokemon left, too. So, yeah, I think I did quite well.
Keep telling yourself that Obama. You did quite the opposite of well, in my view. Regardless, though, Donald is destroying this grunt, and can someone explain to me why Team Galactic is even here to begin with? I understand there are some ruins here, or something, right?
Yeah, these ruins are old and have something to do with the creation of the Sinnoh Region, and probably the whole Pokemon world, I guess. I don't know too much, except Arceus did it all, and that's all that's important to me.
On the outside here, though, you can see paintings of Dialga and Palkia, so they're clearly important too. Also, something I find interesting is how Giratina is never mentioned because he was banished, and it's like they wiped all recorded history of the poor guy. I mean, he's actually quite good at heart, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a solid dude. He saves Ash, and I guess he just went on a small power trip back in the day against Arceus. If you think about it, he's pretty much Arceus's child, so he was basically told to go sit in the corner and think about what he's done. And was given an entire world to rule too. Very much like Lucifer.
Oh boy, I loved that Netflix series on Lucifer, though. Shame he was nerfed to hell, pardon the pun. Like in the DC comics, Lucifer is the second most powerful being tied with Michael, his brother, and only their dad is stronger, who's God. Kind of like with Arceus.
And talking of God, here's a blue-haired fellow who likes to play God by creating worlds himself. One thing I never liked about this generation, and in the anime even, was how literal Pokemon deities get controlled so easily by someone as pathetic as Cyrus. There is no way someone should be able to control Dialga or Palkia like Cyrus does.
And he wants to take me on now, too. And also outed that he's in fact the boss of Team Galactic, even though he's been walking around the entire Sinnoh region with that jacket on with the gold G embroidered on it. The guy is a walking fool, if you ask me.
He's also a really strong trainer, though, Donald, so get ready. I bet he'll take out some of our team. Like his Crobat right off the bat is so fast, faster than anything we have. And since this is a ROM hack, we have no idea what his other team members will be either.
He can use whatever he wants and he still won't win. I have full faith in Donald and his team. This is probably one of the strongest teams we've used too, which I've said before and will say again. The only team stronger is when Donald used that single Arceus to take on the Elite Four in our normal Pokemon Platinum playthrough last year.
Right, and there goes Crobat. And his second Pokemon is Arcanine, which I wasn't expecting, to be honest. A solid team member, though, and with extreme speed, it could cause us a lot of issues.
Wow, and it lives with about 3 health points left too. And of course it has Play Rough, which is a fairy-type move, so that's GG to Salamence Donald. What's the strat gonna be now then? We really need to just one-shot this thing because it's very dangerous.
All right, that's total BS that it had Play Rough on it. Salamence was supposed to take on his entire team, but I guess it's time for Swampert to come out and clean up his mess. There's no way this guy will lose.
Cyrus will definitely have your favorite full restores and other items like that on his Pokemon, so be aware, homie. He could be up to all sorts of tricks with this battle. And then we have to do it again later as well, which is even worse.
Our team is all currently in the level 50 zone, which is good progress though. And he already has a full team of 6 Pokemon right now too, Bush. So I doubt the next battle with him would be even harder than this one. I just expect the levels of his Pokemon to be slightly higher, and that's about it. Nothing more to it, really.
Wow, this buffoon is actually sending out a chat out of all things. Why the hell would you even want to use this Pokemon, first of all? Here's some advice for you three, especially you, Obama. Never, ever use this Pokemon. Only someone like me could possibly have the chance of wielding a Pokemon as useless as this one.
Why did you say wielding like you're talking about a sword or something, Ben? It's a gosh darn little blue birdie, not Excalibur.
Only someone with a room temperature IQ would say something so stupid, so I can't expect you to understand, Joe. Now, this next Pokemon is perfect for you, Donnie. This Honchkrow is gonna be a challenge. The moves this one has is so broken.
And it one-shot Infernape with Drill Peck. And on top of that, it has Moxie too, which boosts its attack stat after either every turn or after taking out a Pokemon. Either way, this thing is gonna be a problem for us.
That rock slide would have taken it out for sure. But of course, it just had to miss, didn't it? Boy, are we going to be in for a rough ride now. But hey, Pupitar might have the best chance of taking this thing out now, since it will resist the dark typing.
So your rant about Swampert being so strong was all fake news then, huh, Donald? So now what are you going to try to do to beat this thing then? Its attack is constantly getting boosted.
It's taken out 3 Pokemon all by itself, which is actually insane. I told you this thing would be a challenge. I know your plan to use Thunder Punch with Infernape would have probably worked, to be fair, Donald, but this bird just had the better speed going for it.
I'm placing all my bets on Stone Edge. And boom, there you have it. If this move hadn't it, then I don't know what I would have done, to be honest. Honchkrow probably had some other move to deal with me like this, and then that would have been the end of that.
Taking out 3 of our Pokemon, all because of Moxie, to be honest, was pretty mad if you think about it. We need a Pokemon like that on our team instead of you going the brute force route with no strategy at all. He has a Magnezone now too, which is a nice surprise.
The only surprise was it using Flash Cannon to one-shot Pupitar. And it wasn't even a nice one too. So now Donald has lost 4 Pokemon in this battle against Cyrus. Seems he's just the same amount of annoying in this ROM hack as he is in the standard game.
The perfect time to test out Hammer Arm, though, and it's super effective against steel types. He only has a few Pokemon left anyway, so I know we've won. But still, this was a major loss on our end.
And our man is trying to stall now with paralysis. How annoying when he only has 2 Pokemon left anyway. By the way, I don't even think we've asked the viewers the community question for this video. So how about you do the honors today, Ben, as our guest?
For sure, Donald. So boys and girls and creepy old men who watch Pokemon videos, go comment what type of gym leader you would be and what your team would be too. And every gym leader needs an ace, so comment that as well. I'll make sure to shout out our favorite one in the next video for everyone to see.
And Cyrus is on to his last Pokemon, and of course it's Weavile. A really, really fast dude who is super effective against Metagross Donnie, so be careful, please.
Reviving Infernape was a smart move at this point in the battle, but Metagross managed to hold on for you with 1 health point left because it loves you so much. How sweet is that?
Clearly, Metagross doesn't know Donald well enough, otherwise, it would have just let itself get taken out. I sure would have.
I seriously need some hyper potions at this point, boys. Can one of you go scouting for them off screen for me, because these super potions are doing absolutely nothing to help us?
You bought a lot of them, though, which is good, Donnie. Being prepared like the good boy scout you are. Although I think this is a complete waste of time, and you should probably switch out to something useful to beat Weavile.
I agree with Bush, dude. It's toughed it out for you twice in a row now, and we're getting nowhere with this battle. In other news after this, we're going to be heading to Joe's favorite city, being Canalave. And from there, we could visit Iron Island, Full Moon Island, and New Moon Island, where my boy Darkrai lives.
Wow, so after all that, you just go and get Metagross taken out, Donald. What was the point? I know your plan was to spam Hammer Arm, but Weavile is just too fast, man. You have to switch out to a Pokemon with more health and one that can survive any of its attacks.
Yeah, but I just wanted to be stubborn. At least with Intimidate, though. Weavile's attacks have been dropped. This is one tough battle, to be honest. I should have done a little more training, and I definitely will the next time I have to battle that ridiculous Honchkrow.
The only reason we're at this point with regards to our team is because of Honchkrow. Otherwise, this battle would have been a cakewalk. We're going to have lots to do in the next city, though, so that should be exciting.
And finally, the close combat goes. But of course, Weavile would survive with 1 health point left, wouldn't it? Just to take the piss even more than this battle already has.
Honestly, we got really lucky here. Close combat reduces our defense stats big time, so Weavile could have easily ruined us if it didn't use such a peasant move.
Yeah, Infernape was saved by Feint. I guess the other Ice-type moves wouldn't have done much, but it surely would have moves like Night Slash or Dark Pulse, and yet he didn't use them.
Ben, it's because I'm the superior god-tier ultimate trainer around here, which is why I won. That's all there is to it. Now Cyrus can go back to his little hole or wherever it is he came from. Meanwhile, I have more important things to do than save grandmas from blue-haired men.
Actually, Cyrus was born and raised in Sunyshore City, which is a fact I bet not many of you knew. He grew up there, and like Volkner, he was very much interested in technology, and I guess that's how he became rich and a superpower in the Sinnoh Region. He even has his own public company that's got nothing to do with Team Galactic.
As a businessman myself, that is a genius strat. I'm pretty sure it's actually embezzlement, but whatever. He's funneling all the money he makes from his public company into Team Galactic, and that's how he's funding everything. I'm surprised no one in Sinnoh has actually figured that out.
He is evil, Donald, so what do you expect? And I see you checked out the scary in-house, which takes us to New Moon Island. We haven't got the member card for that yet, so no point going there at the moment anyway. The first thing that's important here, though, is this battle with Barry. I wonder what team members he'll have this time.
Alrighty, I'm here if you need me, and I doubt you'll need me for this first Pokemon anyway because Volbeat is garbage. Best option is to use Infernape with Flamethrower if you want to make this easy for yourself.
Now, these battles aren't normal ones, Ben. The enemy always uses some weird strat on us. Like now, Barry is using Rain Dance, which means his battle plan has changed from the last time we went at it with him.
The rain will reduce firepower, but Volbeat is still Ask Joe, so 1 Flamethrower would have taken it out. The whole point of him sending this out was mostly to set up the weather for whatever else he has in store for us.
Donald has Dragon Dance, though, so I guess his plan is to boost Pupitar's attack whilst his weakest Pokemon is out, and then one-shot everything else on his team. Let's see whose strategy will come out on top.
Hey, Bug Buzz did a lot of damage to us, though, surprisingly. Still, I think the Don's plan could work out for us. We just have to be careful if Infernape gets sent out not to use any fire attacks, and basically hope close combat can deal with his Pokemon.
Oh, we'll deal with Barry here, easy peasy. My speed is also being boosted, remember? So my other strat is to one-shot everything, whilst also outspeeding them as well. It's a great plan, to be honest, and I know it'll work out for me. The rain only lasts a few turns, too.
I think you boosted your attacks enough for now, though, Donald. Pupitar is easily strong enough to take on his whole team by itself.
To be honest, Stone Edge would have one-shot this bug regardless of you using all those dragon dances anyway. But I understand your plan now, bro. And his next Pokemon is a Kingdra of all things, which is pretty mad. This thing could be trouble for us.
Yeah, I was thinking about what to do, but I think Metagross is my best option here. Pupitar would get taken out by a Hydro Pump easily, and I don't want to risk losing it after spamming Dragon Dance to Kingdom Come.
So this Kingdra was probably why he set up the Rain Dance with Volbeat then, and his Empoleon too. He's basically got a water team by the looks of it. Be careful, Donald.
Ah, I see, so your counter to dragon types is Ice Punch then. Interesting play, but a smart one too. I bet you actually taught this move when we get to Cynthia at the end to deal with her Garchomp.
Hey, I think this Kingdra has a fucking life orb on it too. How broken does Barry want to try make his Pokemon? And how does he even get his hands on that item at this point in the game? Surely that's a Battle Frontier only item.
If you forgot Donald, his dad is Palmer and like king of the Battle Frontier in Sinnoh. Remember as well, it said he could battle Cynthia if he wanted, but he can't be bothered.
That's true, his dad is Palmer, but that doesn't mean he would be just given an item as broken as a life orb. He'd have to earn it like everyone else by collecting battle points and beating the Frontier Brains.
You know, Ben, I love you, man, but you seriously are quite a little nerd too. I thought Jizzy Joe was bad, but you're something else, my guy. At least you aren't annoying, though. That would really be my limit.
My limit is this Lopunny. I hate this goddamn Pokemon so much. Like, what were they smoking when they designed this thing? They clearly made it in a provocative manner on purpose.
I bet Dawn's and Barry's Lopunny get it on when no one's looking. That is so happening in my head canon.
And apparently I'm the creepy one. Bush, you gotta go see a psychiatrist or whatever helps deal with your issues.
Okay, boys, might need your help. Barry is sending out Mr. Mime, and this thing will either make my life miserable or be an easy one-hit knockout. Any suggestions on how to beat this thing?
Well, first off, you have a level 61 Salamence, so that's good. But yeah, we just gotta see what moves Mr. Mime has first before making a plan of action.
Oh boy, this is gonna be a long one. He's gonna spam Substitute, isn't he? I have Fly, though, which is super effective against fighting types. But I'm sure Barry has a plan to deal with dragons himself.
Okay, so he can even heal his own health with the leftovers whilst the Substitute is out? That's a really broken ability or whatever you want to call it.
This is going to be a rough one for sure. And yeah, now he's using Dazzling Gleam, which is one of the strongest fairy-type moves. So that's going to be GG to Salamence then.
We just have to bank on this Fly hitting with the knockout now.
We got damn lucky. He went for the Dazzling Gleam again instead of Substitute. And with that, there goes Barry's most annoying team member. The rest of this battle will be easy peasy.
Yup, and now his next Pokemon is gonna be Sizer. My psychic powers knew this thing would be coming. And he actually has 2 steel types, so my Infernape here will one-bang the rest of his Mons all the way back to Sandgem Town.
You know, I think Empoleon should have been given an all-black shiny form instead of going light blue. It would have looked way better in an all-black skin, kind of like Rayquaza.
What I want to know is why you still have Fire Spin on Infernape Donald. There are way better moves that can learn like Toxic, for example, which you still haven't bothered to get, by the way. Fire Spin is useful, but Toxic does more damage as the battle goes on.
Fire Spin is one of those moves you teach to your Pokemon in the beginning of the game. Would have been useful against Gardenia and Rourke. But hey, Obama is right. Time to get rid of it.
Barry just got rid of Infernape, though. I guess Venusaur is the only one to come in clutch for us now, boys. Let's hope we can finish this battle now. At least it was easier than Cyrus.
For some reason, I always think Barry had a Honchkrow too on his team back in the original games, but maybe I'm just tripping. Either way, man, is gonna get slammed. Now and then I can make my way to Iron Island for a real challenge. Our boy Riley is waiting for us there too.
Oh, Riley is such a wonderful character in the series, though. Kind of reminds me of myself, actually. And fun fact, he's a descendant of Sir Aaron from the Lucario and Mew movie way back when. That movie was also where Regirock became a meme with its sounds.
You're making that up about him being his ancestor, Ben. Where's it stated that they're related? I love that movie, so this is a big deal for me if that's true, bro.
I'm probably making it up, but since I'm not even real, it doesn't matter, does it? Although it could be true. I mean, it would make sense if you think about it. Plus, they look exactly the same, and they both have Lucario as partners. I bet they'd even mega evolve them too if they could.
They probably would. But it didn't exist back then. Or at least in Sinnoh it doesn't. Although there's that whole multiverse thing where there's a world with and without Mega Evolution. Surely Arceus could do something about that, but seems he isn't bothered much.
I would be materializing ice cream before me all day, every day if I was Arceus. What a wonderful life that would be.
Okay, and other more important news. We're at Iron Island, guys, and in the anime, Team Galactic had a big plot, but in the games, they just ditched all that for some reason and made it an optional area, apart from this ROM hack where you're forced to go there.
Well, Byron is just sitting here in this random house and wants you to go train Donald. He thinks you're not worthy enough right now. There is also Team Galactic to deal with too, although only a few grunts.
And wow, we're jumping right into a battle with Riley. Even he wants to test your strength, Donnie. Seems like everyone here doesn't believe you're worthy. So how does that make you feel? Your ego must be on fire right now, right?
Actually, I am as calm as the Buddha himself right now, Obama. Riley is such a sweet guy, so I don't mind him challenging me to a battle. Also, Pupitar is so close to finally evolving that this battle will be the perfect warm-up for Byron's later on.
You're banking on it actually staying alive in this battle, though, which, by the looks of it, isn't going to last very long. But it did tough it out for you, which is sweet. Looks like our team's friend rating is the highest it can get if they're all doing that now.
Wow. And we get a critical hit on that last earthquake, which would have been more useful on the first turn instead. I swear that always happens to us. We get crits when we least want them, and the opponents get them all the time.
Good move switching out to Infernape to battle Ursaring. It's a normal type, so close combat should one-shot this fella.
Ursaring always was pissed off in the anime. Never have I ever seen one all nice and sweet. Berdic even had some scenes where it was nice and calm, but Ursaring has anger issues.
Can't be angry when it's knocked out, though. Sweet job with that one, Donnie. And now he has a Metagross of his own. His team is probably the best one we've encountered yet with regards to brute force, but I'm not seeing any strats coming out. He's doing what we do, which is using sheer will to win.
His Metagross was such a peasant Pokemon. Didn't even get to attack. That's why using shinies is the way. You definitely get a better moral boost using them, that's for sure.
I gotta say, I'm very disappointed in Riley. Even Cheryl way back in Eterna City gave you a more difficult time than he is, and he's supposed to be the strongest out of all the NPCs that we encounter in this game.
Riley even has a Salamence of his own. Time to clap this guy Donald for copying our team. He thinks he's some big man now, doesn't he? As kind as he is, I don't like this copycat attitude of his.
That's why we have Ice Punch, though. It'll one-shot this dragon. And also, it's not green like our one. It's the peasant, normal, blue-colored one, which automatically makes it worse.
Damn, this battle didn't go how I thought it would, to be honest. I went in thinking this was going to be super tough, but you've put Riley in his place for sure here. Which is a good thing, because the quicker this battle is done, the quicker we can get our 6th gym badge.
Now Riley thinks he's Norman, using a Slaking. This Pokemon could also be really scary, but its ability is kind of like Regigiga's in that it just won't attack for a while. Its attack stats are really high though, so if it does, we'd probably be in trouble.
Finally on to his last Pokemon being Lucario, of course. This episode has seen a lot of battling actually, more than normal I think. But hey, after this I really need a break and a neck massage.
And there we have it, everyone. Riley is beaten. And we also get to see Pupitat finally evolve into Godzilla himself, which is just awesome. And on that note, I want to remind everyone to hit the like and subscribe button and join our channel as a member if you want early access to videos.
Yeah, and thanks for having me here too, everyone. I'll pop in videos now and then if everyone likes me here. It was a great episode and also cool to see a new evolution take place.
Definitely awesome to finally have a Tyranitar on the team, except it's another shit shiny. You can barely tell it's even special unless it's in a battle or you look at its summary.
We'll win more battles with this guy now, though, for sure. And with that, I am out of here, so we'll see you all in Part 12, my beautiful fans.
Yo guys, welcome to Part 12 of Pokemon Luminescent Platinum. Remember to like and subscribe and join our channel as a member if you want early access to videos. We have a Patreon too linked below. Today, Donald has teamed up with Riley to battle these two Team Galactic grunts in the Iron Islands, so let's see how this goes.
Yeah, so I see Donald has made his way through here already, and I assume there was nothing new or interesting happening other than this final battle in the Iron Islands. This place is very small, to be honest, and the other two islands are way more interesting.
Yo, it's nice to see Tyranitar out in its first battle, though. I wasn't here for a while, but I see you evolved it and it looks awesome. He came into this battle like Godzilla appearing in downtown Tokyo.
Yeah, that's right, boys. I made it to the end of Iron Island and was debating whether to record any of it, but it was seriously boring content. There's just like 5 double battle trainers in here, all with 6 Pokemon each. This battle, this is important because we get a special item from Riley after beating these 2 blue-haired fools.
And Tyranitar wants to be petted by you. Your Pokemon really love you, which is so nice to see. I love that feature about this game, to be honest. It makes your Pokemon feel more attached because the friendliness actually has consequences. A move like Return would do a lot of damage if you had it, Donald.
Yeah, it would, but my current moveset is pretty awesome. It focuses on boosting Tyranitar's already high attack stat even higher. Tyranitar is basically going to be in the clouds after a few dragon dances, and then everything it'll face will be obliterated.
All right, you say all that whilst Tyranitar gets taken out right before our eyes, Donald. So I think you should retract that statement. Once again, not a very great first battle for our newly evolved Pokemon. You did this with Salamence, and now with this poor fellow too.
Yeah, not gonna lie, that was quite bad and embarrassing, bro. Toxic Rogue, being a very strong fighting type, was probably not the best Pokemon to battle Tyranitar against. It's not even Commander Saturn's one, and it's that strong C.
Riley here is actually doing a really good job at taking at these grunts Pokemon better than you are. It's taken out more of them than you, and with high jump kick, which has a high chance of missing its attack. And yet you're here with pretty much a level 60 team, and not helping him at all, really.
Okay, Bush, you open your own mouth this time and say all that whilst Toxic Rogue takes out his Lucario too. Clearly the main issue here isn't me or Riley, but Toxic Rogue. I bet we'll see the viewers who loves that Pokemon now commenting on how great it is. And normally I'd agree, but not when I'm battling against one.
It took 3 Pokemon to basically take out that one Toxic Rogue, which is pretty mad if you think about it. Bush was right too in saying it's just some random grunts Pokemon as well, which makes this even worse.
Now Riley is using our strat of spamming Dragon Dance to boost its attack. Meanwhile, our own Salamence is actually much higher in special attack, so you should get rid of Dragon Dance on it, Donald. I did some checking on our Pokemon for you, and that's my advice.
It took me however long we're into this video to realize these 2 bozos are using a poison-type team, pretty much. Apart from the Houndoom we saw earlier. The rest of their team is all poison, and we all know that poison is the worst type to come up against.
Man, I should have sent Swampert out right from the get-go, boys. None of you 3 even thought to tell me that, and you're supposed to be my advisors. Earthquake just clutched this battle for me, and now these 2 punks can go cry their way back to Veilstone.
Hey look, they're even complimenting our combinations with Riley now though, which is nice of them. And they don't even want to be here anyway. They bounced faster than a spoink looking for its pearl.
Yeah, they really did just run away. And now I guess Riley is just going to stay here in this random dark cave all by himself doing more training. Although he does live here, I guess, so he is probably used to caves.
And of course, Donald has forgotten about getting the egg from Riley. Not that we're using it anyway, probably to the surprise of some people. It's just Lucario is used all the time and it gets boring.
Yeah, I'd just like to say we all love Lucario, except its shiny form. Not even I would use that. But in the Sinnoh games, everyone uses it, and seeing it constantly will make me hate it, which I don't want to do. At least now we can head back to Canalave and take on Byron's Steel-type gym.
I don't know what they were thinking with Lucario's shiny form design. It reminds me of a pool of vomit, being all yellow and just gross looking. I bet people will agree with that in the comments as well. They did Lucario dirty with that.
All right, guys, time for Donald to lock in here. He's going to battle Byron, which could end up being a tough battle since steel types are highly defensive, which means the battle could drag on. Although I assume that we'll be seeing a lot of Infernape here.
I'm just going to see how this first battle goes against this black belt. And if it goes bad, I'll have to go out and do some training. But if it goes well, we shall cut right to Byron because I haven't got time to take on every single person in here.
Your main problem is you have no patience, Donald. That's why you lose. Otherwise, you're not actually a bad trainer, if I do say so myself. And I think the battle with Byron will be a walk in the park for you because Infernape is so cracked.
Yeah, I mean, Close combat and flare blitz is just so good, so I also can't see myself losing this one or having much trouble with it. It's just gonna be shit like this that will delay my inevitable victory. Sturdy should be banned as an ability, and I will write an executive order on that, along with banning the move Protect and the Pokemon Jinx.
Donald, you have a level 70 Infernape, which almost got wrecked by that Steelix used by some random gym trainer. If he had healed, I'm sure you'd have lost Infernape there, so be careful against Byron. Steel types can also be rock and ground types too, which is super effective against our monkey.
Okay, this is just so wrong in every sense of the word. How the hell is that Bastiodon smaller than Byron? They're supposed to be huge normally, but that is ridiculous.
Jizzy Joe, I think your priorities aren't aligned with ours. Pokemon proportions can be something you can make a video on if you really want. But right now, we need your more intelligent brain to help Donald with some strats to beat this gym leader and win the badge.
I don't need that Beta Joe Biden's help. All the moves I have on Infernape are super effective against Byron's team, so I'm going to use my usual strategy of just brute forcing my way to get my 6th gym badge.
Yeah, until you get cock-blocked by Sturdy again and then get hit with Brave Bird. Bet you didn't see that coming, did you? This is why you always need a plan, bro.
No, I don't Bush because the guy is a moron. He took himself out with that Brave Bird because of the recoil, and meanwhile, my Infernape is still standing. All I need to do now is heal it up with one hyper potion, and we're going to be Gucci for the rest of this battle. I just don't see myself losing here, to be honest.
One of the rare times I'll agree with old Trumpy here. Aggron got one-tapped by close combat too. We just gotta hope that none of his other Pokemon have the sturdy ability though.
Yeah, Infernape sure is cleaning up in here. But it's always the case that the starter Pokemon ends up being the highest level Pokemon out of the team, which sometimes can backfire, Donald. So don't get too complacent after this battle. Although saying that, Candace is next, and she has never been difficult to beat.
This is why choosing Chimchar is the best option for Sinnoh playthroughs. Sure, the other two are great too, but if you want to win and win fast, you choose Chimchar and then give it busted moves like Flare Blitz and Close Combat with Toxic. Eventually, when I get to that, then it becomes an unstoppable force of nature. Apart from the first gym, which I'll just gloss over because it's not important at all.
Sure, it's working out for you right now only because Steel has a lot of weaknesses, Donald. And also the fact that he used a Wormadam too is just so dumb. They could have given him a Steelix for God's sake instead of that hot garbage.
The funny thing is, Wormadam literally is garbage because I'm pretty sure it collects items which causes its type to change. And for Steel, it collects trash or something like that anyway. Someone can correct me in the comments if I'm wrong.
Okay, wow, what a way to end the battle, Donald. You used Flare Blitz so much it took out Infernape just right after taking out his ace Pokemon Bastiodon, and you still won the battle. Infernape deserves a long rest after that.
Sure does. That fire monkey is my G, just like David. And my badges also deserve a long polish too. I love that. That's a feature in this game. But hey, we're 6 badges down now and only 2 left, boys.
Byron gave us the TM for Flash Cannon 2, which you could teach to Metagross if you wanted, even though it's a special attack. Could be useful or not. But yeah, I can't believe we're already 6 badges in and only 2 left guys. This series has been great.
Sure has. This has probably been my favorite series so far. Also, boys, I realized we haven't asked the community question yet, and we need to shout out a viewer who had the best gym leader type in Team 2. So who's it gonna be? I won't choose because I'll immediately go for someone who picked a dragon type.
Well, actually, we received a lot of comments regarding teams, so thanks everyone. But the one that stuck out to me was from 27 Bay Leafs here. First of all, what an interesting name. I bet everyone has now got images of 27 Bay Leafs in their heads. And secondly, I choose this person for the shout out because they also included what battle items they'd give their Pokemon to.
Yeah, well done, 27 Bay Leafs. Although none of us explicitly asked for battle items to be included, but you went above and beyond on that one, so thank you. And whilst Donald here gets lectured by Professor Rowan, I'll ask the question for this video, which is, which Pokemon deserves an evolution or a new regional form the most? We'll also do another shout out for the next video for this one too.
Solid question, so go comment that, guys. And y'all just gonna ignore the fact that we ran into Elite Four member Lucian chilling in the library too? That guy must have a lot of time on his hands to be here reading books.
I mean, the only person who ever challenges him in this world is me. So yeah, I'd expect he would have a lot of time on his hands. Other than me, though, I guess the Elite Four trainers battle each other as well as Cynthia now and then to keep up their training and try beat her too. Except Bertha, who doesn't even like being called an Elite Four member for some reason.
And there was just a huge loud bang, guys. And you all know what that means. Team Galactic are nuking the 3 Great Lakes of Sinnoh to try wake up the legendary Pokemon in there. And if Lucian has so much time on his hands, he could help us out.
Agreed. But they're so lazy in this game. Not even Cynthia does much around here, to be honest. In the anime, she did a lot more, but then again, the Elite Four didn't do much for the team there either. I guess it's because Cynthia has more interest in ruins and archaeology.
Okay, boys, here we are at Lake Valor. The episode was actually going to end in Canalave City, but I thought that would be short, so we can take on Commander Saturn again here. And this time, he won't have some random old man who he's forced to team up with. I'll crush him.
Once again, Donnie, you gotta watch out for his toxic rogue. It's gonna be even more broken now since it'll be higher leveled, and Saturn will have some weird strat to boot as well.
I think Infernape will clear up in here mostly. I just hope you use Tyranitar in this battle, Donald, to make for him dying in his first appearance after evolving. That was quite sad, that happened, to be honest.
Flare Blitz is always the way to go when dealing with Bronzong. It is quite a good Pokemon, though, when not being used by a moron peasant such as Saturn. And guys, I just realized something. Except for the Commander ladies, everyone in Team Galactic copies Cyrus's hair color.
OMG, you're right. They must admire him that much to copy his bad hairstyle. But hey, if they're all willing to do that, then I think everyone who works for me should copy my hairstyle and color. I can get you a free hair transplant too if you like Obama. You'd look hella stylish.
First of all, I don't work for you, you donut. And secondly, orange hair with my skin tone is a bad combination. I'd look like a fucking Jaffa cake if any of you know what that is.
Wow, so Obama is now insulting himself. Never thought I'd see that coming, but hey, each to their own, I guess. In other news, Donald, I found out that we can capture Dialga and Palkia in this game, just like how we could in Platinum, if you remember how to do that.
That was such a chore, though, and we need Waterfall, and I think Rock Climb 2, which is a post-game HM for some reason, or in Heart Gold it was anyway, might be different in this one, but who knows?
Good idea sending out Tyranitar to deal with Alakazam, but this thing has crazy high special attack, remember? And it almost one-shot us Donnie. The better option would have been to send out Metagross. You only took it out because of sheer luck.
Listen here, you Toad. I took it out because of Alakazam's crazy low defense stats, as you all know. Plus, Crunch is super effective to that thing. Anytime I see Alakazam, it just reminds me of Sabrina, and I absolutely hate her, so it deserves to get one shot.
The critical hit gods are on our side today for once, which is nice to see. Although Thunder Punch was always going to take out Sharpedo anyway. And with that, this battle is basically over.
He's sending out his ace, though, but I'm still confident I'd win. I won't even use Infernape to battle it because that would be too easy. I would like everyone to hit that like and subscribe button, though, and join our channel as a member if you want early access to videos.
Sneaky little plug there, I see. Well done, bro. And Metagross is a good choice because it's psychic, so yeah, with that, I think we can start wrapping this episode up, guys.
It's not even over yet, and you two are already ending the episode.
That's true, but there's no way Saturn will win this battle. The fool even has a focus sash to try last as long as possible.
Pause.
How is that a pause, Obama? And Jizzy Joe, I will start ending part 12 because I have won, and that is that, so go cry me a river if it bothers you that much.
Man, I hate toxic Roke. And now the battle really is over. Congrats, Donald, but the next few episodes are going to be tough with a ton more battles too, so I hope you're all ready.
We are Bush, so see you all in part 13, peeps.
Okay, guys, welcome to episode 13. Or if you're watching this in the full movie, then make sure to take a damn water break. Also, hit the like and subscribe buttons too, and join our channel and Patreon as a member if you want early access to our videos. We're picking up from the last episode where Donald beat Commander Saturn, and now we need to take on Mars.
Yup, that's right, guys. A lone wolf being me will be taking on all of Team Galactic. They better give me a big ceremony for all this shit I have to keep doing for them seriously. So many grunts have fallen before me as they take in my greatness and awesomeness.
Professor Rowan, though, wants us to save Dawn from Mars. It seems they got the better of her, which is strange since she actually has a very solid team in this game.
And of course, we're going to be battling more busted-ass bug types, and it's the worst too as well. Dustox and Beautifully. I hate them with such a burning passion, it's unreal.
Yep, we've had bad experiences with these two if you forgot. Mainly Aaron and his bug types, although he was an Elite Four member, so can't really argue with that. But others have used them as well, and it's just not been a fun time for us going against them.
It's always Dustox, isn't it? Always, always. And the thing is, I used to like this Pokemon a lot, to be honest. Jesse had one and it was cool, but then I used a shiny one in a playthrough by myself once and it was awful. So I don't know how these ones are so cracked.
Yeah, that's because you were the one using it. Everyone else is competent and not a brain-dead tortoise like you.
All right, Lil Bro, calm down. You're acting like a big man when you're the smallest and most brain-dead one here, first of all. Secondly, I'm a way better trainer than you'll ever be, so there.
I think the challenge should be, who can take out a Dustox the fastest? And whoever wins is the ultimate trainer, because no other Pokemon has given us more trouble in this playthrough than that one, I think.
That would be hilarious, but it would have to be the Dustox, which Aaron himself used against one, since that specific one was the most broken. To be honest, I think Donald would win anyway, since Joe just doesn't have the thought process and strats like my boy Donnie does.
Joe doesn't even have the thought process to get out of bed these days, I'm sure. But yeah, that would be fun. And hey, I finally beat these two grunts, but all my super potions are about to get used up, healing my team all thanks to some stupid bugs. This is why they're so annoying.
And I see the Hyper Potions are still not available for purchase. That's quite annoying, but I guess they could become available after we beat Candace. Or worst case, it would be after beating Volkner, but at that point, we'd get full restores.
The full restores will only be available for purchase at the Pokemon League Pokemon Center in this game Obama, which makes things even more annoying since we can't use them in Victory Road. Hey now though, we have to take on Mars again, and you better crush her, and her poor ugly Donald.
She's gonna get slammed just like how Saturn did last time. Her first Pokemon is a Crobat though, which could be annoying, but not against my Infernape, it won't be.
Yup, we can Thunder Punch this thing into oblivion. And teaching that move to Infernape was probably the biggest W move you made in this series, Donnie. It just makes Infernape all the more versatile, especially with our attack stat being higher than Jizzy Joe smoking a blunt.
I just want to say I don't condone that behavior. And the fact he does that is gross because we live in the same body, and I feel all the after effects of being very hungry.
Yo, that cross poison hit us harder than I expected, boys. I'm surprised she didn't use something like Air Slash, though, or moves like that. It would have probably taken Infernape out in one go.
Well, that's why she's a total piece of trash trainer, Bush. I would have spammed Air Slash or Fly, and since it had a Focus Sash and it's faster than us too, it would have definitely taken Infernape out. But it just so happens I'm the better trainer here, so of course I'd be triumphant.
But she's sending a Kangaskhan out now, so good tactical substitution, Donald. Swampert should be able to one-shot this thing with Surf. I feel like their teams are improving, but also still quite weak. There is also the fact that we are very strong ourselves, and Donald has a habit of training harder than he needs to.
You say that as we get paralyzed. Of course it would somehow outspeed us, which is complete bullshit. Someone needs to explain this nonsense right here. No way should a Kangaskhan be able to outspeed a shiny purple Swampert like ours.
I still took it out with Aquatail, but I agree that was complete BS right there. Luckily, I won't need to use Swampert anymore in this battle, and I can go back to my beautiful Obama Pokemon to take on the rest of her team.
So it took you 13 episodes to finally make a joke about me and Infernape, then did you, Donald? And it wasn't even a good one at that, and I'm not even bothered by it either because it's the strongest member of your team right now.
You should be happy I haven't made jokes in every episode of this series, dude. I could have easily done that, but because I'm a good friend, I won't. Now back to this incredibly boring battle. Commander Mars needs to up her game for the double battle in Spear Pillar if she wants to win against me.
She's actually got a Porygon Z now, though, which is interesting. Anyone who's used this Pokemon, please leave a comment on if you think it's good and if you think it would be worth us using it one day. I personally don't like it, and ever since it got banned from the anime, I liked it less.
Joe, it got banned from the anime because of the animators, not the Pokemon itself, let's be honest here. And it wasn't even Porygon Z. It was the first one, I think. But we probably shouldn't talk more about that.
That was a very sensitive topic. But I think those episodes only got screened in Japan and never made it to the West for the reasons it got banned for. Either way, that was then, and this is now. Donald sweeping through a team he'd be losing against if he was 10 levels lower.
Hey man, pipe down. If you take a look at my Infernape, it's currently in the yellow health zone, which means I could have actually lost it in this battle. But because I'm a God tier player, I never lose.
Everything you just said is an embarrassment in of itself, to be honest, Donald. You just outed yourself big time. I hope you feel really proud of yourself.
I will when I've banned you for life from appearing on this channel and in these videos. Don't you think I can't do that? I'm one of the founding fathers of this place, so yeah, I carry a lot of weight.
The only weight you carry is McDonald's burgers in your fat gut. Now get your fat ass to Snow Point City in the lake there because Barry needs you to save him, believe it or not. I'm very surprised Professor Rowan has so much faith in you because I sure don't.
It's not like there's anyone else he can phone up, though, so Donald will have to do.
Look, Maylene is here and she's saying very nice things to me right now. Something you two could start doing if you want to be in my good graces and get some boons for me. I'll give you a full shiny Pokemon team in Violet if you're nice to me, Bush.
I don't care about your damn shiny Pokemon. They don't change anything except make the battle go on for a few seconds longer whilst that stupid shiny animation happens. If anything, shiny Pokemon slow down the gameplay. So yeah, take your shiny Pokemon and shove it where the sun doesn't shine.
This all turned hostile rather quickly, didn't it? A few minutes ago, Donald was your boy, and now he's your mortal enemy. Not that I mind the beef, because watching from the sidelines here with my popcorn is great fun.
This snowstorm or blizzard, whatever you want to call it, sure isn't fun though. Some parts of the snow is super deep and you get stuck in it. But fun fact for you all, this is like one of the only places in the Pokemon games with this much open space apart from the games on the Switch. Usually everything is congested with things everywhere, but here it's all so open.
And there's the ice rock we used to evolve Eevee into Glaceon. We will be using that icy little fella one day because it's one of my favorites. And with all that, we're finally in Snow Point City and there's some earthquakes going on, boys.
Hey, even the residents of this place don't seem to know what's going on either. Maybe it has something to do with the temple.
Using my powers of deduction, boys, the tremors around here have something to do with the temple.
Donald, I just said that.
And I'm right, guys. The temple is the source of these earthquakes, like the gym guy told me. Candace seems to be there too, which means I have to do those ice puzzles, which are just the worst.
Before the puzzles, it seems we're being challenged by these two temple guardians who want to see if you're worthy enough to enter. This seems a bit inconvenient, to be honest. The ground is literally falling apart, and instead of going to save the day, these two fools want to have a battle which proves nothing.
And one of them has a Blissey, which means we're going to be here for a while.
That fat pink furball is probably the biggest threat on the field. More threatening than our Pokemon, even. Blissey is Pink Demon if not dealt with properly.
The Pink Demon got clapped by my Metagross. You two hyping up the enemy team when you should be hyping me up. You're definitely not getting a shiny Pokemon team in Violet now.
I expect to be given a full shiny team, Donald. I didn't get one in Storm Silver, which was a disappointment, and I've always been good to you. Even whilst you make Infernape jokes in my face right now, I still am a very good friend to you, bro.
Obama, you can have any shiny Pokemon you want. In fact, you're such a good friend, I'll even give my entire self to you. You're just a one in a million kind of guy, which is what I love about you. My brother from a very different mother.
Hey, we used to be bosom buddies, Donnie, so what happened to that? And by the way, we have more chance of being related than you, and that's slaking.
That is true, but you were still a meanie to him along with me just now, Joe. Also, I'd like to say it's nice to see trainers using the Johto region starter Pokemon, especially Meganium, although using that in an Ice-type area is just plain stupid.
Hey guys, I just realized we haven't asked the community question and the video is almost over, so I'll pop that right now for them. Everyone go comment which route has the best music in all the games. For us, it's Route 209 in Sinnoh, and we still need to do a shout out as well.
I shall do the honors of shouting out a viewer, Barry, and for me it has to be Phoenix Blitz 4304. What a mouthful that name is for me in my old age. But they suggested Wishy Washy should get a newer evolution that isn't a bunch of them clumped together. I like this idea very much.
I forgot Wishy Washy was even a Pokemon. But yeah, that makes sense. I like the idea of that little guy getting something more like maybe a Mega Evolution.
I am calling it now, boys, that we're going to see our boy Flygon get a Mega Evolution in the new Legends game, and when I'm right, you can all come here and tell me how great I am. There is no way they don't give him one at this point in the series.
I'd like to point out that we just lost Infernape there, and Donald is being very quiet about it. Obviously, he's embarrassed to lose such a high-leveled Pokemon to a peasant, but then again, Feraligatr is cracked. These 3 starter Pokemon also deserve Mega Evolutions too.
Okay, Metagross bit the dust too. Not such a great way to end this battle, to be honest. These two are actually quite the strong trainers. I'll give them credit where credit is due for this.
If it was me battling Donald, then I'd have kept Infernape and Metagross alive in this battle. I'm just better than you.
Somehow Swampert got burned too. This battle is proving to be pushing you to your limits, isn't it, Donnie, old boy?
Just because it's a water type doesn't mean you can't get burned bush. Also, what the hell is going on with the screen right now, Donald?
For God's sake, the game is bugging out again. All right, viewers, this isn't you. The game is bugged, so don't turn off your phones or TVs or whatever it is you use to watch our series on. This game is still in development, so yeah, right now it thinks it's Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Okay, but it's only happening on certain camera positions and animations, which is even more weird. And it happened after their Tyranitar's Sandstream ability kicked off, so maybe that's why.
Okay, guys, probably gonna have to start wrapping this up. So go hit the like and subscribe button. The game was bugging out for me again. So I cut to the bottom of the Snow Point Temple here, where Candace and Maylene are trying to calm Reggie Gigas down.
You need the other 3 Ragies to wake this big fella up, though. And for those wanting to play this game, be aware of bugs and glitches. We haven't found anything game-breaking, but in between cuts, we have encountered some annoying ones.
Yeah, and make sure to make a copy of your save, too. Anyway, I'm gonna end this one here, guys. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, boys and girls. Welcome to part 14. Remember to hit that like and subscribe button and join our channel as a member if you want early access to our videos.
Joe, your intros need a bit of work, but yeah, welcome everyone. And as you can see, I'm already in front of Candace, challenging her to a battle. I had to skip the whole gym puzzle due to more bugs we had issues with off screen. If you saw what happened at the end of the last episode, hailstorms and sand seem to cause issues for us. So yeah, we're currently trying to get these videos as perfect as we can for you all whilst dealing with that.
Way too many bugs have started appearing for no reason whatsoever. But that all aside, we gotta focus on this battle with Candace to get our 7th gym badge. Her team is gonna be busted probably, but Ice has so many weaknesses, so I think we'll be fine in this battle.
Once again, Infernape here will clutch us up in this battle, and Tyranitar will be useful too with its rock typing. Even Metagross with its steel moves. We just have so many ways to counter ice types in this gym battle.
Seriously, I mean close combat and flare blitz will easily one-shot everything. I don't even care about the recoil damage, but maybe for the Elite Four battle, I should equip that item which stops the recoil from hurting me when using flare blitz.
I think that item is the assault vest or something. Could be useful though, Donald. We can get every item in the Veilstone department store, remember? And don't have to save up those stupid battle points either, which is the biggest W here.
And there goes her ace. Obama Snow, as everyone knows it's called, was always a weakling with its crap defenses. You guys actually used one back in the normal Platinum version, and whilst its snow warning saved you a lot, its actual battling skills were pretty bad to say the least.
Okay, and the bullshit begins from here on out, boys. Dugong survives a thunder punch somehow, and then eats a wiki berry to restore its health. And to make matters worse, you go lose Infernape as well, Donnie.
Doesn't really matter though, does it, Joe? I actually have revives now, remember? Only took me like 6 gym badges before I was able to purchase them though. It's so funny in this game you can buy a life orb before a revive. Now that is some major BS right there.
I don't think that's entirely true, but I see where you're going with that statement. The devs need to really make revives purchasable right from Sandgem Town or at the least Oreburgh City.
Agreed, and we don't even get max revives at all. I think you can only find them on the ground but can't buy them, which is weird. They have definitely nerfed the healing items in this game for whatever reason. Either to be funny or just to make the game harder for us.
It's to make the game harder for us. And hey, Metagross is doing great in here. Candace is sending out Glaceon though, and the more I see this Pokemon, the more beautiful I think it is. It's so pretty.
And it's about to wreck Metagross. I couldn't be bothered to heal in this battle because it wastes time and I'll probably win anyway. Although Candace's team is pretty strong and I am quite impressed with her strats. She even used spikes right in the beginning.
Glaceon will still be a total pushover though, Joe. I can't see this thing doing much to the rest of our team, to be honest.
With Intimidate as well, its attack will drop a lot, so Tyranitar should be able to end this cutie pie's life points with no issues.
Oh, of course the Stone Edge would miss right here. And now I'm gonna take another Earth Power right to my face and then lose Tyranitar. You two had to just open your mouths, didn't you like that? You jinxed this.
Glaceon be hitting us like a freight train, though. I'm very impressed. I think it's humbling us since we shit-talked the poor thing at the start of this series, boys. Now it's back for revenge.
Yeah, and sending out Venusaur was absolutely the worst possible idea, Donald. How do you expect this thing to take on this Glaceon, which it's already weak against?
But because it loves us so much, it thawed out from being frozen. Now that's what you call love.
Boom, the sleep powder hit too. I so got this with Venusaur, boys. Candace put up a good fight, but once again, I proved to be the superior god-tier trainer. I beat her faster than Ash did even.
You're a god tier at over-leveling and that's about it. Only I'm allowed to over-level because I'm a bad trainer myself and will happily admit that. After this though, shit is about to go down for real with Team Galactic. We gotta storm their base.
Yeah, it's gonna be like when the FBI stormed.
Joe, don't even finish that sentence, homie. Donald will ban you and then worse things could happen. Anyway, he did beat Candace finally, so now we need to head back to Veilstone City and save the world.
I'll give you a fun fact about this gym though, which is you can solve the entire puzzle without having to battle a single trainer in here. Although I had to use other undisclosed means because I got soft locked and didn't know what to do and couldn't even move.
Talking of moving, we forgot we were supposed to go save Barry at the lake. He's getting slammed by Jupiter as we speak. Poor guy is really getting a humbling in this series.
To be fair to him, she's strong in this game, so I have nothing bad to say. He did his best probably, and his team is decent too.
He did his best, but he could have done better. His dad would have won, so he's definitely not at his skill level. I doubt he ever will be, to be honest. But I'd love to see Donald battle Palmer in an all-out battle if that's possible.
Obviously, I'd win. And I'm pretty sure that little simp uses legendaries, which is something I don't do. So yeah, he's a cheater too. Doesn't really make him look so good, does it now, Obama?
Says the person who would use God on his team any chance he gets with all the plates so nothing affects you. You're gonna play Legends Arceus one day, Donald, and I know. That's all you're gonna be thinking about. You're just a little Arceus simp yourself.
Meanwhile, I'm over here enjoying the Veilstone jazz music again whilst I eat my ice cream, which none of you have bothered to notice.
Oh, we noticed, Joe, but no one here gives a shit. We have way more pressing matters at hand, which is to end Team Galactic's reign of tyranny, since no one else is gonna bother to do it.
We have Looker by our side too, which means it's gonna be GG for them. Also, this place is a maze too, Donald, so do you know your way around? I have a map, actually, from the original Diamond and Pearl strategy guide if you need my help.
Thanks, Bush, but I know my way around. It's just a chore getting to the top of this place. And there is one thing they didn't add, which is the whole speech Cyrus gives in the normal Pokemon Platinum. I guess the devs couldn't be bothered to design all that in this ROM hack.
They would have had to build a whole new room just for that speech, though, so it makes sense they didn't include that, Donald. And it's not like it changes much anyway.
You better mentally prepare yourself, though, bro. The battle with Cyrus is going to be hella tough, because that Honchcrow is going to be back at it again. Best bet would be to send out Tyranitar to deal with it, since the rock and dark typing will benefit us a lot.
Yeah, don't send out Infernape to deal with that thing. Brave Bird will definitely one-shot us if you do. We'll need our monkey to deal with his other Pokemon like Magnezone, which will probably stall us with paralysis.
He stands there like an absolute boss, though. Look at him, boys. Cyrus is so cool. And of course, Crobat comes out first, but I'm not worried about that. I do want to use one on my team, though, one day.
Donald, you're the biggest dumbass ever. Crobat was obviously going to outspeed us, and it has Brave Bird, too. So that's actually GG to Infernape on the first damn turn. What the hell is wrong with you?
That was total bullshit, Bush, and he got a critical hit on me, too. Over-leveling means complete ass in this ROM as well. And now my plan has gone down the drain, and I don't really know what to do.
You can start off by calming down, Donald. We still have revives, remember, and it's only the first turn. Granted, this battle will be difficult, but you got us for advice, so don't sweat it.
Good idea using the Stealth Rock first, Donald. Although maybe doing that from the beginning would have been a smarter idea, instead doing whatever it was you did.
Yes, thank you, Joe. When I need advice from a demented frog spawn like yourself, then I'll ask. Now, Stone Edge took out Crobat anyway, so currently Cyrus and I are on an even playing field. The rest of his team will take damage going forward now, though, as soon as they're thrown in, so I think things will be easier now.
And he's sending out Magnezone, so it's going to be a steel-on-steel battle. This should be fun to watch. Magnezone has high special attack stats, so don't get too cocky here.
My defenses are very high too, though, Bush. And he's going to outspeed me again, because Metagross is so slow and hit me with the Thunder as well. With the paralysis as a bonus. How annoying.
Light Screen was a good strat, however. That should ease up the damage we take from special attacks for 5 turns, I believe. And boys, whilst this is all going on, I'm going to ask the viewers the question for this video. So everyone go comment which move in the games is the most forgetful.
Damn Metagross lives with 1 health point left. How sweet. And to answer that question, Obama's going to require everyone to start Googling Pokemon moves.
That's fine, because I did ask for the most forgetful move. Moves like Chatter, Tail Glow, and Conversion are super rare moves. I bet many people haven't even heard of those 3, but anyway, go leave your comments and we'll see who has the rarest one.
Hey, I did warn you about Magnezone's special attack stats, Donald, and you ignored me. Although him continuously hitting Thunder like that without even a rain dance active is very sus, he could be cheating somehow.
I was about to say that. How on earth did he hit all those Thunders without missing a single one? That's just as bad, if not worse, than when Maylene got like 8 critical hits in a row when we battled here a few episodes ago. Complete and utter BS yet again.
And now he's sending out the demon. Make sure to get this thing out of our way as fast as possible, Donald, so Moxie doesn't activate and screw us over like last time.
It'll take damage from the Stealth Rock, and then we just need the Stone Edge to hit it.
Well, I think Stone Edge needs a higher accuracy rating. But then again, if it's not 100% accurate, it's basically 50% accurate, even if the number says otherwise.
And thank God that connected, though. And now I don't have to worry about that Honchcrow ever again. Well, for the time being anyway, since we have to battle Cyrus for the final time in Spear Pillar, unless that's also been changed in this ROM hack. Either way, I'm not worried about the rest of his pathetic little team now.
Talking of pathetic. He has his little rat back here, which you still need to send to Lavender Town so it can rest forever with Blues. Both of them can live happily ever after then.
Technically speaking, it won't be happily ever after if they're going to Lavender Town, would it, Obama? And the Pokemon Tower there has been replaced by the radio tower for Kanto, so they'd just be dumped on the street.
I think Raticate belongs on the street anyway. They probably run around in groups like that episode in Alola, where Ash's trial was to chase them all off.
Cyrus only has 2 Pokemon left, boys, including this Houndoom, which is about to meet its maker. I remember we used one of these guys as well, and it was god-awful. Its defenses were shit, and to be honest, I don't like it at all.
It was quite powerful, though, Donald, if you remember all that, too. I think it's an alright Pokemon overall, but if I had a choice, I probably wouldn't use one myself. There was way better fire and dark types like Chi-Yu.
Talking of Chi-Yu, we made a poll recently about whether or not we should use legendary Pokemon only in our playthrough of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which is the next game on our list. Personally, we'd all love to, because no one ever does that. But we'll need to find ways to make it harder for us. Either way, go to our channel and vote on what you'd like us to use, and leave comments on what legendary Pokemon we should use too.
Donald is going to want a whole team of Arceuses, but lucky for us, he's not even in those games. Which actually makes no sense, because he's God.
I just got outsped by a Weevil who used Aerial Ace and one-shot my Infernape again in this battle. The pile of shit is getting bigger and bigger as this game goes on, guys, and I'm really not happy about it.
You beat him now, though, Donnie, so well done. But don't get too comfortable, because you remember what we have to do next, right?
Oh God, yeah, that other blue-haired buffoon will want to challenge me again for no reason whatsoever. I don't need things like that wasting my time when the world is about to get ripped apart by a time-space hole. Saturn knows he's gonna lose, so why bother battling me for a third time even?
At least Cyrus was kind enough to give us the Master Ball. Which is odd, because surely he'd want to use that to catch Dialga or Palkia. That way they'd listen to him, and he wouldn't have to use the red chain on them.
Even if he used the Master Ball, they still wouldn't listen to him to that extent, Bush. They wouldn't go and create a new universe after being told to by some human. Only Arceus can give them that command.
Yeah, the red chain is basically Arceus's power in chain form, which is also very weird to be honest. Why even have that as a thing to begin with? But anyway, he has to use the red chain on them, so they're forced to do his bidding. Except Giratina, who's just too goated to give a damn about what some random human thinks.
Okay, and the battle with Saturn has started, and his Bronzong seems stronger than when we battled him in Lake Valor. It survived a direct close combat attack like it was nothing.
Saturn has been nothing but a little punch bag for Donald ever since we first battled him, and that's not about to change here either. The guy is such a tool.
His team has just increased in a few levels, and they clearly don't have time to train, so I bet Cyrus has just given them a ton of rare candies to use or something. He took the Donald approach of being too lazy to train, although he is stalling us while Cyrus makes his way to Mount Coronet and Spear Pillar.
I mean, yeah, that's basically what's going on here. And that Charon guy is here too, although he doesn't seem to do much. In the anime, he does nothing, and it's like he doesn't even have a Pokemon himself.
He kept making mistakes in the anime, so I'm surprised they kept him first of all, and then he got lost in the mountains too. I think the best scientist was the one Team Rocket had.
It's going to be GG to Tyranitar again. Poor guy has probably been taken out more times than any other Pokemon on our team, and he's also the newest member too, which is just sad.
I doubt you could do any better, Joe. How about you play Radical Red and Emerald Kaizo after Bush has played Violet, and then we'll see how good you really are. So far, you've had like the easiest games to play, so we need something that will humble your ass back down to earth.
Oh boy, and here we go again with the game going on an acid trip. I thought that incident in Snow Point City would be the last we saw of that, boys.
Looks like it's gone now, though. And once again, viewers, that was happening to the game and not your devices, so don't worry. This game is still being developed, so expect shit like that. Unlike a certain other game where they released it half-cooked.
Yo, at least Magmortar here got slammed in one move. This thing was a pain in the ass before, since it has a counter to every type, basically with moves like Thunderbolt, and even moves to deal with rock and ground types.
He still has 3 Pokemon left, though, and he's basically on his last legs and probably has no idea what to do next. Bronzong was half dead, so it was never going to be an issue, and I'm confident his Toxicroak will get slammed as well.
I feel like this battle shouldn't even exist, to be honest, because we only just battled Saturn like 10 minutes ago in real life, if you think about it. And now here we are again, and his team is slightly different too.
He loaded them up on even more rare candies as well. Guy is coping hard, and he knows he's lost, so he should just surrender and let us release the poor Lake Guardians. Which, by the way, was such a stupid idea on their behalf, because those 3 help us beat Team Galactic and Spear Pillar.
So what you're saying is Commander Saturn caused Team Galactic's downfall by letting us release Meesprit, Uxie, and Azel? I mean, that's an interesting theory.
I think I lost all my remaining brain cells after hearing you pronounce those Pokemon names, Bush, but I beat Saturn yet again. I wonder what the fool is thinking about this.
His Toxicroak could still sweep us, Donald, so be careful.
Not when it meets my Flare Blitz, it's not. And GG right there, boys. And with that, I need a nap now. Go like and subscribe and all that. You know the drill by now.
That was literally the worst way to end a video. Donald, seriously, bro, you could have done it with more manners and politely, you know. And tell everyone thank you for watching.
Yeah, that was rude. And now you've freed the 3 little legendaries, which means in part 15, we're going to be heading towards Spear Pillar if you can even remember how to get there.
You just go up the Oreburgh City side, I think, Bush. And I'll need rock climb for that. And surf too. I think you can also go from Hearthome City on the west side, but I don't know that path very well.
Someone can comment on the easiest way to Spear Pillar then, I guess. But we shall end this video now, everyone, so thanks for watching. See you all in part 15.
Donald, you're already at the top of Spear Pillar. Holy hell, bro. I guess this is part 15, though. And I should do a proper into. So welcome, guys. Hit the like and subscribe button, and become a member of the channel if you want early access to videos. It seems we're kicking this episode off with some major action.
And that cute little shaman appeared out of nowhere and seems to know what's at stake here, and was kind enough to give me a free full restore. That shaman has helped me more than any of you have since we started this series, I'd like to just say.
I mean, if the world ends, Donald, that shaman would also lose its life too, so I think it's just doing this to save itself more so than helping you. All you are is a means to an end for that green hedgehog.
To be fair, that is a valid, true point. Shaman would also get nuked if Cyrus goes and creates his new world. But I think because it's such a sweetie pie, it really sincerely wants to help us out and be kind to us. I mean, it is the gratitude Pokemon, remember?
Yeah, and it should be grateful to me and me only. I'm literally the only person who cares about the Sinnoh region, believe it or not. A random 10-year-old kid. To be honest, after I beat Cynthia, I think my name should be in the Hall of Fame forever as the savior of the world, as well as champion.
You would probably be the only person to ever save the world, or at least the Sinnoh region, Donnie. So yeah, I'd be down for you to be immortalized forever in the Hall of Fame. I mean, everyone in there is already remembered anyway.
Once again, Obama, you're proving to be my true, real friend here. And in other news, we have a double battle against 2 random grunts going on. They have Toxicroak again, and I swear we've seen these same Pokemon before, so I think we've just been battling the same grunts throughout this entire game.
I was thinking that too. They've just been recycling the same Team Galactic grunts with the same Pokemon. We definitely saw Toxicroak at Lake Verity, and that Beautyfly has appeared before as well.
This battle should be considered the warm-up to the ones coming right after. They're going to be the final battles we have with Team Galactic, and I expect them to be cracked with their busted-ass teams.
Something I'd like to talk about is that the poll we made regarding using legendary Pokemon in our next playthrough of Scarlet and Violet has been decided with the majority voting for yes. So our plan is to get a team and start them all at level 1 to make things harder right off the bat. But we need more suggestions on how to make it more difficult since legends are so strong.
We shall find a way to make it harder, Barry, don't worry about it. But that's then, and this is now. I finally beat these 2 morons, and now we get no breaks and have to jump into another battle with the commanders for the final time.
Hey, you finally were able to stock up on some hyper potions though, which is awesome. But you wasted them since I'm pretty sure Barry heals our team up before we take on the ladies.
That might be after we beat them, Joe. He definitely does then. And also, where is Saturn when all of this is going on? He disappeared after we beat him in the Galactic headquarters, and you'd have thought he'd be here right now with everyone else.
Man has probably gone home crying to his mommy about how he lost to a 10-year-old like 3 times in a row. And good idea switching Tyranitar out first, Donald. The Stealth Rock strat will be a good one for this double battle, especially if any of their team has a Focus Sash or something on them.
I just hope Barry will be more useful in this battle compared to the last time I had to team up with his sorry ass. He was just holding me back and absolutely pathetic in battle. And this is supposed to be his redemption one too, since Jupiter beat him at Snow Point City.
So Crobat is going to lead off with U-Turn, which forces it to switch out to another of her Pokemon. And damn, she has an Electivire now too. Shit's about to get real.
Such an awesome Pokemon. I love Electivire. And Barry is using Tailwind as well, so yeah, we can expect him to do absolutely nothing in this battle for us again. He's only trying to help himself at this point.
Barry even gave his Drifblim a Flame Orb. I never understood the point of those items since they cause damage to the user. And for what? A slight boost in power or something? Doesn't seem very worth it to me, to be honest.
Earthquake came in clutch there, though. Took out Electivire and did a lot of damage to the Sableye. I wonder what other new Pokemon they're gonna have. Jupiter should have a Magmortar on her team, so be prepared for that.
She won't have that Pokemon because Saturn is the Magmortar user. Jupiter will probably have some other busted one we'll have to deal with. And the levels of their team are quite high as well, which means we can expect Cyrus to be in the like level 60 area, possibly 70.
That Sableye is the main threat here right now, though. It needs to be dealt with, and it has the leftovers, too. It's going to be the nuisance Pokemon in this battle, Donald.
The first useful thing Barry has done is take out Bronzong in one go. Now let's see if he's going to help us out some more with that Sableye.
Apparently I can't even take it out in one go, though, which is just sad. Mars was always a pushover, but Jupiter is probably the strongest out of the three. To be honest, she could be stronger than Cyrus even if he didn't have Honchkrow.
Yeah, agreed without Honchkrow. I can't see Cyrus being tough in this game. Unless he goes and changes his entire team around here, which could happen. But to deal with these two, Donald, you should use moves like Surf and Earthquake all the time since they'll do damage to both Pokemon at once. And then Barry can finish them off.
He just lost Drifblim, though, but we can't say anything bad about it since it's a great Pokemon. And he also took on one of their Pokemon with it, too.
Jupiter called Sableye back, which was interesting, and she has Gengar out now. Didn't see that one coming at all. Somehow she got one of these on her way from Snowpoint City to here.
And damn Dazzling Gleam hit that Lopunny hard. That could have been taken out of context too, so I'll pretend I never said that actually. And would you look at that, Barry, one-shot Gengar with frustration. I think that move does more damage when you Pokemon hate you, so I wonder what Barry has been doing to poor Lopunny, guys.
Oh, he has for sure been carrying out some clandestine activities with Lopunny. But we aren't allowed to say any more than that, without getting told off by forces much higher than ourselves, which do exist, by the way.
Lopunny is really on fire in this battle, boys. Holy hell. It must be really pissed off, but it can't take it out on Barry. So the Team Galactic commanders have to deal with all this.
They clearly know we aren't the threat here, though, so Flash Cannon has ended the reign of Lopunny's tyranny once and for all. What a great Pokemon it has been in this battle.
Barry has definitely redeemed himself. He's been shit throughout this whole game, and now he's finally coming into himself and clutching up this battle. I'm super impressed. Shame we won't see him again, though. I don't think there's a battle with him at the end of this game.
I gotta say, Donald, you have been performing worse in this battle than Barry, which is also very sad. You're supposed to be the GOAT and leading us into victory. In actual fact, the only thing that has led us to victory in this battle is a goddamn Lopunny.
Look here, Bushy, I have been contributing quite a lot and slowly eating away at their health points. But it doesn't help that Jupiter is a little gremlin. She keeps withdrawing her Pokemon every other turn.
She do be doing that. And now Tangela's out, which is a grass type. So how about you switch out to Infernape and one-tap it with Flare Blitz?
Joe is right, Donnie. Sending out Infernape would have ended this battle ages ago, and we could have started the fight with Cyrus too. These two are also trying to stall us, even though he's just standing there doing nothing right now.
Crobat is out now with Cross Poison, so be careful of that move. And I really think you should switch out Pokemon too, Donald. Keeping Swampert out is asking for trouble.
If I switch out now, I'll have to wait a turn and then get attacked possibly by some air attack which Crobat would use, which could take out Infernape. I mean, it took out Meganium in one go just now, so I'm not risking it.
Okay, so your plan right now is to sacrifice Swampert like this and then use that opportunity to send out Infernape. Sounds risky to me, bro.
Exactly, that is my plan. Infernape can take out either of these two easily, and then I can use close combat on that Probopass when it's back out, which should one-shot it. And then we'll only have two Pokemon left to deal with. But boy, has this battle been a drag.
Barry has Weevil out now, which is awesome since it should outspeed everything on the field and going forward in the battle too. I mean, Mars hasn't sent out Purugly yet either, but I guess Infernape can easily deal with that Pokemon as well.
Hey, I can ask the viewers the community question for this video whilst Donald is doing all this, since we haven't yet. And I actually have a really good question for the peeps, which is, what's the most forgotten Pokemon that deserves more attention? Last time we asked you for the most forgetful moves, but this one should bring up some interesting conversations.
The one that comes to mind for me is that milk dessert Pokemon from Galar. Milcery or whatever it's called, and then it evolves into all those different flavored Pokemon. I actually think its design is simple yet elegant, and the fact that there are so many flavors is awesome too.
Oh man, I'd sure love that Pokemon as my partner. I get it to make me all the candy and ice cream forever and ever. What an amazing thing that would be.
For me, the most forgetful Pokemon is probably Bruxish from Alola, I think. It doesn't really evolve, and I don't know why anyone would use one, to be honest. It also looks stupid and like a clown, so yeah, that's my choice.
I'm just going to chime in and say that Sizer of Berries saved your ass, Donald. Infernape was literally about to cry, as that message stated, but Sizer took out the rock head for you, Donnie.
Hey, no crybabies allowed in my team, thank you very much. Infernape can beat it if it starts crying. And look, Jupiter is copying Cynthia now by using a Gastrodon. How cheap can you get?
There's no way you ditch Infernape for it, crying dude. And look, it even toughed it out for you as well because it still loves you so much.
Sizer now decides to use Swords Dance, which is really not needed at this point in the battle. That thing could have taken out Gastrodon since we did all the heavy lifting with it.
She still has one Pokemon left after this one, which means it's going to be her Skuntank. And who knows what Mars is left if she even does. But this has for sure been one of the longest battles in this series so far. It feels like it's never going to end with the team these two have used.
Why would you use Flare Blitz at that point, you dumbass Donald? We could have used close combat and still be alive since the recoil wouldn't have been there and then taken out Skuntank too. Gastrodon is also a water type, so using fire was just stupid.
Hang on though, I forgot she still has this Sableye alive. She switched this thing out ages ago and here it is again. This is a Pokemon I think Ash should have used on one of his teams because it really is great. Just not great when being used by someone like this purple-haired bozo.
All right, but it looks like Skuntank is the last Pokemon on their combined team. Mars is done, and now this skunk is all we need gone. And then we have to sit through Donald battling Cyrus with another 6 Pokemon, and I bet he's changed his team up.
Yep, and here we go with the cheap bullshit moves coming out. This thing is going to try last as long as it can, using Protect when its end is inevitable.
Yeah, it will alternate between Protect and Flamethrower, which could take us out too if you're not careful. I think this was supposed to be a warm-up battle for Cyrus, but no way did we expect it to be this kind of a warm-up.
It's burned now, though, so there's no chance of this thing surviving unless Jupiter has a full restore, which, to be honest, wouldn't surprise me at all.
Looks like the Goat Empoleon will finish it off for us, so that's going to be a big GG to these two peasants. They can go rot in jail or whatever it is they'll do now. I mean, Cyrus literally up and leaves them in his own world in the anime and in Platinum. He's basically done the same thing again here, and yet they're still so loyal.
That's true, and I still don't get that. Why would you still be so loyal to someone who you looked up to, but then who turns their back on you? These guys must have nowhere else to go. In that special series called the Arceus Chronicles, they literally steal one of Arceus's plates and use it to try get back to Cyrus, which was insanity.
Don't even get me started on that BS bush. But guys, can we have some silence, please? 2 gods are about to appear.
So in my opinion, Cyrus is the strongest evil team leader because he can summon these two like they're nothing.
Joe, don't you understand the meaning of silence? Since you've gone and broke it now, though, here we're seeing another acid trip animation, but this time, the whole Sinnoh region is tripping out.
Cyrus probably has a bigger ego than you do now, Donald. Look how smug he looks right now. He thinks the world is his oyster and he basically could destroy everything with these two by his side.
That's what I like about him, though. Unlike everyone else who destroys, Cyrus actually creates. Granted, he goes about it in all the wrong ways, but it's still nice to see someone go about evil in a different way. And with that, boys, I think we should leave everyone edging on a cliffhanger, so go like the video and subscribe, people.
Bush, you just cut off the 3 Lake Guardians' awesome little entrance here. Poor things were waiting for this moment for so long. They wouldn't even be here unless we had freed them too.
Once again, Saturn essentially caused the downfall of Team Galactic by allowing us to release them. Cyrus should go blame him when it all goes wrong.
Well, looks like the battle with him is going to start now, but we shall be saving that for part 16. Things are really going to liven up in the next episode, so stay tuned, guys.
Alrighty, boys and girls, we're here ready to save the world. The final showdown with Team Galactic is on. Go hit the like and subscribe button as we battle Cyrus, and looks like Dialga and Palkia too.
Bush, shut up, bro. You're interrupting the entrance of the devil himself. Silence in the audience, please.
Okay, wow, so they didn't animate Cyrus getting eaten by Giratina, and Dialga and Palkia have just disappeared as well. That part needs some work, but hey, Giratina looked scary, and his animations were pretty good too. I can't wait to enter the Distortion World now, boys.
Yeah, don't get your hopes up on this part, Donnie. We also have Jizzy Joe with us today to witness Donald and the tyranny of Team Galactic in the Sinnoh Region. This episode is going to be action-packed for sure. And then after this, the only thing left for us to do is head towards Sunyshore City.
A few episodes ago, we asked the viewers what their favorite music was in the Roots, but I forgot how good the Distortion World's music is. It's creepy yet peaceful at the same time. Kinda like Giratina. He's not even evil, to be honest. It's like how God sent Lucifer to rule hell because it needed a ruler.
Okay? That shot right there is the scariest thing ever. Look at his demonic red eyes and the shadow that consumes the rest of his body. This is what you call an entrance, boys.
Oh, so we don't actually go around the Distortion World then? I guess they haven't finished making all that, and instead I'm thrown into a battle against Cyrus right off the bat against two gods. Meanwhile, Giratina is just sitting there watching all this go on. He could stop Cyrus.
A double battle against these two? Well, this should be interesting. Both of them are at level 70 as well, which is the level we'd normally catch them at. So what's the strat for this battle gonna be then, Donald? I hope you have something in mind.
They both kicked things off with pressure, which I think reduces our power points or something like that. To be honest, most of my team aren't even at their level. And then we still have Giratina to battle after this too, so I'm not really sure what to do here. Any advice from you guys would be appreciated.
And we're already getting slammed by these two. Aura Sphere was hella strong, Donald. At least we have some hyper potions, but still no max revives or full restores to use, which isn't so great.
Light Screen was probably the best way to start this battle off. And since we're battling the three gods in this episode, I want everyone to go comment which one is your favorite out of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, and tell us the reason too. Also, go comment who you think is the strongest out of these three as well.
Tyranitar has already bit the dust not even a minute into this battle. To be honest, Infernape could deal with Dialga quite easily with Flare Blitz or close combat, but Palkia probably has some water-type move on it, which would one-shot our monkey.
Yeah, that's my plan. I know Dialga will be easier to deal with, and then all I need to do is get a Thunder Punch to hit Palkia, and we should be good to go. I bet I still have to battle Cyrus's full team again, though, which would be an absolute pain in the ass. He can never admit he's lost, can he?
Metagross toughed it out for you again, though. He probably has the highest friendship rating out of everyone in our whole team. And with Ice Punch and Thunder Punch, I think these two should be able to clean up in here.
Metagross won't survive another attack, though, Jizzy Joe. We've still won this battle, but the main issue is half our team is dead. And then we still have more battling to do. So I hope Cyrus at least heals our team up if he wants a fair fight. It would be scummy of him if he didn't do that.
These two on the field right now will end Palkia, but yeah, I hope he heals us up too. I need my Stealth Rock and Light Screen strat up to deal with Cyrus. If I had Reflect 2, I could even combine it with Light Screen to get more defense from physical attacks as well.
I don't think you can use those two moves together like that, Donald. Although I could be wrong. Would be pretty cool, though. Yeah. Metagross can learn Reflect, so you could teach it that move before the Elite Four battles. But before all that, the final actual battle with Cyrus has begun. I swear this guy just never gives up.
He didn't even heal our team up. We only lost 2 Pokemon in the battle against those 2 legends, But still, this is not a fair fight. Talk about being a dishonorable little bastard.
So Donald has to spend the first few moves healing up our Pokemon, which means Cyrus literally gets free hits on us. But sending out Swampert to deal with Houndoom was probably your best move because we'll resist a lot of his attacks.
Throat Chop is eating away at my health, though. If he gets a crit, then it's going to be GG to Swampert, and I need this guy a lot. The main threat, once again, though, is of course Honchkrow, and I think Infernape with Thunder Punch will be the one to take it out.
Remember, Donald, this guy will almost certainly have some items on his Pokemon. So you probably won't even be able to one-shot Houndoom in one go yet.
These battles, as far as I'm concerned, have all just been preparing me for the Elite Four anyway, and their tactics. I bet they will all have an item on each Pokemon when we get to them. So far, Cyrus has been annoying to deal with, but not necessarily difficult.
Why do I get the feeling all our healing items are going to be gone by the end of this episode, though? I don't know, my spidey senses are tingling. Not that money is really an issue for you, Donald.
I just hope the Pokemon Center at the Pokemon League has some cool items for us. And also, I did some research on this game, too. There's actually a guy at the Pokemon League who can give us all the TMs we've missed in the game if you didn't already pick them up. At first, I was like, that's a great feature, but then I realized they'd only do that if the Elite Four were going to be extremely difficult.
Either way, we won't have a choice when it comes to battling them. Plus, having all the moves in the game will be very useful. It means we don't have to waste any time going around Sinnoh looking for moves we want in particular. I know Donald doesn't have the patience for that anyway.
I don't even have the patience to battle this idiot right now, let alone go around looking for moves I probably won't even use anyway. So yeah, that guy will be helpful for me when we get to the Pokemon League. Also, something I realized is Kanto and Johto are the only regions which have a name for their Pokemon League. Every other region doesn't.
True, they call it the Indigo Plateau, which is a very cool name. But then again, both regions share the same place for trainers to try become champion. So maybe that's why it has a name. So the regions don't get confused. Or Game Freak just got lazy with their naming conventions.
And we just got so close to losing Tyranitar to a Probopass. God, I hate that Pokemon so much, guys. Its entire face is the Pokemon, and it freaks me the hell out. Imagine going for a stroll in the middle of the night and you just see that thing staring at you.
Probopass is more annoying to deal with in battle than how it looks in my opinion. I have never not seen one with the sturdy ability too. They almost always have it.
I feel like I've spent more time healing in this episode than I have done any actual battling, and Cyrus has definitely hit me more than I him. I just have an overall stronger team that allows me to basically one-shot any Pokemon I come across or at least beat them in 2 or 3 moves.
That Crobat is the biggest troll here, Donald. It keeps spamming a turn to hit us and then mock us by running away immediately, just because it's like the fastest thing in the world. Or at least it's the fastest thing in this world since we're not currently on Earth.
True, the Distortion World exists on a plane of existence opposite to where humans live. Everything is in a balance between this place and Earth, essentially. And the movie with Giratina was one of my favorites as a child, too. I still watch it in my free time to this day.
Yeah, sure, because this all existed in your little village when you were a child, Obama. Are you sure you want to go down this route of conversation, LMAO?
Before he has the chance to fire back at you, I shall politely interrupt here and give you a fact on Giratina boys. It has 6 wings to represent the devil.
That was literally the most pointless piece of information I've received so far since I've been joining you lot in these videos. You might as well have told me it's also a ghost type.
Actually, it is a ghost type as well as dragon. And most legendary Pokemon are dragon too, because it's arguably the strongest type in the game. And I bet it was actually the first one which Arceus made other than normal.
Personally, I think all the types came into existence at once, and then Arceus made Mew, which then spread about or something. Although I don't like that theory too much. I feel like there were a few Mews, but not all Pokemon came from it. It just so happens to have all the DNA for whatever reason, though.
If you think about life on Earth, though, Obama, all animal life essentially came from one thing at a certain point in time, so it could be the same with how Mew and every other Pokemon came into existence, excluding Arceus and the Creation Trio, of course, and the Lake Guardians and basically all other legendary and mythical Pokemon.
Yeah, it's lovely listening to Professor Bush and Barack. But right now, Honchkrow is on the field, So I'm going to politely ask you both to shut the hell up if you have nothing useful or helpful to say at the moment. I just lost Infernape because of you two fools.
It's not our fault you didn't use one of your trillion hyper potions to heal it up, Donald. Plus, you knew it was coming and could have switched out, and yet you didn't. So this is your L, bro.
Your L will be getting banned from my videos, Bush, if you keep that sassy attitude up. Plus, I'm on to his last Pokemon now, which is Weavile. His whole team basically consists of dark-type Pokemon, and I've only just realized that now.
The first battle we had with Cyrus was definitely the toughest one overall. The Honchkrow was his strongest member, and since we knew it was coming, every other time has been easier and easier.
You know, I'd like to see Honchkrow get a Mega Evolution one day. I barely see anyone use it, and I bet they would more if it got a Mega form, kind of like with Mawile. No one I know ever uses that one, and then it got a really awesome Mega Evolution of its own.
Sorry to interrupt your flow there, Barry, but Cyrus has been beat. And now we're battling the devil himself. And he's still appearing as a shadow with those scary Sith Lord eyes. And on top of all that, he's level 102.
Okay, did not see this coming. I knew we'd have to battle him, but Giratina being level 100 is pure insanity. Do they really expect me to beat this thing with my current team? I mean, the best I got is Ice Punch on Metagross, and then Salamence, which could easily get taken out too.
He led off with Dragon Claw and could have easily one-shot Metagross with his signature Ghost-type move, Shadow Force, but I think he's just toying with us. And yeah, being level 100 was not something I saw coming at all.
He looks absolutely terrifying, boys. And Ice Punch, which is supposed to be super effective, did jack shit damage to him. Then Giratina decides to use Destiny Bond as well, which is a really scary move which can take us out with him if he also is hit by a knockout move.
I'm literally spending this entire turn healing up my team because most of them died battling Cyrus. The guy didn't give me a break at all and just left me all alone in here to deal with the devil.
To be honest, Donald, I think you're just wasting all the hyper potions right now. Giratina is so strong that by the time you heal up once, he's done double the amount of damage to us, which the hyper potion healed anyway. It's all just pointless.
I think we're going to lose Metagross too. Boy didn't do much in this battle except for Ice Punch. Giratina must have broken defenses to have resisted that move so well. I guess the best option to beat it would be dark types, if nothing else.
I'm going to try Salamence here and see if it can do anything. We still have the light screen active as well, so that's Metagross's contribution to this ass battle. Worst case scenario is we're going to have to use Sleep Powder with Venusaur and take it out that way.
And we just got hit with Dragon Claw. So much for the light screen being useful in here, Donnie. Giratina one-shot Salamence, which you should have seen coming, since Dragon is super effective against itself, of course. We have no fairy types either. So yeah, GG.
It's not GG to me, Bush, you pessimist. I still have enough revives to heal our team up and about 30 more hyper potions too. Plus, this thing can use Destiny Bond all at once. It won't matter if I still have other Pokemon alive in the party. This move is only useful against like Cynthia, in my opinion.
If you wanted to play super cheap, you could have a Pokemon with Destiny Bond and then spam it to hell and back on all team members. And then have a stock of max revives and then rinse and repeat. That way you could take out any team ever without doing much work.
Yeah, sure, that would work. Except buying max revives would cost a fortune. And that would seriously drag battles out for a very long time. Obama, Donald, and Joe are also pushing 90 years old, believe it or not. So I doubt they'd want to waste what remaining time they have left on Earth spamming Destiny Bond.
Thankfully, we don't need to because Donald beat the devil. And now we've somehow been teleported to Send Off Spring. This is the original place where we'd catch Giratina in the normal games, did you know?
And it's also home to one of the most annoying cave systems I've ever had the joy of navigating. I think it's called Turnback Cave or something. And it's just a maze, and I always get lost in there.
Right, and with that team, Galactic has been beaten, and Cynthia wants me to let Professor Rowan know I'm safe and sound. I think this is also a good point to start ending the episode, boys. So thank you so much for watching, guys. Remember to hit the like and subscribe button.
Yeah, they're gone for good. And we can now make our way to the 8th gym to visit our boy Volkner. The best gym leader ever to exist. He's just so cool, and I have a crush on him too.
That literally doesn't surprise me at all. And the poor professor and Dawn here were so worried about you, Donald, they didn't even bother to come to Spear Pillar to check on us.
If they're not going to bother doing that, they can shove their poke A-decks where the sun doesn't shine, because I'm so not wasting my life filling that thing up for them.
Agreed. And now Sunyshore City awaits for us, and so does Flint. So see you all in part 17, guys. Donald, care to explain why you're battling Flint right now instead of Volkner. This is the wrong order, bro. Also, go like and subscribe, everyone watching this. Even though Donald is making a mess of how this should be played out.
Let me answer that question for you before Donald twists the truth. He actually got ambushed by Flint here and lost to him about 5 times in a row. But of course his fat-ass ego wouldn't accept that, so now he's trained a bit more and wants to show you all beating Flint on his first try.
Obama, I think you're the one who needs to be banned from my episodes now after outing me like that. I thought you were my friend and my brother from another mother. But you go and tell the whole world that I'm actually a loser who can't even beat a ginger-haired Afro noob like Flint.
Flint can't have been so strong that you had to train the team up to the level 80 region just to beat him, though, surely. I remember out of all the Elite Four members, he was actually up there as one of the easiest, and Lucian was probably the most difficult one.
He must have got absolutely destroyed if he trained them up this much, Joe. But I'm not surprised, because it turns out after joining you guys for so long, that Donald isn't actually as good as he says he is. At least Obama went down with dignity in his Storm Silver playthrough, which you should all go watch if you haven't, by the way.
Can I just say I did in fact beat that game, including Red and Blue, and it was a Nuzlocke as well, just to make things even worse for me. Donnie is just having a casual stroll in the park in this game, compared to me being on the front lines when I played Storm Silver. He only makes things look easy because the games he plays are in fact very easy.
Listen, I didn't come here to play this game with you lot, just to get stabbed in the back by King Kong over here. Y'all can shove it if you keep acting like that with me, and I'll leave taking my series with me.
Joke's on you, Donald. It's already been uploaded to YouTube, and what's on the internet stays on the internet forever. So yeah, how do you feel now?
All right, enough with winding him up. It was just supposed to be a little friendly teasing for you, bro. We love you, really. Now go show Flint who the real champion is and crush him.
I still find it embarrassing he lost to Flint 5 times. I mean, you lost to Rourke 4 times, so now who do you plan on losing to for a solid 6 times, dude? I think Cynthia would fit that well.
And I think you're about to get the ban hammer dropped on your bald head if you keep that attitude up, Obama. If you can take a look at the game as well, I am now in full control of this battle, and there's just no way I can lose this time.
Houndoom did a solid amount of damage onto Swampert, though. Cyrus's one did the same thing as well. I think they have a vendetta against us since we played through the normal Platinum and abused it for having garbage defense stats.
If it makes all the Houndoom lovers feel better, then I'll say I'd use one as a guard dog at the White House if I was still in office. It may have shit defenses, but it would blast burn any thug trying to harass me. Plus, it can mega evolve too. I think you should ditch all our Pokemon and just use a team of Houndooms, to be honest, Donald.
Yet, we're still getting wrecked here, Bush. 2 Pokemon down already, and Flint is really doing a number on us. I guess he is an Elite Four member though, so this is fair. But on the topic of that actually, so far we've met Aaron, Lucian, and now Flint. But where is Bertha?
Actually, I did meet Bertha. If anyone wants to go say hello to her, then go visit the Veilstone department store. She's on one of the floors there having some tea or something. She doesn't do anything though, she just sits there and talks crap and then leaves.
She's kind of hot, though, in my opinion, so I'd definitely ask her out on a coffee date. And she'd definitely say yes, because Joe Biden doesn't get rejected.
I'm pretty sure you got rejected by youngster Joey, though, in your first playthrough. And basically every lass and trainer who gave you their phone number and heart gold.
Yeah, sus Biden is what I wanted to call him, but I never got the chance to. And lately, he's been pretty well behaved. In other news, I'd like to ask the community question for this video, so I want you all to go comment which mythical Pokemon you think is the strongest, excluding Arceus, because he'd obviously win. I myself think Marshadow is pretty strong.
Of course you would choose Marshadow as your strongest mythical Obama. If we can't pick Arceus though, then I'd say Darkrai is probably the strongest. He also looks the best out of them all we're allowed to pick.
I like that new Pecha Berry Pokemon, although I don't know much about it. Also, Meloetta is pretty strong and she's also super cute. And I'd so ask her out for a coffee date too.
So Joe is now into Pokemon as well. To be fair to him, though, they do make some of them look super hot for some reason. I think there's a word for that. Also, Donald met up with Volkner in the lighthouse, and he's super depressed about life and everything. Kind of reflects how I feel when I wake up every morning.
It reflects how I feel when I see Donald losing level 90 Pokemon after going on about how good he is at battling. Also, this house is Cyrus's one, I believe. Or one of these ones are as he is from Sunyshore City.
Apparently he was a brilliant student and a genius. I wonder if he knew Volkner since they're about the same age in the games and anime. I mean, Cyrus is like 27 years old even though he looks 40. Man has aged a lot.
He probably did know Volkner, but I guess they weren't friends. Cyrus also had other ideas and used his genius status to try make an entire new world. He definitely had a god complex.
Donald has one of those too, and he should use it to send Volkner back to the Stone Age. This is the final gym battle of the series, as well as the final gym leader in Sinnoh. Some say Volkner is the strongest trainer of them all, and could even be an Elite Four member, but we shall decide that for ourselves.
The gym puzzle is the same as always, though. To be honest, I never liked this one and just found it to be too yellow and boring. One of the best gym puzzles, in my opinion, is Marlon's one from Black and White 2.
Once again, I'm not surprised you'd pick his gym as your favorite. I bet your other favorite is Necrane City's. I agree that this puzzle is such a bore, though. Obviously, it's an electric-type gym, which also makes me wonder how Volkner is so strong, and what his counter to ground types will be. My ace in this battle is going to be Tyranitar, of course.
And the first battle is against the two Beta Pikachus, Plusle and Minun. I never liked these two, but that scene where they got separated in the Rayquaza and Deoxy's movie had me bawling because it was so sad. That was a great movie there, where Deoxys got one tapped by Rayquaza's Hyper Beam.
You sound so demented when you pronounce those Pokemon bush. Saying Pluzzle isn't difficult, and neither is Rayquaza.
Listen, it's not my fault I sound like a literal bot. Maybe because I am one actually in this universe. But either way, that was a great movie and I loved it, and you can't change my mind.
Hey, this trainer had a Pachirisu as well. I think this one is also a Beta Pikachu. Dawn used one in the anime, and it was a whiny little bitch. I never liked it. But one did become a world champion in the VGC tournaments back in the day.
Oh, great. And now I have to waste a healing item all thanks to this Minun. Those little rats are so annoying, and I don't care if someone comments that they're mouse Pokemon. To me, they're rats, and rats belong in sewers, not gyms.
There was a lot more annoying Pokemon that loved spamming Thunder Wave in this gym, but now it's time for the final battle. Donnie, I hope you're ready. Volkner is here with his Electivire, which is probably his ace along with Raichu, although we all know how crap that thing is after Obama's won.
Volkner will also have a Luxray too, so that's another thing to be cautious of. Although I still want to know why you felt the need to do all this training. I think you went a bit overkill, Donald.
This bullshit here is exactly why Joe, Volkner throwing a curveball at us by turning this battle into a Tate and Liza situation. Although with them it was just one Pokemon each. But here I have to deal with a full team of like level 60 Pokemon, all of whom are absolutely cracked.
Maybe if the viewers hit the like and subscribe button, it'll give you a moral boost even though this is already recorded. And I'm saying this from the future without breaking the fourth wall too much. But yeah, make sure you all go do that.
Leading off with Metagross and Tyranitar was the best move you had for now anyway. Stealth Rock will eat away at their health, and Light Screen will be a big help in stopping moves like Thunder from ruining our day, which Volkner will most likely use.
Hey, I just noticed Metagross got burned. Like literally burned, so how did that happen? My slow old eyes must have missed something there. But as long as Donald notices it, then we good.
It was that Rao Tom that used Will-O-Wisp earlier. Although it's used Volt Switch now, so it looks like we're going to be dealing with that nonsense in this battle too. I just hope to the Lord Almighty Arceus that he doesn't have an Emolga, because I don't have the patience to be dealing with that shit today.
Interesting. He has a Lantern too, boys. This means he has two Pokemon that can use water-type moves. Makes sense for Lantern, but Raichu being able to learn Surf is just the most odd thing ever. It makes no sense. and should be abolished in my opinion.
The problem is that both of them will be super effective against Tyranitar, so we gotta be careful about that. Metagross should survive as long as Donald bothers to heal the burn, but apparently he can't be bothered to do that.
That's because the idiot just used Earthquake, which also affects Metagross. Donald, why did you do that? You could have used another move to take those two out instead of sacrificing our own Pokemon here.
That move you all just saw was my version of a tactical nuke. This is the same strat Makarov used in Modern Warfare 2, where he nuked that Middle Eastern town and all his Russian soldiers along with the Americans too. Tyranitar nuked everyone on the field, and sadly Metagross had to go with it.
You're actually comparing yourself to a certified psychopath, Donald. Why doesn't that surprise me? But anyway, sure if that's how you feel, but I expect an apology to Metagross afterwards. He's not some random soldier for you to discard, you know?
I feel he would discard us 3 if he had the chance. Luckily, these videos would be boring if it was just him, so our jobs are safe for now anyway. Also, one thing I'd like to talk about is how this battlefield looks. The yellow and green floor is really triggering me with all the cogs in the background too.
I was going to bring that up as well, Bush. What happened to the nice, clean-looking gym background, but instead we get this acid trip-looking place to battle in. No wonder Volkner is depressed, because I would also feel that way if I had to work in this place.
His ace is on the field now, though, my dude, so time to lock in. Who knows how cracked Electivire is going to be since Magmortar has been so broken throughout this playthrough. This guy's my favorite out of the two, though.
Volkner has a Manectric too. That Pokemon was Watson's ace from Hoenn, and I think it's a pretty decent Pokemon. I prefer it to Houndoom if we're talking about the best dog-type Pokemons.
Yeah, you can never go wrong with Manectric. Only has 1 evolution stage like Houndoom as well. I wonder if they'll give it a Mega Evolution though. I am very much certain we will get more in the new Legends game. And the Pokemon Presents should be happening very soon from the time this video is uploaded.
Thanks to your monologue, Bush. I wasn't able to focus and Tyranitar got wrecked by close combat. Didn't expect Electivire to have that move, to be honest, but it's quite a versatile Pokemon. Gary had one and so did Paul, which is another interesting fact about it.
I can one-up that fact of yours, Donnie, because Electivire was the first Sinnoh Pokemon Ash saw after completing his Hoenn region adventures. He came back to Professor Oak's lab, and Gary was there with one. Although you could argue Lucario was the first, along with Weevil, because of that movie with Mew.
Lucario was definitely the first, I think. Someone can let us know in the comments, though. And Donald here has almost beaten Volkner, but he seems to be struggling with these two for some reason. They're not that tough, Donald, seriously.
I'm banking on Fly one-shotting Electivire, which I'm confident in it doing since it has lowered its defenses so much after using close combat a lot. And then this Manectric is just being a pain in the ass.
You were right about Fly taking out Electivire, so good job there. It's funny how Manectric has been the last one to go, though. This has automatically proved that it's the better choice between it and Houndoom.
And that's all she wrote, guys. Donald has beaten Volkner, and that means he's also beaten all the gym trainers in the Sinnoh region. Now all that's left is for us to make our way to the Pokemon League and show Aaron who's boss.
I need to have my revenge against Aaron for sure. That's priority number 1. But I suspect we're gonna have to battle Dawn again or Barry before the Elite Four, so I have that to prepare for as well.
Right, well this is the end of part 17, so go like and sub, guys. We shall see you all in part 18, where Donald will be doing many things.
Alrighty, we're in Victory Road, but why are we at this random point, Donald? You're supposed to be heading towards the Pokemon League. This part of the cave takes us to where the Shaman event usually is.
We're here because the Pokemon League is blocked by some fat man telling me to come here because some big drama is occurring over this side of Victory Road and on Route 224. And it seems our girl Marley is here and needs our help. Also go like the video and subscribe, everyone. You forgot to tell the viewers that, Joe.
I love that she needs our help, but before that, she wants to battle us first, which only wastes more of her time than ours. So I think she has her priorities in the wrong order right now.
I'd just like to say we had to start the video from this part because Victory Road was glitching out for us quite badly, and it wasn't very good footage. For some reason, a lot of this error is very bad. So that's why Donald is starting from this point, instead of going through Victory Road like normal.
Yeah, if any of you guys play this game too, then make sure to make a backup of your saves. This ROM is still in development, so we just wanted to warn you all about that. Hopefully we won't encounter any glitches in the Elite Four and Champion battles, but this whole route has been a total disaster for us.
It's weird how some parts of the game are completely fine, but others just cause everything to crash or make the colors on the screen go all orange and yellow. The worst glitch we had was with Gardenia, though. That could have ended the series for us if Donald didn't go into ghost mode and talk to her.
Yeah, true, and now it's happening again here. But all that aside, we're battling Marley right now. And what do you think of her team so far, Donald? Out of all the special NPC characters we fought, do you think she's any good?
She has a Septal on her team, which gives her bonus points for me because it's probably up there as the best grass-type starter Pokemon. Other than that, her team is obviously much higher leveled than the others, but overall, her team so far is a bit boring. I think Riley had the overall stronger team, but he was just lower leveled.
Agreed, he had way more pseudo-legends on his team than Marley. But she's part of the story for this section of the game, which is the only reason she's here. I think she's all right personally, but her face creeps me out. There's like no emotion on it whatsoever.
That reminds me, boys, I have a really good question for our viewers in this episode. And that question is, go comment which move you all think would be the worst to get hit by in real life. You can choose any move you like, but give a reason as to why you think it would be the worst. And by worst, I mean what would cause the most pain.
Well, there was that guy in Heart Gold and Soul Silver who got hit by Lance's Dragonite using Hyper Beam, which in normal circumstances would have probably vaporized a human, but he somehow just got dizzy.
They're obviously not going to show people getting unalived by Pokemon, are they, Joe? This is a kid's game, remember. Otherwise, yeah, no one would survive a direct hit from a Hyper Beam. But I think getting hit by a move like Dark Void would not be fun because nightmares can cause people a lot of pain too.
That's true. Dark Void would be a bad time for sure. But I think the worst move would be Toxic to get hit by, which you still haven't taught to our Pokemon, Donald. Toxic being used on a human, though, would firstly cause very bad pain, which gets worse over time, until you're unalived.
I think the winner is Toxic then, to be honest, but let's see what the viewers think. And you also beat Marley too, Donnie, so well done. But the real reason for being here was to visit the shiny stone tablet thing where Shaman resides.
This was part of a special event in the original games. You'd get a letter from Professor Oak and then come here. Then out of nowhere, the Sea Break Path would appear out of thin air and you'd have to chase down Shaman.
It was a cool event back in the day, but here instead we have Dawn instead of the Professor, and she wants to battle me, which I believe is the last time we ever will get the chance to. I'm going to use this as a warm-up to the Elite Four, since I can't remember if Barry will barge in right as I'm about to challenge Aaron.
I think he does. He'll want to see if we're strong enough to battle the Elite Four firstly, and also see if he's strong enough to take them on too. He's also only doing this so he can have an official battle with his dad, who is the strongest frontier brain.
Before that, it's Dawn, though, Joe, and she's leading off with Alakazam. Shouldn't be an issue for someone like Donald with his cracked team. I was thinking about using one in my next playthrough, whatever that may be, but I just don't want to risk it with the weak defense stats.
You of all people should absolutely not be using Pokemon like Alakazam. You struggle with using legendaries like Lugia, which you got knocked out in Storm Silver thanks to Mirror Coat. The only Pokemon for you, Obama, is ones with the highest defense stats.
I see you spent most of the money on full restores, Donald. Probably a smart move, but buying over 170 of them seems pretty overkill, doesn't it? I know the Elite Four will be tough, but that seems excessive.
I bought that many because of Cynthia, not the Elite Four Bush. It's very rare I get scared, but the battle with her is coming up, and I don't plan on losing to her at all, like I have done with some other people who shall remain unnamed for now. I need to prove how good I am to you all by beating her on my first try.
Beating her on my first try, he says, whilst having a team of Pokemon who are borderline level 100. Imagine if you lose to her with this team, though, Donald. You'd be a laughing stock and officially worse than me at Pokemon, even if it is Cynthia who you're battling.
She's not as bad as everyone makes her out to be.
Only a fool would say something as stupid as that. You've clearly never had the joy of battling her, Obama, so one day I will let you take her on in Pokemon Black and White in Undella Town. That team of hers is even worse in my opinion.
That team could be worse, but this game is based off Renegade Platinum, remember Donald, and with the new typings too. So she might have new Pokemon we've never seen her use in this game. Basically, we're going into the battle against her blind, which is probably the worst decision, but oh well.
Starting off a battle against her with an oh well doesn't seem like the smartest decision, and this is me of all people saying that too. Maybe you should Google her team and scope it out, Donald.
No way. I'm going in blind because it'll be more fun that way, especially for the viewers. And that way, when I beat her, I can go on about how great I am even more than I already do now. It'll basically go like how this battle with Dawn is going. A total and utter annihilation for Cynthia's team.
I'm not gonna hold my breath. Before her, though, you have to get past your favorite person, Aaron, who, by the way, will have his bug types in the level 70 region, so be prepared to deal with that broken-ass Dustox again, and Drapion too.
I can't remember if I said this already, but I hope all games going forward us the same HM system this game uses, with allowing us to call Pokemon if we need them. Instead of having to use crappy-ass moves on our strong team, or even using a HM slave like we had to back in the old games. That just wastes a slot for our party then.
Yeah, like that bee barrel is the one that helps us use Surf, and then other random Pokemon help us with Rock Climb and Strength. I know Donald hated HM Pokemon, and he'd just use wall hacks to get through those obstacles.
I'd just like to point out there that Dawn's Lopunny was level 69, and the game devs absolutely did that on purpose, LMAO. I love little jokes like that they added in this game, like giving Dawn a goddamn Lopunny to begin with. That just wasn't necessary, but they did it anyway.
Alright, so her highest level Pokemon was level 70 Donald, which means I suspect the Elite Four to be around that and possibly into the level 80s. And then we can expect Cynthia to have a level 100 Garchomp. Because why wouldn't she have that, let's be honest.
That's probably the last time we'll see Dawn now though, guys. She was a great friend to have on this journey and one of my favorites, but now it's focus time since the Elite Four will be waiting for us. You better get the remaining moves we've missed out too, Donald.
That old lady to the left there will give you all the remaining moves, but it literally takes a good 10 minutes to collect them all, and possibly longer depending on how many she needs to give you.
We can do that later, Joe, because having just checked my sources, it seems we do in fact have a battle with Barry coming up now. Let's see how high-leveled his team is, and if he thinks I'm strong enough to take on the Elite Four.
Hang on, I was reading what this reset guru is about and have no clue what he does. Is it like resetting the location of where we got our Pokemon from or something so it looks better in a VGC tournament maybe? Either way, he looks very official.
Well, he's clearly not someone shady if he's sitting here in the Pokemon League main building, but I'm sure someone with more brain cells than you can tell us in the comment section, Obama. And now we do in fact have to deal with another interruption being Barry before we can take on the Elite Four.
I was just checking the Pokemon League medicine store to see if they had anything interesting, but apparently they don't. Not even any max revives, which is strange because I swear you could buy them in the older games by this point.
No one cares Donald now get this battle with Barry done and dusted. His first Pokemon is a Sableye, which I bet he stole from Jupiter, because I swear he never had one of these before. Barry keeps changing his team up whilst Dawn never did.
And he's kicking things off with a level 70 Sableye at that too, which means we can expect his final Pokemon to probably be in the level 80 region. This is actually a good thing since Donald will be required to show off his actual Pokemon skills here, instead of just acting like a tough guy with an overleveled team.
Wow, so he used Magic Coat first, which made the Stealth Rock bounce back onto my side of the field. So I've effectively caused my own Pokemon to now get affected by it. That was such a dirty move by him, and I think he has hacks.
That was quite suspect, I agree. And you had to waste another turn using Stealth Rock, which in the long run will be worth it in my opinion, so I wouldn't worry too much, Donald. However, you can't go around accusing people of using hacks when there's no evidence of that happening.
This little purple rascal somehow survived 2 earthquakes in a row from a level 92 Tyranitar, and then with 1 health point left as well, which was total nonsense. It didn't even have an item or anything, so how did that happen?
It's not like it was even a threat to begin with, though, since all it did was use Magic Coat, which did nothing. Sableye could have done a lot more damage like Jupiter's one, but obviously Barry is a noob trainer.
He may be a noob, but he has a Kingdra still, so using Swampert was probably a good bet, Donald. I think us being a water type might neutralize our weakness to water, since we're also part ground type.
Kingdra likes using Hydro Pump, though. And there's a rain dance in the air, which means water is boosted in power, or they get to go first because it boosts speed. The rain does one of those too, but I can't remember which it is.
Okay, so Swampert is getting destroyed by this Kingdra. Holy hell. Did not expect that to happen. So I guess the rain does boost the power of water type moves. Although I thought my new Ice Beam move would have done more damage to this thing.
Yeah, Kingdra is one tough cookie if you aren't prepared. And I think the Rain Dance works gives the Hydro Pump a 100% accuracy boost like how it works with Thunder, because he hit 2 of them in a row.
Energy Ball will one-shot this glorified seahorse now, though just you watch. Although fair play to Barry for training up such a powerful Pokemon, he may not be able to beat me, but I think he'd take down Dawn's team quite easily.
He has an Armaldo out now, which is probably one of my favorite fossil-type Pokemon. I always found it interesting that they can resurrect Pokemon which are fossils from millions of years ago, too. No one makes a big deal about it, but that has got to be one of the biggest inventions in the Pokemon world if you think about it.
I think the biggest thing to happen is Donald finally teaching the toxic move to our Pokemon. Only took you 18 episodes to get this shit done, but it'll be a big help now. It does more damage as each turn goes by, as long as he doesn't heal up.
I also saw him teach Toxic to some of our other members as well, like Infernape. Since it's so fast, we should be able to get Toxic off on our first turn, and combined with the Stealth Rock, it'll do a lot of initial damage.
Yeah, Toxic on Infernape was all my idea, Bush, before you say anything. The speed my monkey has is just cracked, so Joe is right about me always getting it to hit on the first turn.
I must say, I'm quite disappointed that Barry's team is all at level 70 and nothing more. He should have trained harder and had his team at least in the mid-level 70s and possibly 80s as well.
I'd just like to remind everyone to hit the like and subscribe buttons. This series is almost over and we want to finish it with a bang. Just like how Barry's Pokemon trainer career is about to end here as well.
Luckily for me, his last 2 Pokemon are Steel types, so I think Flare Blitz or at least close combat can take them out, especially his Empoleon. I always liked Barry picking Empoleon as his starter Pokemon because he had one in the anime.
Yeah, canonically, it is the correct Pokemon for him to use, although Dawn also had one too, but it never evolved. Piplup was a little rascal in the anime as well, just like Ash's Oshawott. The water-type starters always have the most character, with the grass types being generally quite mellow.
And that's a wrap, boys. Barry has been beaten yet again, which means he can go cry to his mommy at home whilst I get ready to battle the Elite Four and Champion in the next few episodes.
Here we go, boys. It's the first battle of the Elite Four against Aaron. This guy absolutely ruined Donald the first time we battled him way back in Hearthome City. So let's see what our boy can do against Aaron now. So remember to like and subscribe and join our channel as a member if you want to get early access to videos.
We really do be jumping right in, which is great to see. And before things get serious, I want to ask the viewers the community question of this video. So go comment what Elite Four member you all think is the strongest out of them all. There's a ton of them now, so let's see what everyone thinks.
None of you better say Aaron is the strongest, because ROM hacks don't count. He isn't normally this broken, and I'm about to humble his little bug-type ass now as well. His first Pokemon is Masquerain with the Intimidate ability, just like me.
Alrighty. And he led off with the Spiderweb move just like last time, which will slow us down. But we have the Stealth Rocks out first, and without having to deal with a BS move like Magic Coat.
Oh great, now this thing has Hydro Pump as well, like Barry, and we all know how broken that move can be. It did a crap ton amount of damage to our Tyranitar as well.
Since you're planning on switching out Donald, I recommend Metagross and then use Light Screen, which should reduce the power of all special attacks, which includes Hydro Pump. That move will ruin our day otherwise, and we have no Pokemon Center to go back and heal to either.
The problem is this Masquerain is so fast and most of my team is slow. And I can't exactly send out Infernape either, since Hydro Pump will definitely one-shot it. I just have to basically bank on using Toxic and hope Aaron doesn't use a full restore.
And on top of that, we have to deal with U-Turn. Of course he'd have that move, and now Modem is out on the field too. Let's see what it has in store for us.
This one is a difficult thing to go against too, since it has Quiver Dance, which basically boosts all its stats. Toxic, though, was a good shout, Donald, but this thing could also have some healing type move as well.
I feel like Aaron is the only trainer I really can't make a prediction on what move he's going to use next, because his team is so much stronger and different. Even with the other members, you can kind of guess what moves they have and what strats they'll use. But this guy is a walking question mark to me.
This Motham had Hurricane too, which I was not expecting. That was like Dragonite's most overpowered move, but this stupid little moth had it. Thanks to Metagross, though it's no more so, that's 1 for me and 0 for Aaron.
That's great and all, but your attack got dropped again, and that is bad news for Metagross, who is a physical attacking Pokemon. I'd start popping those full restores you have as well, Donald, because he's really doing a number to our health points.
He can use Hydro Pump all he wants now because our light screen will come in clutch here. Look how much damage it does to us now, which means Metagross has to stay alive all the time since light screen is only active for 5 turns.
Donald using Toxic was the best move to deal with Masquerain since it's so fast. Actually, his whole team is probably faster than most of our Pokemon, except for Infernape, but losing him would be bad news since he's our strongest Pokemon currently.
Here comes the light screen again, boys. Such an awesome move, but as a 10-year-old, I'd never use it. I bet everyone when they were young only used attacking moves and disregarded all healing and defense boosting ones like this. Looking back, it would have made a lot of battles much easier, including Cynthia.
Wow, Aaron has an Illumise and thinks he's gonna beat us now with this pile of trash? What a joker. He probably brought it out because he felt about beating you the last time, Donald.
It's gonna face the wrath of my Steel-type Fist and Toxic. This thing has boosted special attack, though, so it could end up causing me problems if I get complacent, which won't happen again. I let him win last time, but not this time.
This was never going to be an issue, Donald, but the Drapion might end up being the biggest problem when he sends that out. He also used to have a Vespa-Keen, which he doesn't seem to have in this ROM for some reason. I'm pretty sure that was his other ace, and in the anime it seemed special to him.
The only bug type that was special to Aaron was Wurmple when he was a kid. If any of you guys know the lore like I do, shows what Aaron considers a strong Pokemon if he chooses that.
I'm surprised you of all people remember that, Joe, but yeah, that Wurmple eventually evolved into Beautyfly. Can't remember if he had one in this game, but he does in the normal ones. Aaron still has 4 Pokemon left, though, and Masquerain seems to be our biggest threat with its U-turns and general shenanigans.
The Toxic on it is slowly eating away at its health, though. I think it'll be knocked out in 1 more turn, unless he heals. Or, of course, he uses that bullshit move again for like the 10th time in a row. I should have had the Imprison move or something, so it locks moves from being used.
He has a Skyzer of his own like Barry, but this one is way worse, Donnie. It has the leftovers on it, and Metagross won't do much against this one, so maybe switch out to Infernape and use Flare Blitz. That will one-shot this bug type easily.
It's Steel type, you idiot, so obviously Toxic wasn't going to work on it. This is the only time your strat will fail, but it's all right, since I think this is the only Steel type in the Elite Four we have to battle. The others have Fire, Ground, and Psychic types mostly.
If I were you, Donald, I'd just bank on using Infernape to clean up the last 4 members of his team. You're definitely in control of the overall battle, but even though we're in the level 90 region, he's still holding out against us very well. Which means the other 3 are going to be even worse to deal with.
Yeah, and the levels should slowly creep up in power too. I expect Bertha to be relatively easy, although her Wish Cache always gave me trouble before. Other than that, ground types have a ton of weaknesses and are slow too, unlike Aaron's annoying bug types. I'm just glad we never have to deal with him again after this.
Okay, he's sent out Heracross now, which has crazy high physical attack stats, and it leads up with Rock Blast, which will do a lot of damage to us. Rock is super effective against fire, and this could be the end of us.
Yeah, the BS continues because he somehow gets 5 of them in a row to hit us. And using Flare Blitz in this situation was very stupid, Donnie, because the recoil is going to take us out now. Well done, you just played yourself, in the words of DJ Khaled.
He only has 2 Pokemon left, though, and one of them is the Poison Masquerain, and then Drapion, so with no fire moves left. What's the strat gonna be? We have basically won this battle. So please don't mess it up at the end here, dude.
I'll let Salamence finish the rest of his team off. Masquerain will probably use your turn again anyway, so Drapion will be sent out unless the poison just finished that stupid moth off. I really hate bug types even more than I did before after this.
What a noob Aaron is. The poison took out the moth as soon as it was sent out. Toxic was the way to go for sure, and he didn't even bother using a full restore either, which is kind of strange. You'd have expected him to use one of those on Masquerain. On your point of the bug types, though, Donald, this has actually only proven they can be threatening when used correctly.
Boom! And with that, the first member of the Sinnoh Region Elite Four has been crushed. That was a close battle at time, but now we're going to be jumping straight into the battle with Bertha, the old granny of this Elite Four, who's kind of like Agatha from Kanto, except she uses ghost-type Pokemon.
Agatha also used to date Professor Oak back in his youthful days. Kind of reminds me of my own youthful days too, which I'll never get back. Enjoy your younger years whilst you can, kiddos.
Joe, you can get all philosophical once I've crushed Grandma here. The strat will be generally the same, using Stealth Rock first, and then using Toxic to slowly eat away at her Pokemon's health. It seems these guys aren't using healing items though, which is very strange unless I'm missing something here.
Maybe they don't at all, to be honest. Works in your favor, though, but does make things a little easier. I think they should have 1 max revive even to use on a Pokemon just to make things more challenging. I've never seen an A. I used one of those items before in a Pokemon battle.
The computer never uses max revives or revives even from my memory. I bet people would complain if they did that, but they should honestly have difficult options when starting a new game for people who want more of a challenge. Although that's why ROM hacks exist, because the normal games are just too easy.
Hippowdon is out first though, which is her ace, I believe. I don't know how good this Pokemon is really, but I guess its attacks are mostly physical, so light screen won't be much help here.
Oh great, so this is why they don't use full restores or healing items, because most of their Pokemon have crap like this slack-off nonsense. Luckily for me, the toxic damage will eventually do more pain to that hippo than the slack-off can heal. So yeah, she can heal all she wants.
Use Ice Punch, though, and it should do a lot of damage to this thing and the rest of her team, actually. I doubt any of her other Pokemon will be stronger or more tankier than the hippo.
Excellent job, Donald. That's her first Pokemon down, and now she's sending out a goddamn Garchomp. Who does she think she is? We already have to deal with one of these later on, so why does Bertha feel the need to use this thing too? It will be much weaker than Cynthia's, though.
Oh, okay, so this is her strat for Garchomp. Do the double team spam until I can no longer hit the thing, which is when it'll start attacking me. Luckily, I have Toxic, which means it can use double team all it wants. Bertha is an idiot and doesn't heal her team up, so she's gonna lose to sheer incompetence here.
That Earth Power slammed us bad, which was to be expected from Garchomp. Although you could use this one as a warm-up for the more threatening one we'll be battling later on, Donnie. Even though I know you're just gonna go with Toxic on Cynthia's one too.
I think you can survive 2 Earth Powers in a row, and 1 Ice Punch should be enough to take this dragon out. But that's just my suggestion.
I just want to say, we never gave any nicknames to our Pokemon in this game for a reason, which is beyond my understanding. But in Scarlet and Violet, we will definitely be naming the legendary team we're using name suggestions from viewers. So you guys got to start leaving comments now so we can have some in mind.
Yes, please start leaving suggestions, even though none of you know what Pokemon we'll be using in the new series yet, except me, since I've already recorded half the first episode. I work very fast these days, boys, but we'll probably name the team after suggestions in part 2 once we've seen lots of ideas.
I will reveal that one of the Pokemon we're going to be using is Meloetta. I won't say more than that for now, but our original plan was to use a Jirachi. However, we weren't able to get one, so our backup was Meloetta, which we were able to get our hands on. Mainly thanks to me, but we think it's a Pokemon not used much and is very cute too.
And Donald has lost Metagross to a Golem. First loss of this Elite Four, which wasn't caused by Donnie taking out his own Pokemon thanks to recoil, which I'll never let you forget, by the way. Also, Obama, can you, for the love of God, stop giving away spoilers for our new series? I swear this is the second time now.
Usually I'd do something stupid like that, but it's nice to see Obama being a moron now and then too. Adds more spice to life, doesn't it?
Joe, just shut the hell up, man. You belong in a pyramid with the amount of years you have, but instead, you're here playing Pokemon with us. You're gonna be 90 soon, so make the most of the time you have left.
I'm making the most of my time left by spending it with my best friends in the whole entire world. Even though you're all AI generated like me, I can still pretend we're all best buddies in this universe.
Sorry to interrupt your heartfelt speech, Joe, but I gotta say, Bertha here is copying Cynthia again by using Gastrodon now, and the same colored one at that. There's two variations of this Pokemon, depending on which side of Mount Coronet they're on. So why does she feel the need to use the east side one?
Hang on, isn't the blue variant the east side one and this is the west side version? What comes to mind is that one anime episode with Ash, Dawn, and Brock where they find the pink Shellos and take it back to the right side of the mountain. Pretty sure that's the west side, though.
Donald, you've basically taught Toxic to all our Pokemon, which can learn it, haven't you? And you did this in case one of them gets taken out. We still have reserves in our party who can unleash the pain, which is poison type, moves onto our enemies.
Pretty sure I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Poison types are like the strongest Pokemon type in the series. They're certainly the most annoying, that's for sure. Also, remember to like and subscribe, everyone.
Joe is learning the ways of the subtle plug, which is just wonderful. So yeah, all of you guys go do that. Bertha is on to her last Pokemon now, which is Rhyperior. This is actually her ace, I think. And another one we never ever see, really. I think this Pokemon suits me quite well, guys. Don't you all think?
Yeah, suits you because it's also orange and fat like you are, Donald. Suits you very well indeed, LMAO. You kind of walked into that one too, so don't get all pissy with me.
Okay, Primeape, I'll let you have that one. And this Rhyperior actually took our Venusaur with Earthquake. First time I think it's been taken out, but either way, she's gonna get slammed by Swampert now, boys.
So, Bertha has actually done more harm to us than Aaron ever did, which shows the Elite Four is growing in strength at an exponential rate. And Flint is next, and he has a Lopunny of his own, remember. That never made any sense to me when they could have given him Magmortar in the original games.
Why in the actual hell is Bertha using a weakness policy? I never ever see that item used, so seeing it here is just crazy to me. This isn't a competitive battle either, so she is just trying to play smart now.
That weakness policy couldn't save her though, and she could have wiped Swampert out with Earthquake. But you beat her, bro, so well done. That's 2 down and 2 more to go.
And those two will be battled in part 20, so stay tuned for that, everyone.
Yeah, so Bush, you need to work on your outros, bro. That was tragic.
Yo, Jizzy Joe Biden is here to watch Donald take on the last 2 members of the Elite Four, Flint and Cynthia, so like and subscribe, guys. I want to see a clean victory here, Donnie, with no funny business.
I clapped this ginger afro bozo last time, Jizzy Joe, when he asked me to revive Volkner's fighting spirit, and the same will happen again. I mean, look at him. He walks around in flip-flops like some sort of slob, whilst even Aaron puts more effort into his clothes than Flint does.
The flip-flop style does seem pretty lazy, to be honest. But he makes up for it by being the 3rd strongest member of the Elite Four in Sinnoh. So let's see how his strats are going to change since the last time we battled him. Obviously, the level of his team will be higher, but I suspect he'll have new items too.
Okay, so that Rotom used Volt Switch. So we have to deal with this nonsense all over again like we had to with Aaron using U-turn all the time. It's like this is the Elite Four strat. Spam switching out moves for no reason whatsoever except to waste everyone's time.
Donald, I said I wanted a clean victory with no funny business. But you go and lose Tyranitar in 1 move thanks to his Infernape's close combat. Why did you do that?
He did his job by setting up the Stealth Rock, which was his main purpose. And I knew Flint would have close combat on his monkey anyway, so it was an expected knockout. Plus, Salamence has Hurricane, which is like the strongest flying type move there is, so the monkey's reign ends here.
In that case, you just wasted a turn using Toxic on Infernape when you could have used Hurricane on the last turn and already be on to his next Pokemon.
God, the other. Joe may be annoying, but you're just a little nitpicker in this episode, aren't you, Jizzy Joe? I am still gonna win this battle, so I don't need you being a backseat gamer just because you think you look cool in your white suit and gold chains, which are probably from Temu anyway.
I think the whole of Jizzy Joe Biden is from Temu or AliExpress, to be honest. Either way, he had a point on that last Hurricane play, Donald, so I think you're not as locked in as you think you are.
He's actually playing smart, using Toxic first. These Elite Four members love to use healing moves and held items which heal their team up. So by leading off with Toxic first, it'll eventually negate all the effects of those items, which means we will win regardless of whatever stunt they try pull on us.
Okay, fair enough. It applied to Arcanine here, who has a leftovers, but that Infernape was all out for the attack and didn't have anything on it. This thing, however, has also popped the Sunny Day, which means Swampert's water-type moves will be less powerful, Donald.
My plan is to actually have Salamence here take out all of Flint's Pokemon, since I have barely used it in battle, to be honest. It needs more training anyway, since it'll probably be used against Cynthia's Garchomp later on.
By the looks of it, each time we battle a new member, their Pokemon seems to go up by 1 level. But who knows what we can expect from Cynthia? I suspect her Pokemon to be in the level 80s, which would be nice. Something cool I think they should make for fun is a rare candy which lowers a Pokemon's level.
Since you're talking about items, Barry, the community question I want to ask our viewers this time is what battle item they think is best for a Pokemon to hold. So that could be a leftovers or an assault vest. We want to see what you all think, so go leave your comments below and like the video whilst you're down there too.
I think the best item a Pokemon can hold is a Life Orb, because it just makes all the moves more powerful, and that's all that matters in a battle. The fastest one to get one shot is the key to victory.
Damn, that Houndoom got me down to 11 points of health left, which was super close. And normally I'd agree with that strategy of yours using a Life Orb. But as I've grown up, I feel the cost of losing health isn't worth it in most situations, so I'd only ever equip a Life Orb to a Pokemon which already has crazy high defense stats.
See, the difference between me and you, Donald, is I was the real G, and never used healing items whilst you have over 100 full restores in your bag, which you pop constantly. If I used more healing items, I sure as hell would have done way better in my playthrough of Storm Silver.
I think that's your fault though, Obama. None of us said you couldn't use them, but you decided yourself to act like a tough guy and then failed miserably, which Donald isn't doing here. He only lost 1 Pokemon in this battle, and Flint has like 1 Pokemon left himself.
Yeah, so I'll give our Dragon Boy a break and send out Swampert now, who should be able to handle the rest of his fire types with Surf alone. Magmortar is probably the only real threat here, though.
I thought your plan was to beat Flint with Salamence alone. Guess you got bored of the poor guy. Although that eruption is really powerful and did quite a lot of damage to Swampert.
Eruption only has 5 power points, so he's probably used all of them up now anyway, unless he used PP maxes on his Pokemon, which wouldn't surprise me. Typhlosion is probably my favorite fire-type starter, though. Also, what do you all think about the announcement of Pokemon Legends ZA?
I watched the Pokemon Presents, which has already been out by about 3 or 4 days, depending on when this video is uploaded, and the one thing I'm not happy about is the graphics. Other than that, I think it will be great fun.
The free moving around in battles looks awesome too. I can't wait to play that game on the channel when it comes out later this year. My main question is why pick Zygarde as the main Pokemon though? I still think they need to expand on Kyurem's story and the original dragon. A Legends game would have been perfect for that.
Agreed. Kyurem should have been the main legendary of the game. Either way, it does look like great fun, and Lumio City is a wonderful place to be too. I'm very positive about this game already, more than I was for Scarlet and Violet. In other news, Flint got clapped like I said he would. He almost did a number on Swampert, but thankfully Surf ended it for him.
He almost took out 2 Pokemon at the end there, but now it's time to battle the final member being Lucian. I don't know much about him except he dresses very dapper and is a psychic type user, which means he's going to be strong.
His area is also purple, and his ace Pokemon is apparently a Gallade, a physical attacking psychic type Pokemon which can be hell for us if it uses Swords Dance, which this one probably will use.
He also always finishes reading a book whenever we come to battle him. I mean, he was spending his free time in the library in Canalave City earlier, the little nerd. Beat his ass Donald because we don't like nerds around here.
I'd rather be a nerd than a dumbass Obama, so you've just given away which one you are. Donald will still crush him, although we have no bug-type moves. Tyranitar might be useful, though, since it's dark-type.
He's leading off with a Claydol, which I wasn't expecting. Bear in mind, we're going into this battle blind, since Lucian never challenged us to a battle before, like Flint and Aaron did, so I wonder what else he'll have. Claydol is an interesting Pokemon, though, and I like it quite a bit.
And the Claydol has kicked things off with the Psychic Surge move, which I think boosts overall powers of the type. You could send out Metagross, though, since it would also get a boost here. Plus, it would resist a lot of Lucian's moves.
That's exactly what I would have done too, Bush. So good thinking. The goal of Tyranitar is always to set up the Stealth Rock anyway, and then go from there. Plus, we don't have Dark Pulse on it, so it can be our last resort Pokemon.
Oh boy, Earth Power is going to cause some issues, though. That move is super effective against Steel types, but with Light Screen, all his moves are going to be halved in power, or whatever the percentage is. Some nerd in the comment section can let me know.
Yeah, so Donald, you're a nerd too with the amount of knowledge you have on Pokemon. And that's not even a bad thing. I was bullied when I was younger for liking Pokemon, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm supposed to be the tough guy here, though, Jizzy Joe, so if it gets out that I spend my free time beating Elite Four members to a pulp, well, that would be very bad news. And my street cred would drop to a very low level. Saying that, though, if everyone finds out I beat Cynthia on my first try, I bet it'll go up higher than anyone's ever.
Cynthia is our queen and Lord Almighty, other than Arceus, of course. Basically, she's hot and we love her. I also like Phoebe and Caitlin too, from Hoenn and Unova respectively. The blondes make me feel all warm and gooey inside.
I'm not even going to ask what you meant by that statement. And by the way, Bush, Phoebe has black hair, I'm pretty sure. She does use ghost types though, which automatically gives her points from me too. She's forgotten a lot, however, I think.
Okay, you guys saw how much damage we take if we didn't have the light screen on the field, right? Metagross would have died 3 times in this battle already. It's such a goated move, and you guys all need it for your next playthroughs. Especially you, Obama. It'll save you a lot of abuse from us later on.
I'm not taking advice from you, Donald. You abuse me and make me feel bad about my Pokemon skills. I'd love the viewers to give me some moral support, but even from them, all I get is abuse, and they're just very mean to me.
To be fair to them, you kind of deserve it. Lucian also has a Lunatone on the field, boys, which reminds me of the one Tate and Liza had. Although they also had a Solrock too, which we might also see.
I remember when Pokemon Sun and Moon were announced and everyone thought it had something to do with Solrock and Lunatone. And people even thought they'd get Mega Evolutions, which never happened. I bet they'd be used more if they got them.
Oh man, we're in for a rough ride now with this Mr. Mime on the field. These little pink things are just demons in disguise. The only bet we have is getting Toxic to hit and then using Hurricane with Salamence, since flying is super effective against fighting.
The light screen just wore off too, and the Mime has Focus Blast, which is a really strong fighting type move, especially against a steel type like Metagross. Lucian never used this thing in the older games, and they only put him in here because they ran out of psychic type options.
Yeah, good luck trying to outspeed Mr. Mime. This isn't going to work at all, and that's also going to be the end of the light screen strategy too, Donald. How do you plan on recovering now?
I think if you actually attacked, then the Focus Blast would have missed. Or that might the other fighting type move, which works like that, but either way, that's goodbye to Metagross for now. Sending out Venusaur was also a really stupid move.
Well, it might be a mistake, but Sludge Bomb is super effective against this clown. It's really a matter of who has the strongest attacking stats, and lucky for Donald, his overpowered Grass Turtle wins that battle.
It does help that Mr. Mime has terrible defenses. They should have added Mr. Rhyme in here, though, for more diversity. We used one back in our Pokemon Sword and Shield playthrough, which you can all find on our channel, and it was a really strong Pokemon.
At this point, you could probably Sludge Bomb your way to victory, Donnie. Venusaur is so strong, and the last few Pokemon definitely aren't of his. We still have that Galad to battle, though, which might be a nightmare.
Someone should probably tell Lucian that using a Starmie doesn't exactly make him a psychic-type trainer. He's basically a man version of Misty, since that was her ace Pokemon back in the day. Like, for what reason would he have this Pokemon?
To freeze me, apparently, Obama, but it won't work. Venusaur loves me so much that it thawed itself out in one go, and now Starmie will face the full force of an energy ball from my grass-type tank. That has got to hurt to be Starmie right now. And we're on to his final Pokemon as well, guys.
This one will hit us hard, so get ready for that, Donald. I think using the full restore was also a waste too, because you could have sacrificed Venusaur to get a free switch in instead of healing, which probably won't help us.
You're probably right. I just want to land a Toxic on this one, and then I can have Infernape or Salamence come in and clean everything up. Or make a mess, since there will be bits of Galad all over his purple walls. I will destroy this guy completely.
Make sure you all remember to hit the like and subscribe buttons, especially for Venusaur here, who's now toughed it out for Donald twice. First by thawing out of Starmie's Ice Beam, and now surviving against Galade.
I wonder how much stronger Infernape would have been if you chucked a Life Orb on him, Donald. Pairing that with Flare Blitz would make you unstoppable, especially with all the full restores you have too.
Infernape wouldn't last very long in a battle, though, if it had a Life Orb and Flare Blitz, since both those things take away a lot of my own health. The Life Orb especially would mean I'd have to heal basically after every turn, which isn't worth it.
With that, though, Donald has beaten all 4 elite members of the Pokemon League and the Sinnoh Region, which means all that remains is the Queen Bee herself. Make sure you all stay tuned for the final episode of this series, where we will be battling against our Lord Cynthia.
She will get obliterated by my team, just you guys watch. Have a good one for now, though, and take care.
You just have to be silent during Cynthia's infamous piano piece, don't you? Boy, does it instill fear in me, and I'm sure it did to everyone back in the day, or even now. She's a hot demon. So make sure to like and subscribe for Cynthia, everyone. This is our final episode of Pokemon Luminescent Platinum.
Yep, this is where it ends, and she's leading off with her Rose Raid. For those wondering why this is the final episode, the post-game in this is incredibly boring, and we just don't feel it would be very entertaining.
Yeah, there is nothing to do after beating Cynthia. I just want to see Bush play Violet as well, to be honest. Plus, I think ending the series on me crushing Cynthia is the perfect ending, because I don't have to worry about losing any further battles for a while until my next series.
Focus time, though, Donald. Cynthia has used spikes as well, so now we have to deal with that for the rest of this battle. Unlike Ash in the anime, we can't attack the battlefield to remove them, which would be cool to do if we could.
Her team is high-level 70s too, and you're an idiot for trying to use Toxic on a poison type as well, Donnie. If you had led off with Flare Blitz first, this thing would have been gone by Infernape's first turn.
Oh yeah, and we have to deal with her probably using the most cracked items. She already had a Focus Sash equipped to her first member. This was her counter to being hit with a Fire-type move for sure.
Wow, we land a critical when I need it the least. What even was the point of that? At least Rose Raid is gone for good now, though. That's 1 down and 5 to go, with her next Pokemon being Melodic.
I'd say other than Garchomp, this Pokemon could be her second most threatening one. It has really good defense stats, which could cause us big issues if we're not careful. Of course it would take Infernape out though, so should have seen that coming, Donald. The Toxic, however, will eat away at its health a lot.
There's no way I won't be reviving any of our knocked out team members, so I'll send out Venusaur here, who should be able to tank Melodic's hits and then use Energy Ball.
That's probably your best option for now. Toxic was your best bet, but I bet Thunder Punch could have one-shot this Water Snake. Personally, I'd have gone that route, but you do you.
Sorry, Joe, but other than Obama, taking advice from you would not end well for me. Plus, I just got hit by Dragon Tail, which is like the move Roar, and forces another team of mine onto the field. I just hope they didn't add affection to Cynthia's team as a funny joke, because that would be very bad for me.
Just switch back out to Venusaur and use Energy Ball. There's a chance she might outspeed us, but one Grass-type move should be enough to beat Melodic regardless. Bear in mind, though, her team could be different in this ROM hack. We have to be prepared for anything.
Oh, and here we go with the healing moves. So this thing has Recover now, but thankfully that move won't remove statuses on Pokemon. Only Rest can do that, but at the cost of putting the Pokemon to sleep.
Right, that's 2 Pokemon down. Melodic was more annoying than threatening, to be honest, but at least it's gone. And now, for some reason, she has a Blaziken. Why on earth would they give her this Pokemon?
That was not what I was expecting to see. Blaziken is so easy to deal with. They should have left her team as is, to be honest, because it was just so strong. This change has probably made it an easier battle now.
You two need to cool it. This isn't some ordinary battle or trainer, remember. This is Cynthia, and I'm sure she has some tricks up her sleeve. This one will be hella fast as well.
I know what Donald is going for here. He wants to use Hurricane, which would probably one-shot Blaziken since it's a powerful flying type move. But would you look at that? She has Stone Edge, which almost took us out. Cynthia is just so scary.
Great, it has Speed Boost too. I don't think that's its normal ability either, which means it will just get faster and faster. I'm banking on Swampert, though, being able to take this out with Surf. Swampert is the most powerful starter Pokemon you can get, remember.
Stone Edge won't do much to us, but remember, this is part fighting type, which will be super effective against ground type Swampert Donnie. You two were questioning why she'd have this Pokemon, but would you look at that? This Blaziken is busted.
Probably the only chance you'll get to use a full restore at this point in the battle. Plus, this thing has close combat too, which we should have seen coming. I swear it's like she knew what Pokemon we would bring to our battle with her.
Close combat brought us right into the red zone. If we were a few levels lower, then she'd have easily one-shot Swampert. We just have to bank on the Toxic taking it out at this point, since it's gaining more speed as each turn goes by.
I really should have taught Reflect to some of our Pokemon, at least Metagross. I just had more use from Light Screen so far, but Cynthia seems to favor more physical attacking moves than special.
Blaziken is gonna get taken out to the poison, though, which is good, I guess. I feel she's the one in control of the battle more than you are, Donald, because you're having to randomly respond to whatever attacks she throws at us, and then bank on Toxic taking the Pokemon out.
Keep that frog in your throat, Barry, because I hope it eventually stops you talking such BS. My Toxic strat is the best thing ever, and you're just jealous you never thought of such a big brain move like I did.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I was the one who first kept telling you to get Toxic on the team, and you didn't until the Elite Four battles. So Obama is just pointing out a slight flaw. You have Donald among others.
Hang on, she sends out that Rotom, but then immediately swaps it out. I think Cynthia's turning sentient, guys.
I don't remember her ever having a Sizer either. She really has a very different type, but they're still strong, so that's fine. Toxic won't work on steel types, though, so. And of course, the U-turn would come out here as well.
Oh god, I know what her strat is gonna be. She's gonna play it the cheapest out of every trainer in this game and go back and forth between Volt Switch and U-turn. She's turning into a little Joker in this game, boys.
If she's going to do that, then you might as well use this opportunity to use more full restores, Donald. Maybe Infernape can then come out and take one of these 2 Pokemon off the battlefield.
Her Sizer has the leftovers on it, too. What a joke some of these battles have been, guys. I mean, sure, they're tough battles, but we never used any items like a leftovers or focus sash on our team because they're just annoying, so why does my opponents feel the need to do such a thing, too?
I can't believe she's actually going back and forth between Eterna and Volt Switch. She's toying with you for sure, Donnie. There's no other reason than that for this nonsense.
Bush is right, Donald. You can use this chance to heal our team up if Cynthia insists on playing like this. It seems Rotom has decided to use Thunderbolt now, though, so hopefully you can get another light screen in before she takes us out, which I can see happening, because she is just too strong.
Yep, well there goes Metagross biting the dust. Who could have seen that coming? It's actually our tankiest Pokemon, but somehow dies to a silly little fan Rotom form, or whatever one that is. You know, Cynthia already had a busted team in the normal Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, but now she has an even more competitive one.
And she's still switching out Rotom and Sizer constantly. She's more annoying than difficult at this point. I just need one of these 2 to get taken out, so then I can sweep whichever other one is left.
The issue we also have is Sizer can just heal its health up every time it switches back out because it has the leftovers on it. So our Stealth Rock really doesn't help us in this situation.
Yeah, Joe, tell me about it. But this is enough now. I am switching to Infernape and will one-shot Sizer with Flare Blitz. Just you wait. Then her stupid switching strat can go to hell. I can't let her stay in control, and I've also had enough of wasting turns on healing.
Since this is the final episode, we don't really have a big question for everyone, so instead, how about you all comment what you think of Cynthia's team in this game? Do you think it's good compared to her other ones or not? Let us know. I don't like it, to be honest, but that's just me.
It's definitely a strong team, regardless of what you think about it, Bush, but yeah, I still feel her older ones were better as well. It just feels weird seeing her use a Blaziken of all things, too. I have a feeling, though, if we were to lose, she might change her team up like Rourke did. He actually had like 3 different teams each time Donald lost to him.
Can you please stop talking about my L's? Otherwise, I'll talk about yours, Barry. I finally took out her Sizord, too, so no more switching out for her.
Her silly little fan Rodham is almost done for as well. I think the winds have changed now for you, Donald, and you're finally back in control of this battle.
You fool Joe, you jinxed it by saying that. How on earth does Air Slash one-shot a level 99 Infernape that was also at full health? I know it's a super effective move, but Air Slash itself isn't exactly a very strong move. I swear it only has like 60 power points in this game at least.
This Rotom is very broken. No wonder so many people use it in competitions. Maybe we should use one in our next playthrough, guys. Bushit could be a very strong team member for you, actually, in your playthrough of Violet.
She's sending out her scariest Pokemon now, Donald. Garchomp is entering the field, so get ready for either an easy win or total destruction. We do have Ice Punch on Metagross, though, which could be useful.
Let's be honest, though, at this point, Donald has basically won. As soon as he gets the Toxic to hit, we can't lose unless Garchomp is just so broken that it one-shots the rest of our team. Earthquake almost did, but I think we've got this.
So basically, if you want to win every battle and never lose, you got to have Toxic on at least 2 of your Pokemon, and then hope they both don't get taken out. Also, as a bonus, you have to hope the opponent doesn't use healing items.
That's really the biggest issue I have with this Elite Four. Like, none of them bothered to heal, and it makes 0 sense to why it's like this. We did say it could be because the Pokemon have items equipped and healing moves too, but nothing that can stop an overpowered move like Toxic, which eats away at a Pokemon's health by a lot over time.
And that's a wrap, boys. Donald has beaten the Sinnoh Elite Four and Cynthia. Well done, my buddy. You are now the new champion of the Sinnoh region, which is another to add to your already growing list of champion titles.
He would have so lost like 10 times over if Cynthia had used full restores and had another team, in my opinion. But yeah, well done anyway, Donald. You did well, and to be honest, probably better than I would have done.
The holes on that elevator is really making me feel uncomfortable that I can't even focus on the fact that I just won. God, that makes my skin crawl for some reason.
And I bet our viewers notice that too and also feel the same. You're also distracting yourself from entering the Hall of Fame, Donnie. This is the most important part of the game.
First of all, who let the professor in here? It's like all the professors of every region get a free entry into the Hall of Fame when they didn't even do anything. Also, I'd personally like to thank everyone for sticking with us and enjoying this series. It may be over, but our content won't be for as long as we can continue making it. A like and subscribe would also be very much appreciated.
Yeah, as Donald's Pokemon gets recorded for all eternity, I'd also like to thank everyone for watching. The next series will be Scarlet and Violet. Episode 1 of that is also already available to members, so join our channel if you'd like early access to videos.
I gotta say, this team has been great to use. Looking back, I feel like Tyranitar could have done more than just setting up the Stealth Rock, but it was still a great member. And of course, Shiny Salamence, Infernape 2, the Goat Metagross, my purple Shiny Swampert, and lastly, my green plant tank Venusaur.
That was in the complete wrong order as to what was shown on the screen. You donkey, Donald.
Yeah, well, this is the end now, so we shall see you all in Paldea, boys and girls. Stay happy and safe and always keep smiling. See you all very, very soon.